Chapter 9 25-Dimensional Research Center of the Academy of Humanities and Sciences. The human fleet parked quietly in the central black hole area of this nameless galaxy. Compared with the huge quasar in the center of the M87 galaxy, the black hole in this small galaxy appears particularly gentle. After selecting a suitable area, the human fleet briefly settled down, Quafu, affected the small universe, and opened the port connecting the small universe and the big universe. Not far away, the stars brought by Star Reacher were slowly approaching in a neat formation. Each star is carefully selected. Blue giants of moderate mass are the most cost-effective in terms of energy extraction. Supplies replenishment and fleet maintenance take a lot of time. These are fully automated processes controlled by Zero, and will not affect the normal research work of the Academy of Sciences. Inside the small universe of the People's Union, the silver-white silicon ray is floating in a blue giant star. Since human civilization advanced to the 8th level of civilization, it has begun a completely flat life. Next to this blue giant star, a man-made fortress with a strange shape that is larger than most terrestrial planets is hovering quietly in this small universe. During the long-distance voyage across the supercluster level, the space in this small universe is definitely worth every inch. But even so, there is still an almost luxurious open area around it. This is enough to show the special status of this fortress in the People's Federation, Dimensional Research Center of the People's Federation Academy of Sciences. Its predecessor was the Human Alliance Dimension Laboratory. The shape of the research center is very recognizable. It is made in the shape of a Mobius strip. Just like the Spacetime Research Center, established by human civilization at level 7. The Dimensional Research Center is of extremely great significance to human civilization at this time. According to the guidance of the technology tree, an 8th level civilization needs to explore the mysteries of dimensions, which is also a direct criterion that affects the strength of an 8th level civilization. Therefore, after being promoted to the 8th level civilization, the Dimensional Research Center successfully replaced the Spacetime Research Center and became the area with the strongest research power of the Academy of Sciences. As the chief scientist, Lu Yongchang's work location has naturally been transferred to the Dimensional Research Center. Inside the Dimensional Research Center, Lu Yongchang slowly stood up from his seat with some disappointment, and casually threw the holographic projection in front of him aside. Professor, the 3698th Dimension Enhancement Experiment. The voice of academician Song Yunzan, the former head of the Dimension Laboratory, came from the side, but was interrupted by Lu Yongchang waving his hand. I know. Failed again. Lu Yongchang sighed helplessly, giving three-dimensional objects a fourth direction. This is indeed not a simple matter. Since the major breakthrough in the four-dimensional theory, human civilization, like the 10th Empire, has reached out to the highest crown of four-dimensional technology, dimensionally ascending technology. In this process, Lu Yongchang relied on his own cognitive ability of high dimensions to solve a large number of difficulties on his own. The key technology of high-dimensional printing was also proposed. The so-called dimensionality enhancement is actually not difficult to understand. Three-dimensional objects have three directions. Similarly, four-dimensional objects also have four directions. The fourth direction cannot be represented in three-dimensional space. But that does not mean that it does not exist. Therefore, to achieve dimensionality increase, in the simplest terms, it is to create a fourth direction for a three-dimensional object. The whole process is actually very similar to atomic level 3D printing technology. If the single-layer atomic structure is regarded as a two-dimensional object, the 3D printing process in which atoms are continuously superimposed layer by layer is actually the dimensionality-enhancing process of the two-dimensional object. Of course, this is just an analogy. The real dimension upgrading process is obviously not that simple. But this process revealed a key truth: the dimensionality raising operation of three-dimensional objects must be carried out in four-dimensional space. The high-dimensional printing proposed by Lu Yongchang is also based on this foundation. Only, without having seen a real four-dimensional space, it is almost impossible for three-dimensional creatures to build a stable four-dimensional space based on imagination. It's like a blind man touching an elephant. The four-dimensional space created by humans today is just a poor imitation. In the Dimensional Research Center, under the instructions of Lu Yongchang, countless dimensionality experiments were conducted. Without exception, every experiment failed. The reason for all failures is the instability of artificial four-dimensional space. This is normal. Today's experiments of human civilization are more like an exhaustive method searching for a truly stable four-dimensional space through a large number of experiments. The difficulty can be imagined. On the other hand, although the objects of dimensionality enhancement are inanimate dead objects, this does not mean that the experiment is without danger. Let's just talk about the results of this experiment. The moment the dimension ascension experiment failed, the internal energy pathways went into chaos, which directly led to a large-scale explosion. This is also the fundamental reason why a large number of open areas are needed around the Dimensional Research Center. Under the combined influence of these two factors, the research progress of the Dimensional Research Center has been extremely slow. Professor? Academician Song's voice came again, interrupting Lu Yongchang's thoughts. Should we continue to try the next plan? Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. Just wait. I need to make some modifications to the plan. There may be problems with some parameters. Hearing this, Song Yunzan nodded quickly and adjusted the next experimental plan through the holographic projection on his side. While he was adjusting his experimental plan, Lu Yongchang reached out and opened several new holographic images. In the picture, there is a large-scale band-shaped star map. If you observe carefully, you will find that this belt-shaped star map is exactly the navigation path of human civilization in the past. At the same time, the width of this belt-shaped star map is spreading outward little by little. The Cosmic Monitoring Project is gradually on track. Lu Yongchang murmured softly. The first batch of self-splitting detectors released have successfully crossed several nearby galaxies. Go on at this speed. There was a faint glint in his eyes. Within 500 years, we will be able to complete the preliminary monitoring plan for nearby super-galaxy clusters. Just as Lu Yongchang was about to raise his hand to turn off the holographic projection, an orange-yellow ripple flashed past the edge of the striped star map. Almost at the same time, a notification from Zero also popped up in front of his eyes. Warn! The Q56DK regional self-splitting detector detected abnormal spacetime fluctuations. Chapter 926 Bubble. Abnormal time and space fluctuations. 5 million light-years away from the human fleet. Seeing the information in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang's originally calm face instantly became nervous. Since the detection accuracy of the self-splitting detector is not high, and the probability of misjudgment by the weak artificial intelligence, in it is not small, Lu Yongchang adjusted the early warning threshold of the detector to a very high value. Normally, only spacetime fluctuations created by an 8th-level civilization will trigger early warning messages from detectors. Since leaving the M87 galaxy, the human fleet has now traveled nearly 600 million light-years. From this perspective, 5 million light-years is literally right under the nose of the human fleet. And that's exactly what happened. Once a large-scale wormhole is opened, the distance of 5 million light-years will disappear in a blink of an eye. He carefully analyzed the various data returned from the splitting detector, trying to find the truth of this abnormal spacetime fluctuation from these complicated data. Lu Yongchang was not the only one who received the alarm message. As time went by, the number of people in the office began to gradually increase. After a long time, Lu Yongchang suddenly stopped his movements. At the same time, his brows frowned tightly. Lu Yongchang took a breath and looked at his calculation process several times in disbelief. This does not seem to be a space-time fluctuation caused by wormholes and curvature navigation. This sentence immediately aroused the curiosity of the academicians in the office. Facing everyone's gaze, he hesitated and said, This pattern of space-time fluctuations is a bit like the fluctuations that occur when the small universe and the large universe meet. Just like Quafu opening the small universe port. Only, its space-time fluctuations far exceed the fluctuations of the small universe. Bong Su's face changed slightly. Yongchang, what do you mean? There is a very powerful civilization in that area, and they are opening their own small universe? Lu Yongchang did not respond immediately. He frowned and looked again at his calculation process and the latest observation data sent back from the splitting detector. At this moment, the intensity of this space-time fluctuation has doubled again. The starfield 5 million light-years away has become an extremely obvious lighthouse in the ocean of time and space. I'm afraid not. Lu Yongchang shook his head hesitantly. This is more like a naturally occurring phenomenon. The fluctuations in space and time it causes far exceed the fluctuations when the small universe port is open. If this is really a small universe of a certain civilization, Lu Yongchang said calmly, I can't imagine the strength of this civilization. Then, Yongchang, what do you mean? As an old man who has been accompanying him to this day in the Earth era, Bong Su naturally knows very well what Lu Yongchang is thinking. Go and have a look. If today's human civilization wants to continue to progress, it can only focus on extreme phenomena in the universe. Just like now, this powerful space-time fluctuation surprised even the 8th-level civilization. If it really is a natural phenomenon, then human civilization may be able to obtain some brand new technologies and theories from it. How could Lu Yongchan give up such an opportunity that fell to his lips? It's like an airdrop falling on your face. Can you resist going and taking a look? Obviously. No. So, Lu Yongchan, who had his thoughts revealed, smiled and nodded. Of course. He glanced at the holographic projection not far away. The fleet's resource replenishment progress has reached 80%, which is enough to support any subsequent actions of the fleet. He issued the order in a deep voice. 0. Recover all resource collection starships immediately. And the fleet is ready to set sail. 5 million light years. It's easily accessible with just a wormhole trip. For today's human civilization, it is just a snap of a finger. Space-time fluctuations that are no less than those of abnormal areas flashed past in the vast universe. Before the fifth-level civilization in the unknown galaxy noticed it, the human fleet had quietly left this slightly dilapidated galaxy, the edge region of the Shapley supercluster. This is an extremely empty and dark star field, located near the Boötes void. The density of galaxies here has dropped to an outrageous level compared to conventional star fields. But compared with the Boötes void further away, this star field can still be called rich. The sparse resources have made this star field a forbidden zone for advanced civilization in disguise. Just like the nameless galaxy where human civilization has previously docked, there is not even a sixth-level civilization in it. As for advanced civilizations in other galaxies, then there would be no reason to come to this barren land. But just now, this barren land became the most dazzling existence within a radius of 100 million light years, along with extremely strong fluctuations in space and time. A structure like a transparent bubble slowly appeared in the vast universe. The surface of the bubble is constantly distorting, as if it is under the influence of some unknown force. The starlight coming from infinite distance is distorted near the bubble, forming a strange and bizarre picture. As time goes by, this thing that looks like a soap bubble gets bigger and bigger from tens of kilometers at the beginning. It gradually grows to more than 10 light years. This is a terrifying growth rate. What this caused was a violent shock in the nearby space and time, just like a huge stone smashed into a calm lake. When the writhing, soap bubble structure grew to 100 light years in length, it finally stopped expanding. This space-time fluctuation, which was strong enough to make an 8th-level civilization look at it, finally began to gradually recede. But it's not completely zero. As the soap bubble continues to twist, there are still layers of waves on the ocean of time and space. A little further away, a small vortex slowly formed on the ocean of space and time, bringing waves of space and time that were no weaker than soap bubbles. The vortex grew larger and larger, and a stable wormhole slowly appeared in this uninhabited star field. After a short wait, a fleet emerged from the wormhole with the logo of the Silicon Alliance and the logo of the solar system engraved on its surface. Human civilization is the first to arrive. The space-time fluctuations caused by the soap bubble continue to spread to the distance. 100,000 light years, 1 million light years, tens of millions of light years, 80 million light years away. A spiral galaxy similar in size to the M87 galaxy is quietly running in the vast universe. Next to it, there are more than 10 small satellite galaxies. In one of the satellite galaxies, a slowly twisting thread is quietly staying in the central black hole area. The sweeping fluctuations in space and time disturbed it. It quickly stretched out and looked in the direction of the fluctuations in space and time. This is the next moment. Tachyon signals spread out from it and spread rapidly towards the surroundings. Chapter 927. And the next moment, when the tachyon fluctuation spread towards the surroundings, a vague space-time fluctuation came from the distance. Immediately afterwards, a thin, irregular-shaped gray canvas slowly emerged beside the silk thread. It was a two-dimensional creature. As the gray shades float, a stream of tachyon information is transmitted. See, do you feel it? Its fragments. The silk thread quickly stretched, and the tachyon message was transmitted again. Yes, after more than 100,000 years, another piece of debris finally fell here. There is a slight change in the gravity of the large cosmic bubble. The membrane plan has initially taken effect. Ant, do you want to take a look? Ant was silent for a while, seeming to be thinking about the pros and cons. He did not give a definite answer, but instead asked C, how is your injury? It clearly remembers that C, who first arrived at the Shapley super galaxy cluster, was seriously injured, and even the core was damaged. For dimensional creatures, this is equivalent to having only half a breath left. Silk gave a clear answer. It has been completely recovered. The ant who got the news fell silent again. It's very confusing now. During the Lania Chaos Supercluster War, The pastoralists suffered heavy losses. At the same time, after the Ring Cosmic Accelerator project was greatly postponed, the Sweeper civilization became a little anxious. The Sweeper branches of some super galaxy clusters will even take the initiative to dispatch quark fortresses and black hole fortresses to carry out clearing missions against the pastoral civilization in the accelerator node area. In order not to affect Membrane's plan, the pastoralists who achieve their goals adopted a tortoise strategy: do not cause trouble if they can, and try not to conflict with the Sweeper civilization at this time, leaving this safe area rashly at this critical time. Who knows what will happen next? As if seeing N.'s entanglement, C took the initiative to break the silent atmosphere. And, don't forget, the Sweeper civilization at that time relied on the four-dimensional technology that was broken through by that fragment. And, S tone was a little irritable, but the current Sweeper no longer needs that fragment. According to the requirements of the brain, we should continue to stay in this galaxy for now. C interrupted, and, with a faint tone, what if another Sweeper appears? In the universe, the thicknessless canvas suddenly stopped moving. You mean that human civilization? C didn't reply, just turned her sights in the direction of the Lania Chaos Super Galaxy Cluster. It still remembers the human civilization wearing the vest of Energet civilization. That is the civilization with the highest development potential it has ever seen. None of them. If they get the piece. C shuddered subconsciously. It couldn't even imagine such a scene. Not so much. After the Lania Chaos Supercluster war came to an end, the Membrane had sent some four-dimensional creatures to surround the Virgo Galaxy Cluster. There has been no news from there for hundreds of years. It is estimated that the current human civilization is still in the Virgo Galaxy Cluster, and sent a nagging message, although there is a little gap in the middle. But, at that time, human civilization was only a 7th-level civilization. Even with the help of Seker civilization, they could not run too far. C thought about it carefully and breathed a sigh of relief. This is the truth. Under the watchful eye of a group of four-dimensional beings, human civilization should have no chance of leaving the Virgo Galaxy Cluster. As for the fragment, under normal circumstances, as long as you wait for a period of time, it will die naturally. But C still felt a little uneasy. What if it was picked up by another 8th-level civilization? I believe that the film does not want a second Sweeper civilization to appear. And, frowny face. Then, a few hours later, a strong space-time fluctuation appeared in the center of the satellite galaxy. Its destination is naturally the bubble structure 80 million light-years away. The space-time fluctuations created by Silk and Ant spread to the surroundings. Undoubtedly, this attracted the attention of the Sweeper branch within the main galaxy. As Ant said, today's Sweeper civilization no longer needs to study the four-dimensional vacuole structure. Therefore, after an inspection, the branch did not do anything extra except reporting the information to the parent civilization, Human Alliance Dimensional Research Center. All the academicians and researchers stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at the giant soap bubble in the distance. The soap bubble is transparent, but the powerful space-time distortion effect around it gives it a shape visible to the naked eye, as if being continuously attacked by some external force. Undulating ripples and twisted structures constantly appear on the surface of the soap bubble. Looking at this bizarre scene, Lu Yongcheng's eyes gradually glowed with excitement. This is a brand new space-time phenomenon that human civilization has never encountered before. This means that human civilization may be able to use it to supplement and improve existing theoretical knowledge. Or it may be able to use it to master a completely new theoretical system. No matter which one it is. It means that human civilization can get more water from the ocean of truth. Under his command, Zero controlled a large number of detectors to cautiously approach the soap bubble-like structure. As the distance between the two continues to approach, the data returned by the detector quickly becomes detailed. Time passes slowly. One of the detectors was the first to contact the soap bubble. To be more precise, it was a large fluctuation in the soap bubble that, actively, swallowed the unlucky detector into it. Drop. Warn. Detector signal lost. This unexpected situation made Li Yongchang feel tight in his heart. This batch of detectors are not self-splitting detectors that rely on quantity. Each detector contains the most cutting-edge technology of today's human civilization. It is no exaggeration to say that even if they fall into the jet area of a quasar, they can survive for a long time. But now, didn't even last 0.1 seconds. 0! Lu Yongchang issued the order in a hurried tone. Control the remaining detectors to retreat immediately. Pity. It's too late. Another fluctuation without any warning occurred on the surface of the soap bubble. Wow! The fluctuations this time are particularly strong. The skyrocketing soap bubbles directly swallowed up this batch of detectors. The Dimension Research Center is filled with piercing sirens. Only a few large Chinese characters remained in the bright red holographic projection. Warning. Detector signal has been lost. Chapter 928 Four-Dimensional Cavitation. There was chaos in the Dimensional Research Center. No one expected such a situation to occur, including Lu Yongchang himself. Under Lu Yongchang's order, Zero quickly controlled the fleet to distance himself from the giant soap bubble. Of course, in the panic, a special sense of familiarity came to Lu Yongchang's heart. This is... Lu Yongchang's voice was full of confusion. Little universe? Good. The scene in front of him directly reminded Lu Yongchang of the scene when he encountered the small universe in the Milky Way. At that time, the probe ship also lost its signal inexplicably when the small universe was completely closed. Tachyon information could not be transmitted across the universe. Lu Yongchang's words awakened the academicians present. Judging from this phenomenon alone, this abnormal space-time phenomenon does seem to be caused by the small universe. Bailan looked a little hesitant. But, Professor, its other properties are very different from those of the small universe. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang frowned immediately. That's right. The soap bubble-like structure in front of me has certain similarities with the small universe, but it also has completely different properties. There is a certain gap between the small universe and the large universe. Even if the two come into contact with each other, they will only open a port similar to a wormhole at the contact point. In other words, within the macrocosm, it is impossible to observe the microcosm with the naked eye. In addition, it is impossible for an aircraft operating in three-dimensional space to enter the small universe without touching the port. The soap bubble in front of you has a clear difference. It has no so-called port structure at all. And there is an obvious outline structure in the three-dimensional universe that is completely different from the port. All kinds of strange phenomena have caused the academicians in the entire Dimension Research Center to fall into deep thought. What the hell is this thing? Lu Yongchang repeatedly checked the data returned by previous detectors, trying to find the truth about it. But, to no avail. Time passes bit by bit. Under the unknown force, the soap bubble once again distorted to a large extent. The part of the soap bubble that originally engulfed the detector shrank back like a receding tide. The familiar dim starry sky appeared again in the holographic projection, captured by high-definition cameras. Detectors are quietly staying in this extremely bleak universe. The red warning sign symbolizing signal loss is still flashing in the holographic projection, which means that the detectors have been completely damaged. After being stunned for 2 seconds, Lu Yongchang suddenly became excited. Zero! Send out carrier-based drones and recover those detectors immediately. The detector was lost and found. This is a welcome relief to the beleaguered research effort. The moment the order was given, the hatch on the side of the battleship suddenly opened. A large number of drones swarmed out of it. After leaving the battleship for a certain distance, a strong wave of time and space came from the drone. The ship-based drones disappeared into the visible universe. And the next moment, they appeared next to those lost and found detectors. Since the law of soap bubble fluctuations is unclear, the speed of recovering the detector must be fast. For this reason, Zero even activated the four-dimensional jump function of the ship-based drone under Lu Yongchang's order. The bubble structure that spreads for more than 100 light-years is constantly fluctuating in the universe, causing the dim starlight coming from the distance to constantly change in light and dark. At this time, Lu Yongchang seemed to be in this magical starry sky. He sat on a chair and quietly observed the bubble structure close at hand, trying to find out the hidden patterns within it. Yongchang, the preliminary test results are out. Fong Su's voice came. The lights turn on, and the immersive holographic projection quickly shrinks into a screen suspended in the air. On the screen, there is the bubble structure that is still fluctuating. How are the test results? Lu Yongchang calmed down and turned to look at Fong Su, who was walking towards him. Did you find any problems? It's a big problem. Fong Su walked up to Lu Yongchang, stretched out his hand and clicked on the holographic projection a few times. The specific cause of damage to each detector is different, but the general direction is the same. Fong Su's voice paused slightly. The internal structure of the detector was destroyed, and it was not in an ordinary way. After the words fell, detailed pictures appeared in the holographic projection. The originally neatly arranged energy pathways became extremely chaotic. This kind of chaos cannot be achieved by conventional methods. One of the energy channels is separated from the original interface and grows out of thin air into the solid surface armor of the detector. Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this picture. Disruptive phenomena across latitudes, he murmured quietly. It is no exaggeration to say that every academician at the Dimension Research Center is very familiar with this phenomenon. Experimental accidents that occur during dimensionality experiments are basically like this. Lu Yongchang suddenly raised his head and stared at the holographic screen suspended in front of him with a lively expression. On the screen, the mysterious bubble structure was still slowly undulating. This is not a small universe. It is a natural four-dimensional space. Four-dimensional cavitation structure. Lu Yongchang looked at the picture in the holographic projection with excitement. It takes no effort at all. The 10th Empire has been searching for the four-dimensional vacuole structure for tens of thousands of years. And it just fell in front of human civilization. Lu Yongchang didn't even dare to think about how small the probability was. Looking back, I don't know since when. Human civilization's luck in certain events has always been so good that it's outrageous. Once or twice is probability. 3 or 4 times. This is hard to explain. Therefore, apart from the surprise, Lu Yongchang also felt a little panic in his heart. After a brief daze, Lu Yongchang calmed down and suppressed this inexplicable worry in his heart. No matter what truth is hidden behind it. What human civilization can do now is to seize every opportunity to improve its strength. That makes sense. Fang Su's voice continued. No wonder this bubble structure distorts irregularly. The fundamental reason is probably the assimilation effect of three-dimensional space on four-dimensional space. It's just like the scene when all dimensional creatures are about to die. Lu Yongchang subconsciously added. The naturally existing four-dimensional space in front of us is also gradually approaching death under the assimilation of the three-dimensional space. As if he realized something, Lu Yongchang's speaking volume quickly dropped. He and Fang Su looked at each other. Broken. We need to study the four-dimensional vacuole structure as soon as possible. We must complete the research before it is assimilated into three-dimensional space. Chapter 929. Cosmic Bubble Incompatibility Principle. Under the guidance of Quafu, the small universe port quickly opened. A large number of experimental ships and detection ships swarmed out of it. In order to complete the research on four-dimensional cavitation as soon as possible, the Dimensional Research Center, which looks like a Mobius strip, also slowly drove out of the small universe. Under the all-round exploration of countless detectors, a four-dimensional cavitation model was quickly established. At the same time, based on the latest high-dimensional theory of human civilization, Lu Yongchang calculated the approximate survival time of four-dimensional cavitation. 10 years. This result far exceeded Lu Yongchang's original estimate. Theoretically speaking, without the influence of external factors, the assimilation effect of three-dimensional space is extremely strong. This can be seen from the death process of dimensional creatures. There is a discrepancy between reality and theory. During the research process, this was an excellent phenomenon. It meant that the first breakthrough appeared. The entire research work will also be carried out step by step around this issue. Inside the small universe of the People's Union, the Silicon Ray and Secker civilization are staying in a corner of the small universe, living peacefully. Needless to say about the Silicon Ray, it has always been used to showing off. As for the Secker civilization, it was the small universe of the People's Alliance that was forced to enter some time after the voyage began. Their supply speed could not keep up with human civilization. The work efficiency of Secker civilization is too low. What human civilization can complete in 1 year will take them at least 100 years to solve. After the news of the discovery of four-dimensional cavitation came, the Silicon Ray and Secker civilizations fell silent. The Silicon Ray emerged from the blue giant star, scratching its head with its long tail. The Empire went all the way from the Andromeda galaxy to the Hercules super galaxy cluster without finding a four-dimensional cavitation bubble. How could this human civilization just hit it when it went out? This TMD is unscientific. Dense tachyon signals pass back and forth between the Silicon Rays and the Secker civilization. The content of the discussion. Naturally, it is related to the 10th Empire. After all, this is a four-dimensional vacuole structure discovered by human civilization alone. If human civilization is not willing to share it, not to mention the Silicon Ray and Secker civilization, not even the 10th Empire can say anything. On the one hand, sharing key technologies is an extremely sensitive and difficult matter between different civilizations. Let's not talk about the sensitive issues related to the security of our own civilization. The development process of each civilization is different. Even if the general direction is the same, there will be a lot of deviations in the details of each technology. The fundamental reason for this lies in the deviation of the basic technology tree of civilization. Therefore, the more advanced the civilization, the more difficult it is to achieve technology sharing. After all, every technology is developed based on countless secondary technologies. It is precisely for this reason that the Silicon Ray and Secker civilizations did not share technology with human civilization at the beginning. And human civilization did not have any thoughts in this regard. If a high-level civilization rashly shares technology with a low-level civilization, there is a high probability that the low-level civilization will be directly destroyed. On the other hand, when the M87 galaxy and the pastoralists clashed previously, human civilization was still a level 7 civilization and was not the main force in the war. And human civilization has never had any conflicts with other civilizations since it was promoted to the 8th level civilization. Therefore, the Silicon Ray and Secker civilizations do not know the true combat power of human civilization. But one thing is for sure, whether it is from the perspective of scientific research progress or daily development speed, the comprehensive strength of human civilization today is probably above the 10th Empire. In other words, regarding emotion and reason, they have no position to require human civilization to share technology. Just when the Silicon Rays and the Secker civilization were entangled, the tachyon information from human civilization made them breathe a sigh of relief. 100 years later, the Silicon Alliance wide-area tachyon broadcast is launched again. The distance between the human fleet and the 10th Empire is not too far at this time. So the current wide-area tachyon broadcast is not as effortful as before. Under the joint power supply of the Blue Giant Array and the vacuum zero-point energy engine, the strong tachyon signal spreads away at superlight speed. The following month, there has been a breakthrough in the research on four-dimensional cavitation. After sacrifice a large number of detectors, Liu Yongchang gradually understood the true face of four-dimensional cavitation. Just as they had guessed before, it is indeed a small universe. But the inside of this small universe is a four-dimensional space. This abnormal phenomenon also made Liu Yongchang curious about the origin of four-dimensional cavitation. One thing that is certain at present is that the source of the four-dimensional cavitation is not from this universe. Facing the gazes of academicians, Liu Yongchang gave a conclusive answer. At the same time, the four-dimensional vacuole structure will also be the best evidence to prove human cosmology. Liu Yongchang reached out and opened a holographic projection, with a simple 3D model animation running on it. We all know that our universe is a large cosmic bubble on the hyperspace membrane. Beyond the cosmic bubbles, there are a large number of similar cosmic bubbles. Based on the data we currently have, the source of the four-dimensional cavitation bubble in front of us is a cosmic bubble near this cosmic bubble. Unlike our universe, that universe is four-dimensional. Liu Yongchang's voice paused and then added again. At least, when this small universe fragment breaks away, it is four-dimensional. This would also explain why four-dimensional vacuoles can exist for such a long time. Although cosmic bubbles all exist on the same hyperspace membrane, there are certain differences in the composition of the hyperspace membranes of two different universes. Therefore, unlike the small universe produced by cutting this universe, the small universe from another universe will have a temporary, cosmic bubble incompatibility phenomenon with this universe. It is precisely under the protection of this cosmic membrane that this four-dimensional bubble can barely resist the assimilation of three-dimensional space. Of course, Liu Yongchang shrugged. This cosmic membrane cannot exist forever. Under the assimilation of this universe, it will gradually become thinner and dissipate. To sum up, our previous judgment made a major error. Liu Yongchang's expression gradually became serious. The latest calculation results show the existence time of four-dimensional cavitation may be shortened to 1 year. Everyone, we don't have much time left. The junction of the Hercules supercluster and the Boötes void. A fleet is relying on a small galaxy for the final replenishment of supplies after entering the Boötes void. It will be difficult for the fleet to encounter galaxies that can replenish supplies. Suddenly, a strong tachyon wave came from the other shore of the Boötes void. Inside the fleet flagship, orange lights suddenly lit up. The originally calm mist suddenly surged violently. Tall tube-shaped creatures waved their long tentacles and slid quickly through the mist. They hurried in the same direction along the orange corrugated signs in the fog. Chapter 930 The Supreme Meeting of the Empire. 10th Empire, Flagship Center Area. Under the orange light, the thick mist slowly billowed in the cabin, revealing one of the tall tube-shaped creatures. After tens of thousands of years, the Empire's Supreme Meeting has begun again. The last time the Empire's Supreme Meeting was established was when the Silicon Alliance was established. Waves of strong electromagnetic waves passed rapidly through the mist. Everyone, human civilization has discovered the four-dimensional vacuole structure. This is the Empire's only chance to master dimension-enhancing technology. What are you waiting for? Why not order the fleet to the cavitation area? Preliminary research results of human civilization show that the cavitation structure can only exist for 1 year. Fleet. It's impossible to get there within a year. The strong electromagnetic wave signal stopped instantly. But human civilization said it could share its findings with the Empire. The electromagnetic wave signal became hot. Again, what are the conditions for human civilization? The Empire needs to establish a military alliance with human civilization. Previously, human civilization has had varying degrees of conflict with the pastoralists and the scavengers, which means that once it accepts this request, the Empire is likely to become enemies with the two major factions. At the same time, to a certain extent, this also violates demands of the centrists. The cabin once again returned to calm. Every high-ranking member of the Empire is carefully considering the pros and cons. First, dimensionality enhancement technology. This is the technology the Empire must get. Secondly, the sweepers have unilaterally torn up the agreement, and the pastoral faction has also violated the content of the agreement. A war is about to begin. Both the neutral faction and the Silicon Alliance should be prepared to fight. Finally, and most importantly, human civilization is a part of the Silicon Alliance, and it is a high-potential civilization from the Milky Way. As the electromagnetic waves reverberated, an exceptionally tall Imperial individual raised his tentacles and moved across the foggy cabin. I agree with this proposal. Seconded. Agree. This Imperial Supreme meeting was extremely fast. It only took a few hours for the meeting to come to an end with an absolute advantage of 95%. The Empire passed the military alliance agreement. Tell human civilization to be careful of the pastoralists. The original sweeper civilization was attacked by the pastoralists near the fourth dimensional bubble. These dimensional creatures will not allow other civilizations to master dimensional technology. The tallest Empire official turned around and disappeared into the thick fog, leaving only strong electromagnetic wave signals spreading in the fog. Change the fleet's navigation target, and after completing resource replenishment, head to the bubble area at the highest speed. From now on, the Imperial fleet enters a state of war. Professor, the 10th Reich has responded. Lin Xiao's voice came from the loudspeaker beside Lu Yongchang. In line with the expectations of the sociology branch, they agreed to establish a military alliance. Lu Yongchang paused slightly and continued to perform calculations in the holographic projection in front of him. Wise choice. And one more thing. Lin Xiao's voice became serious. A warning message came from the Empire. The pastoral faction is very likely to take action against us because of the four-dimensional cavitation structure. At the same time, the Imperial fleet is coming to support as quickly as possible. This time, Lu Yongchang completely stopped his unfinished work. He glanced at the holographic projection beside him. The issue of the pastoral sect, the Academy of Sciences has considered it before. Currently, the defense line layout is more than halfway progressed. The self-splitting detector has also expanded to a surrounding area of 2,000 light-years. Lin Xiao was slightly relieved after hearing this. Before he could continue speaking, Lu Yongchang's steady voice continued. However, since the 10th Empire also has concerns in this regard, it proves that we have done nothing wrong. 0. From now on, the human fleet enters a state of war. Near the huge four-dimensional cavitation bubble, battleships of different sizes slowly sailed out from the open small universe port and sailed to the predetermined area in an orderly manner under Zero's control. It was a minefield full of torpedoes, space-time trap, space annihilation device, dark matter chain torpedo. In order to be able to safely study the four-dimensional cavitation structure, under Lu Yongchang's order, the fleet almost wiped out all the wealth. Further away, the self-splitting detector that spreads for 2,000 light-years is still steadily advancing the territory of human civilization. After the fleet entered a state of war, the alarm thresholds of these self-splitting detectors were greatly lowered. In this star field, no disturbance can escape Zero's sight. Just as the fleet's defense line was gradually improving, Lu Yongchang's research results also entered the final stage. Since the inside of a four-dimensional cavitation is a four-dimensional space, conventional detectors cannot perform detection tasks. The reason is simple. To move in a four-dimensional space, the detector needs to perform calculations in the four surrounding directions. If the fourth direction is not considered, a series of weird scenes will appear. Energy can escape directly from the closed energy path, and the devices inside the detector will also appear in some impossible locations inexplicably. This is why those previous detectors were scrapped. As for the solution, it's actually really easy. Just let the detector have the ability to calculate four-dimensional coordinates. This is not difficult for human civilization today. At the same time, considering the communication blocking effect between the four-dimensional cavitation and the universe, Liu Yongchang also needs to add a sufficiently intelligent self-running detection program to the detector. Under the gazing of countless starships and probes in the quiet universe, thousands of modified detectors flew towards the soap bubble structure ahead. First contact warning! In the Dimension Research Center, Lin Yongnian's report sounded. The current distance between the two sides, 1 million kilometers. Start the self-running detection program. Liu Yongchang gave the order in a calm tone. Start the four-dimensional coordinates sensor and start calculating the four-dimensional coordinates around the detector. After he finished speaking, a small line of coordinate information appeared in the holographic projection in front of him. Different from conventional three-dimensional coordinates, what is presented in the projection at this time are four-dimensional coordinates. Second contact warning. Current distance, 100,000 kilometers. Third contact warning. Confirm contact. Detector signal lost. Looking at the signal sign flashing red in the projection, Liu Yongchang subconsciously held his breath. Success or failure in one fell swoop again, according to the preset program. After the first batch of detectors enter the four-dimensional cavitation bubble, they will immediately retreat and actively leave the cavitation bubble, thus verifying the feasibility of the detection device. Chapter 931 Four-Dimensional Star System. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The red signal logo is still flashing slowly in the projection. Liu Yongchang's face darkened slightly. Failed? What went wrong? Suddenly, the red signal stopped flashing and turned green under everyone's gaze. Detector signal restored. At the same time, near the huge four-dimensional cavitation, the figure of the detector slowly retreating appeared again. There was a burst of warm applause in the Dimension Research Center. While he breathed a sigh of relief, Liu Yongchang also showed a faint smile on his face. The detector can safely enter and exit the four-dimensional cavitation bubble, which is an excellent start. Detection data transmission completed. Zero's electronic synthesized sound sounded, slightly cooling down the warm atmosphere in the Dimensional Research Center. All the academicians put down their work and turned their curious eyes to the holographic projection. What does four-dimensional space look like? The answer to this question is finally revealed. The picture in the holographic projection flickered slightly, and it had been switched to the perspective of one of the detectors. As the detector continues to advance, the increasingly thinning cosmic membrane of the four-dimensional bubble is also expanding. Liu Yongchang could even clearly see the complex fluctuation phenomenon of the cosmic membrane. The starlight coming from the distance was changing continuously. Time passes little by little. Finally, the detector touched the four-dimensional cavitation bubble. Perhaps because the assimilation of the universe has greatly weakened the protective ability of the four-dimensional cavitation. The detector entered the four-dimensional cavitation very smoothly. It was a bizarre world. Not far away, there was a point of light emitting dazzling light. As the viewing angle changes, the size of the light spot also changes greatly. It suddenly occupied the entire holographic projection, and then suddenly became as small as a sesame seed. This is an impossible scene in the three-dimensional universe. This may be a star? Looking at the various data on the side of the holographic projection, Liu Yongchang guessed hesitantly. The detector's camera continues to rotate. Next to that dazzling light spot are planets. Like the points of light, the size of these planets changes dramatically as the viewing angle changes. Under the camera, every planet seemed to have been severely attacked and looked dilapidated. Liu Yongchang has some confidence in his previous guess. It seems that the probe has entered a star system that exists in four-dimensional space. Good luck. It is always easier to have specific research objects than to conduct research in thin air. As the camera's perspective continued to change, Liu Yongchang also successfully saw three-dimensional objects in four-dimensional space detectors of human civilization. It is completely different from the detector seen in three-dimensional space. If the camera angle of view is fixed, these detectors are like a precise design. Every detail inside the detector is clearly reflected in a cross-section. Various precision parts and intricate energy pathways. In four-dimensional space, a camera originating from three-dimensional space can only observe slices of three-dimensional objects. However, as the camera's perspective slowly moves, this section will also move accordingly. After scanning a circle, the complete internal structure of the detector is clearly presented to everyone. Cross-sections from countless angles are spliced in sequence to form a complete individual. In four-dimensional space, there are no secrets in three-dimensional objects. The next second, driven by the self-running program, the detector began to cautiously retreat backwards. In order not to touch the weird fourth direction, the detector needs to perform a lot of calculations every time it moves. After waiting for a few seconds, The screen returned to the familiar universe. There was silence in the Dimension Research Center. This short piece of video data brought unprecedented shock to the academicians present. This is the fourth dimension. He Bylan on the side murmured to himself in a daze. This is so amazing. No, this is definitely not the full picture of the four-dimensional space. Lu Yongcheng's words interrupted He Bylan's sigh. Even in three-dimensional space, the images captured by the camera have great limitations. Let alone four-dimensional space. I want to know the whole picture of the four-dimensional space. Fong Su's heart skipped a beat. Why do you feel like this conversation seems familiar? The memories that had been silent in the depths of my mind suddenly surged. In the memory, the scene of Lu Yongcheng taking the Suin number 1 to heaven seems like it happened yesterday. Fong Su suddenly felt out of breath. He asked Lu Yongcheng in a difficult voice. I said, you don't want to go to the four-dimensional space to see it yourself, do you? Before Lu Yongcheng could speak, He Bylan's eyes already showed excitement. Professor, is this really okay? Not just He Bin. There was a commotion in the entire Dimensional Research Center, and every academician cast an expectant look at Lu Yongcheng. They have studied dimensions for hundreds of years, but have never seen the real fourth dimension with their own eyes. It is difficult for them to imagine the real four-dimensional space in their minds, and they can only describe that magical space through countless complex calculations. And now, an opportunity to witness the fourth dimension with your own eyes is right in front of you. At this moment, one can imagine the mood in the hearts of the academicians. If you hear the truth in the morning, you will die in the evening. What are you thinking about? Lu Yongcheng responded without hesitation. Of course not. Watching the light in the academician's eyes slowly dissipate, Lu Yongcheng added helplessly. At least not now. Before fully mastering the dimension enhancement technology, there is too much danger in rashly entering the fourth-dimensional space. Okay. Dot! Looking at the excited expressions of the academicians who were revived, Lu Yongcheng waved his hand. Do you think I don't want to go to the four-dimensional space to see it? Research as soon as possible, and everything is possible while ensuring safety. 0. Control the detector to perform the second exploration mission. For academicians, Lu Yongcheng's words are more effective than any chicken blood. Academicians who were still immersed in imagination returned to their posts one after another and devoted all their energy to research work. Hello! Fong Su tugged on Lu Yongcheng's sleeve and lowered his voice anxiously. Yongcheng, are you crazy? If something unexpected happens. Lu Yongcheng chuckled and shook his head. What is the ultimate goal of our research on dimensionality enhancement technology? He asked himself and answered. Let the starships upgrade their dimensions to have more powerful combat capabilities. Think about it. Starship ascends to dimension. Where are the people inside? If we don't adapt to the four-dimensional environment in advance, will we have to wait until the war comes to improvise? This. Fong Su was speechless for a moment. Don't tell me. It seems to make sense. Chapter 932, Trojan Civilization. Under Zero's control. The detector that had just withdrawn from the cavitation moved forward again and re-entered the four-dimensional cavitation. In the holographic projection, the familiar red signal logo also flashed again. According to the plan, these detectors will conduct a month-long data collection and exploration mission in the four-dimensional bubble. Although the Academy of Sciences has obtained some data about four-dimensional space, there is no doubt that the next month will be the most difficult time in every aspect. On the one hand, academicians need to worry about the operation of the detectors. In a four-dimensional space without any remote support, any accident will lead to complete destruction of the detector. On the other hand, academicians are full of curiosity and expectations for the data that the detector will obtain. What's inside a four-dimensional star system? How is it different from a three-dimensional star system? Can the natural and stable four-dimensional space allow human civilization to master dimension-enhancing technology? In this way, a month passed quietly in the complicated mood of the academicians. Today is the day when the detector returns to the universe. Inside the Dimensional Research Center, all the academicians look eagerly at the giant holographic projection in front of them. In the projection, under the assimilation effect of this universe, four-dimensional bubbles like soap bubbles are slowly fluctuating. The red sign indicating signal interruption flashes slowly at the same frequency. In the upper right corner of the projection, there is a series of countdowns that are constantly beating. 6 minutes and 13 seconds. 6 minutes and 13 seconds later is the exact time the probe is planned to return to the universe. As the countdown continues to shrink, the atmosphere in the research center gradually becomes anxious. Even Lu Yongcheng couldn't maintain his usual calmness at this time. He stood up from his chair. walked to the porthole, and looked at the constantly fluctuating giant soap bubbles in the distance. Time is up! Lin Yongyan's murmur came from the side. Countdown reaches 0. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the red signal quietly turned green. Detector signal restored. Number of detectors remaining, 319. Data is being transferred. As Zero's electronic synthesized sound sounded in the research center, Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time his face became a little ugly. A month ago, the fleet sent a total of more than 4,000 detectors. But now, only 319 are left. This terrifying loss rate proves the high danger of the four-dimensional space in disguise. The data transmission has been completed. The electronic synthesized voice continued. Preliminary screening and analysis are in progress. Warn! Level 1 warning information found. The moment the announcement sounded, there was a chaos visible to the naked eye in the research center. Level 1 warning information. This is a warning level exclusive to the technological creations of unknown civilizations. If there are no errors, this means that the detector has discovered the creations of other civilizations in the four-dimensional star system. This will be a technological creation from another universe. Even for today's human civilization, this will be a landmark discovery. Everyone, be quiet! Lu Yongchang's expression tightened, and he quickly returned to his seat from the porthole. 0. Filter out the relevant information immediately. A bizarre scene appeared again in the holographic projection. The detector follows the answers obtained by the computing unit, and slowly travels through the bizarre four-dimensional space. The stars in the distance are suddenly larger and smaller, making it difficult to know their true distance. Suddenly, a small meteorite wandering in the four-dimensional star system jumped into the camera's view, and then hit the detector directly. Looking at this horrifying scene, there were several exclamations in the research center. Uh-huh. The meteorite passed the detector without any stop. And at the same time, the detector did not send any warning message. There is quite a distance between the two in the fourth direction. Lu Yongchang whispered to himself softly. Just like a borrowed shot in three-dimensional space. The two objects are actually hundreds of meters apart. But from a certain perspective, they appear to overlap. Of course, the reverse is also true. From a three-dimensional perspective, the two objects are clearly far apart. But in the fourth direction, the two objects have collided. This is the biggest danger during navigation in four-dimensional space. The fundamental reason for the damage of all detectors is this: the computing power of the internal computing unit is too weak, and the intelligence is relatively low. It is difficult to make timely and effective responses to emergencies. As the probe continues to move forward, the distance between it and the star in the center of the four-dimensional star system is also constantly shrinking. Since the probe cannot move in the fourth direction, it has to go a long way to get close to the star. In fact, it can never reach the surface of the star. Just like a chess piece on a chessboard. No matter how you move it, it cannot jump out of the chessboard and fly into the sky. Finally, with the continuous correction of the computing unit, the detector successfully reached the closest point to the four-dimensional star. Photographed by the camera, the star's surface glowed very dimly, as if it had reached the end of its life. Suddenly, the internal computing unit of the detector seemed to have discovered something abnormal. While rows of warning signs flashed by, the camera quickly changed its viewing angle. Finally, it successfully observed the abnormal point. A technological creation is parked quietly at the edge of the star. Since the detector cannot change its coordinates in the fourth direction, it can only constantly change its coordinates in the other three directions in an attempt to find a more suitable angle for observation. With the joint efforts of dozens of detectors, the full picture of this technological creation was finally clearly depicted. It was a huge multi-ring structure, dozens of huge rings interspersed in four mutually perpendicular directions, forming a shape that was extremely beautiful but beyond the conventional understanding of three-dimensional creatures. Lu Yongcheng's eyes widened slightly, trying to observe more details of this multi-ring structure. The next second, according to the previous setting of the Academy of Sciences, a message with a self-interpretation program was sent to the multi-ring structure in two different forms: electromagnetic waves and tachyon signals. Been waiting for a long time. A tachyon message came from the direction of the multi-ring structure. Troy Civilization Transformation Center. Please show your identification. Even though this event happened a few days ago, Lu Yongchang still felt a chill coming from behind when he looked at the line of text presented in the holographic projection. Damn it! When he originally designed the mail-sending program, he never thought that this thing could be used. He never imagined that there would be a star system in this four-dimensional bubble, and that there would be technological creations of advanced civilizations in this star system. He didn't even expect that the other party actually responded to the message sent by the detector. Chapter 9, 33 dimension upgrade. Drop. Just as the academicians were looking at the holographic projection with horror on their faces, a crisp reminder sounded. Time is up. Under the highest priority instructions, the detectors began to slowly retreat. They needed to return to the universe at the scheduled time. Seeing this scene, Lu Yongchang and the academicians breathed a sigh of relief. Without the control of the Zero-Sum Academy of Sciences, who knows what results that weak artificial intelligence will calculate? If you send out any misleading information, that would be great fun. Fortunately, the multi-ring building in the distance did not do anything unnecessary after sending out the identification request message. It was this phenomenon that made Lu Yongchang's worries lessened again. At the same time, he also had a simple guess. Could it be Trojan civilization has completely died out? Or in other words, they had already escaped before the four-dimensional bubble became a small universe? At the beginning, Lu Yongchang planned to start studying the control scheme in the fourth direction after this exploration and data collection mission. For further exploration, the probe must have the ability to sail in the fourth direction. At the same time, the next time you enter a four-dimensional cavitation, try to perform dimensionality enhancement operations on simple objects. But the emergence of Trojan civilization directly disrupted the original research plan of the Dimension Research Center. Nowadays, the research center not only has to study the projects that have been decided, but also devotes a lot of energy to studying Trojan civilization. Time is limited. According to previous estimates, human civilization now has less than 11 months of research time left. Then, under Lu Yongchang's order, a large number of academicians of the Academy of Sciences were urgently transferred to the Dimensional Research Center. Although their understanding of dimensions is slightly insufficient, they can at least solve a lot of basic research work. 2 months later, there are still 9 months until the death of the four-dimensional cavitation bubble. Under the leadership of Lu Yongchang, the first detector truly suitable for four-dimensional space was successfully launched. A detector equipped with a four-dimensional drive engine can maneuver in 4 directions in four-dimensional space. Coupled with the optimized four-dimensional coordinate algorithm, the detector's maneuverability in four-dimensional space has been greatly improved. At the same time, a new dimension-enhancing device based on high-dimensional printing technology has also been successfully developed. A week later, after completing the final inspection work, the third exploration mission of four-dimensional cavitation officially began. The first exploration lasted only a few seconds. This time, fully prepared human civilization sent a larger number of detectors, thanks to the improved performance of the detector. Although this exploration mission is more arduous, the estimated time consumption is only half of the previous exploration. Compared with the second exploration mission, the third exploration mission has made a qualitative leap. More than 90% of the detectors returned successfully. At the same time, the detector successfully brought back a landmark object, a standard hypercube structure made of pure gold that has been successfully dimensioned. Low-dimensional body constraint technology can also be applied to high-dimensional objects, under the protection of the dark matter encapsulation force field. This pure gold hypercube, which jumped from 3 dimensions to 4 dimensions, was safely transported back to the Dimensional Research Center. This greatly boosted the morale of the academicians for Shunwei technology. This is a milestone breakthrough. But this is not a complete dimensionality enhancement technology. Complete dimensionality raising technology means that human civilization can raise 3-dimensional objects to 4-dimensional objects, and then reduce them from 4-dimensional objects to 3-dimensional objects. It can't just go up but not down. Right? In any case, human civilization cannot abandon the third dimension. It is the most stable dimension. With the help of Lu Yongchang's seemingly hacked quantum brain, Dimension Up technology, which has made key progress, has bumped open one threshold after another in just a few months. The next month, dimensionality reduction technology successfully broke through. Under the excited gaze of the academicians, the 4-dimensional pure gold hypercube located in the dark matter encapsulation force field was successfully reduced in dimension. After releasing a huge amount of energy and a large amount of matter in the elementary particle state, the hypercube successfully transformed back into a pure gold cube. The complete dimensionality enhancement technology has finally made breakthrough progress at this moment. Starting from simple 3-dimensional structures, then to complex structured detectors and starships, and finally to various experimental organisms. During this period, there were failures and accidents, but the final result was good. Of course, during the research process of dimensionality enhancement technology, the exploration and research work on the entire 4-dimensional cavitation has not stopped. The 4th exploration, the 5th exploration, 1 light-year star field, 10 light-year star field. As the exploration area continues to increase, Each exploration can bring new data and discoveries to human civilization, and continue to enrich human civilization's understanding of four-dimensional space. In this four-dimensional bubble spanning 100 light-years, there are a total of 27 star systems of different sizes. These star systems all have the same multi-ring structure giant buildings, as well as a large number of broken remains of technological creations. They are all the relics left by Trojan civilization. Yes, it is the ruins. After 3 large-scale explorations, Lu Yongchang finally came to this definite conclusion: Trojan civilization is no longer within the four-dimensional cavitation bubble. The information those multi-ring buildings respond to is just the result of the operation of some automated devices. But the multi-ring building is made of dense quark structure, and the detector cannot enter it for detection without using powerful weapons. As a result, plans to explore multi-ring architecture were temporarily shelved. There are still 50 days left until the four-dimensional cavitation disappears. Looking at the results of the volunteer dimension-enhancing experiment with a 100% success rate, Lu Yongchang slowly closed his eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. In the technology tree space, all the branches that symbolize four-dimensional technology have been lit up. Human civilization has successfully mastered the fourth dimension. Within the four-dimensional vacuole, there is only one last unsolved mystery: Troy Civilization Transformation Center. What secrets are hidden in these well-preserved multi-ring buildings amidst a pile of ruins? What happened to the origin of four-dimensional cavitation? There should be an answer to all this. With this in mind, he opened his eyes again, faced the expectant gazes of the academicians, and softly issued the order. 10 days later, the entire Earth ship is dimensionally upgraded and entering a four-dimensional bubble. What about buildings made of dense quark materials? Without human control, can it still block the artillery fire of the human fleet? Chapter 934, Dark Matter Stable Field. There are still 40 days left until the death of the four-dimensional cavitation. Compared with the original, today's four-dimensional cavitation has almost changed its appearance. Because the cosmic membrane has not completely melted, it still retains the shape of the bubble. However, compared with the original, the bubble at this time is not clear in the universe, and even becomes looming. At the same time, in the area where the four-dimensional cavitation is located, I don't know when, a dark or heavy mottled gray shadow gradually spread that is the projection of the four-dimensional cavitation in the three-dimensional space. The appearance of these shadow structures proves in disguise that the cosmic membrane wrapping this four-dimensional space has reached the end of its oil lamp. As the four-dimensional objects inside the four-dimensional bubble move slowly, the projection also changes slightly, if there are enough data samples. Today's human civilization can even reversely deduce the real scene in four-dimensional space from the projected shape, just like deriving the structure of a three-dimensional object from a three-dimensional view. A huge fleet is hovering next to the four-dimensional bubble, silently waiting for orders from the flagship. Finally, a tachyon signal came from the flagship, Earth, in the center of the fleet. The originally silent fleet started to move, and they all headed towards the four-dimensional bubble ahead. Earth. In the command center, every academician's face was filled with nervousness and solemnity. Attention all units! Lu Yongchang's calm voice came from not far away. First contact warning! Activating the dark matter stabilization field. The dark matter stabilizing field has been successfully activated. The current output power is 17.3%, and it is in good condition. Fong Su's response sounded. The dark matter stabilizing field is a byproduct of the research and development process of Shengwei technology. It is known that in three-dimensional space, the remaining dimensions are subject to severe assimilation. Naturally, starships and human bodies after dimensionality cannot avoid this effect. Therefore, the initial dimension-enhancing experiments can only be carried out within the four-dimensional vacuole, and then transported out through the dark matter encapsulation force field. In this process, once the dark matter encapsulation force field is destroyed, a strong assimilation effect will appear immediately. For four-dimensional objects, we face forced dimensionality reduction. In other words, if we want to achieve dimensionality enhancement in the three-dimensional universe, the fleet of human civilization must be wrapped in a huge encapsulation force field. This definitely won't work. Then, under the guidance of Lu Yongchang, Lin Yongnian led the team to further develop dark matter stabilizing field technology based on the dark matter encapsulation force field. To a certain extent, its working principle is similar to the core of dimensional creatures. It consumes a large amount of energy to resist the assimilation from the three-dimensional space. Second contact warning, Lu Yongchang's voice continued. High-dimensional printing starts. Start to increase the dimension. Buzz. The moment the order was issued, A slight vibration came from the bottom of the deck, while the energy output of the zero-point furnace has soared. Zero's computing power occupancy has also begun to rise, increasing. The dimension not only consumes a terrifying amount of energy, but also requires a large number of complex calculations. The majestic energy flows into the high-dimensional printing device along the energy path. Under the control of Zero, the dimensionality begins. The front part of the Earth gradually became illusory, and finally became a gray shadow structure of unknown shape. This is the three-dimensional projection of the four-dimensional ship. As time went by, the gray shadow structure quickly spread to the entire starship, and even spread to the crew members inside the starship. Looking at the gray shadow that was spreading rapidly, Fong Su swallowed subconsciously, and a trace of panic and excitement showed in his eyes uncontrollably. Human nature. Not just Fong Su. Every academician has more or less panic in their hearts. But more than anything, they are excited. This is their first dimension ascension experience in their lives. Before the academicians could react, gray shadows had already swept across their bodies. A strange feeling suddenly rose from the bottom of Fong Su's heart. It was like being thrown into an extremely vast grassland. The boundless emptiness even brought a strong sense of discomfort to people. Fortunately, today's human beings have already received the baptism from the universe. The vast universe can also bring a similar sense of emptiness to people. Fong Su took 2 deep breaths, trying his best to calm down the discomfort in his heart. He raised his head and looked aside. Fine. The mature dimension-enhancing technology has eliminated the strange phenomena that occurred in the original experiment. Thinking of the scene he saw in the holographic projection, Fong Su couldn't help but shudder. Months ago, the first human dimension enhancement experiment. Since the dimensionality enhancement technology at that time was not mature enough, volunteers had to enter the 4-dimensional cavitation area before dimensionality enhancement. Then, an unforgettable picture appeared before the eyes of all academicians. In the 4-dimensional space, there is no secret in the 3-dimensional human body. At the beginning, there were blood vessels of different thicknesses in the holographic projection. These blood vessels formed a vague figure, and as the figure moved, these blood vessels also moved slowly. As the camera angle changes, the blood vessels gradually disappear and are replaced by slowly moving internal organs. A heart that beats powerfully, and an intestine that keeps moving. And then, it's the blood rushing in the veins. There is no doubt that such a scene frightened the volunteers despite their expectations. Then, tragedy occurs. In panic, one volunteer subconsciously reached out and touched his body. At a specific angle, he forcefully tore his blood vessels out of his body, of course, without any trauma. Compared with the other unlucky guy, this volunteer's luck was relatively good. That unlucky guy did nothing, and had his heart removed for no apparent reason by someone around him. Thanks to the preparations of the Academy of Sciences, after the emergency termination of the experiment, with the help of the medical cabin, the volunteers successfully escaped from danger. A blessing in disguise. This experimental accident also allowed Liu Yongchang to see a new method of manipulating 3-dimensional objects. Therefore, based on the dimension-enhancing experiment, the Academy of Sciences began further research work. Through a large number of experiments and attempts, volunteers have obtained a large amount of experimental data for the Academy of Sciences. Through zero calculation and integration, the Academy of Sciences has mastered various basic laws of 4-dimensional space. This includes how to observe in 4-dimensional space and how to use the 4th direction. As for any specific applications, the upgraded human fleet can observe the 3-dimensional space from a specific angle in the 4-dimensional space. This means that 3-dimensional objects will no longer have any secrets. In addition, after the dimension upgrade, the human fleet's attack methods have also become more bizarre. By attacking from the 4th direction, the human fleet can directly bypass all 3-dimensional defense methods and directly attack the target it wants to attack. This is exactly why the Sweeper civilization is so powerful. For civilizations that have not mastered the technology of dimensionality enhancement, the Sweeper civilization is almost impossible to defeat. Chapter 935. Open the door. Dimension upgrade successful. The moment the 3-dimensional structure of the fleet completely disappeared, an electronic synthesized sound came. Current dimensional stability, 99.7%. Liu Yongchang slowly opened his eyes and looked around. There was almost no change in the surrounding scene, but there was an inexplicable sense of emptiness. Observing a 4-dimensional object in a 4-dimensional space cannot see the internal structure of the object. As if the whole world has become vast. The reason is not complicated. After the dimension is raised, the brain receives more information, which will give people the illusion that the world has become vaster. Unlike others, He does not need the so-called dimensionality enhancement technology. In the previous dimension enhancement experiment, he had already made a conduct attempt. The quantized body has good adaptability to the four-dimensional space. Because of this, he also made a lot of contributions in previous volunteer experiments. Drop! A crisp reminder sounded. In the holographic projection, the last warning message has been illuminated. Attention all units! Lu Yongchang calmed down. Third contact warning. The fleet is about to enter the four-dimensional cavitation bubble and activate the four-dimensional coordinate calculation and control system. In the three-dimensional universe, a gray shadow slowly approached the looming four-dimensional bubble. Finally, the two came into contact. Under a slight fluctuation in space and time, the shadow disappeared, and a wave of undulating ripples appeared on the surface of the four-dimensional bubble. Inside the four-dimensional vacuole, the human fleet sails quietly in this star field where the countdown to death has begun. Zero's computing power usage has been maintained at around 20%, which far exceeds the value of the fleet's normal movement it needs to calculate coordinate information in four-dimensional space. As time passed, the fleet finally arrived at its destination, Trojan Civilization Transformation Center. It was a huge megastructure, even larger than a conventional gas giant planet. Perhaps some detection mechanism was triggered. An tachyon message came from the Trojan Civilization Transformation Center. Troy Civilization Transformation Center. Please show your identification. The unchanged information further verified the previous detection results. Activate the flagship's main gun, and select the antimatter cannon as the attack method. Regarding this tachyon message, Lu Yongchang gave this response. Output power 1%. Fire! No matter what the material is, antimatter will always be their biggest natural enemy without the protection of a force field. Boom! While the tachyon information was still reverberating in the star field, a slender torrent of antimatter rushed towards the giant building ahead. After a short wait, the fire of annihilation of matter and antimatter exploded in this four-dimensional space. The content of the tachyon information also changes. Warn! You are attacking the Troy Civilization Transformation Center. Please stop this behavior immediately. Otherwise, you will be regarded as a hostile force of Trojan civilization and attacked by the self-defense system. Warn! You have been marked by hostile forces. Lu Yongchang looked at this series of warning messages indifferently and said softly, Continue to attack. If it can't even hold up a shield against antimatter, I don't believe it has the energy reserves to activate the protection system. Who knows how long this small universe has been floating in the five-dimensional space? The stars have become bleak, let alone the so-called technological creations. Again, the human fleet that has mastered the technology of dimensionality enhancement is really worthy of this so-called transformation center. Just as Lu Yongchang predicted, the antimatter cannons were constantly bombarded, and the warning messages from the Trojan Civilization Transformation Center never stopped. But the other party did not make any substantial defensive actions. When most of the dense quark SHL of this giant building was consumed by the antimatter cannon, the annoying warning message finally stopped abruptly, and Lu Yongchang also ordered to stop the attack. Immediately afterwards, the hatch on the side of the starship slowly opened. One shuttle ship quickly sailed out from it, carrying a large number of war robots and heading towards the dilapidated giant building. After solving the outermost layer of dense quark armor, the small shuttle ship easily transported the war robot to the interior of the Trojan Transformation Center. Fourth-dimensional jumps cannot be used in four-dimensional space. Under Zero's precise microcontrol, the war robot cleaned up various debris while entering a more core area along the relatively complete passage. Perhaps because the attack just now destroyed the energy supply channel inside. The channel was completely dark at this time, but this does not hinder the robot's exploration operations. As the war robots continued to penetrate deeper, the passage gradually became wider. Its scale even exceeds the inner space of the 10th Empire. Only, until now, the war droids have found nothing useful in the passage. More than an hour later, the boring passage has finally come to an end. After turning a large-scale arc bend, the picture in the holographic projection suddenly became clear. That's a huge square. In the center of the square, there is a huge, shimmering hypercube. It seems to have an independent energy supply and was not affected by the attack just now. Under Lu Yongchang's command, Zero controlled the robot to move forward slowly and came to the glowing hypercube. The scale of the hypercube is huge. The 2-meter-tall war robot looked as small as an ant in front of it. The war robot slowly opened his palm and placed it gently on the hypercube. The next moment, silver-white nanorobots swarmed out and covered the hypercube. At the same time, A large amount of detection data about hypercubes also began to appear in holographic projection. Made of dense quark material, it has an extremely standard hypercube structure without any errors and has an independent energy supply inside. Everything shows the special characteristics of the hypercube. Data interface found at the bottom. Do you want to try to access it? The moment the electronic synthesized sound sounded, Lu Yongcheng's spirit was lifted. There is a data interface. That would be easy. Connect now! Lu Yongcheng directly issued the order without any hesitation. Silver-white nanorobots quickly swarmed into the data interface at the bottom of the hypercube, transmitting the signal from zero into it. For unknown reasons, it doesn't have any data defenses in place. Self-interpretation system detected. Trying to decipher the message. Chapter 936 log. Self-interpretation system? When he saw this information, Lu Yongcheng frowned immediately. This thing shouldn't be found in a renovation center or something like that. Generally speaking, areas with names, like transformation centers, are the core of civilization, and will not be open to the outside world. It will equip it with a self-interpreting system. It doesn't make sense either emotionally or rationally. Furthermore, judging from the zero invasion speed, it does not have any defensive means inside. How is this what a transformation center should look like? This is clearly a diplomatic device. Full of doubts, Lu Yongcheng waited silently. There is a lot of information in the hypercube. Even if it is zero, it will take a lot of time to complete the reading and analysis of all the data. More than 10 minutes later, Zero, who has completed the preliminary screening and sorting of data, presents important information in holographic projection. The first year of the Trojan civilization. After 27 years of war, the Trojan civilization successfully unified. Trojan civilization year 132. We have successfully mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology, which gives us the capital to travel across the stars. Lu Yongcheng's eyes moved slightly. This seems to be a document similar to a diary and a chronicle. The compiler's intention is probably to record the history of the Trojan civilization. He quickly scanned the rest of the civilization process, and couldn't help but feel a little sad. From this point of view, the ending of the Trojan civilization was not happy. Trojan civilization year 345028. The discovery of vacuum zero-point energy opens the door to a new world for us. Trojan civilization year 8796213. Researchers found that excessive extraction of vacuum zero-point energy caused problems with the stability of the cosmic bubble. But, no way. Everyone is using it. Trojan civilization year 9577421. We have mastered the fifth dimension, which is a vast and gorgeous world, in which the huge universe is just a drop in the ocean. Trojan civilization year 10235478. Success? The Academy of Sciences has successfully found a solution. Annihilation of twin universes. It can bring the cosmic bubble back to life. Trojan civilization year 10235519. It's too late. It's too late for everything. The cosmic bubble has begun to collapse and collapse. And all civilizations in this universe will become extinct. Trojan civilization year 10239703. Still have a chance. The Academy of Civilization Sciences discovered another intact cosmic bubble next to this one. Observation results show that the basic physical constants of that universe are exactly the same as our own. The two are like twin brothers. At this time, Lu Yongcheng had straightened up from his seat, and his face became serious. As he had guessed before, vacuum zero-point energy does have hidden dangers. After the cosmic bubble ruptured, it split into countless large and small cosmic bubbles. These small-scale cosmic bubbles wandered in the five-dimensional space and fell into the universe where human civilization resides by chance. This is the origin of four-dimensional cavitation. He cheered up and carefully checked the log information that was coming to an end. Trojan civilization year 10301597. The latest detection results from the Academy of Sciences show that the universe is three-dimensional, and we may not be able to live there. This is really depressing bad news. Trojan civilization year 10392169. This cosmic bubble is still 200,000 years away from collapse, and all the surviving advanced civilizations have gathered together to try to make a final attempt to reduce or increase the dimension. Only by completely converting civilized individuals into three-dimensional creatures can we adapt to life in that universe. Trojan civilization year 10452139. Dimensionality reduction completely failed. The three-dimensional space is too narrow. Damn it! No civilization can endure 3 dimensions. I really don't know how life in that universe survives. Trojan civilization year 10516913. The Academy of Civilization and Science has proposed a new solution that allows us to resist the influence of three-dimensional space by consuming large amounts of energy. But there is also a problem. It is impossible for individuals of the Trojan civilization to bear such horrific energy consumption. Trojan Civilization Year 10517917. Crazy. The Academy of Sciences is completely crazy. They actually want to aggregate the consciousness of all individuals to form a civilization consciousness group, thereby transforming the entire civilization into a powerful starry sky beast. Only in this way can individual Trojan civilization bear the horrific consumption of the core plan. Only if the transformation is successful. Will we still be a Trojan civilization? Trojan Civilization Year 10557192. The consciousness fusion experiment was declared a success, and the core plan was officially launched. But I refuse to participate in this plan. Trojan Civilization Year 10579631. After the plan was announced, some advanced civilizations chose to give up. But a considerable number of advanced civilizations still chose to participate in the core plan. Trojan Civilization Year 10593147. The core plan has been declared successful, and the universe bubble has entered the final countdown to collapse. The Trojan civilization, together with other advanced civilizations, will ride the ruptured cosmic bubble to the nearest cosmic bubble, hoping that the cosmic bubble is safe. Otherwise, we can only execute the original annihilation plan in that universe. I would like to use this diary to record the glorious past of the Trojan civilization. The transformed Trojan civilization is no longer the Trojan civilization. The log stopped abruptly. A frightening suspicion slowly emerged in Lu Yongchang's mind. He swallowed hard, and a cold sweat broke out behind him. Professor! Bailan's hoarse voice came from the side, expressing Lu Yongchang's thoughts. This Trojan civilization and other advanced civilizations, couldn't they be the predecessors of the pastoral school? There was silence in the Dimensional Research Center. Lu Yongchang did not reply, but moved his slightly trembling hand across the holographic projection. Attached to the log is a large amount of observation records and experimental data. Looking at those observation data, Lu Yongchang felt shocked. The cosmic bubble that the Trojan civilization found is the universe where human civilization lives. Yes! Lu Yongchang's voice was extremely hard. You are right! The pastoralists, they are outsiders. It can be seen from the log that the universe where the pastoral school is located is a four-dimensional space. Since its assimilation effect is not strong, there are civilizations of different dimensions there, which also happens to correspond to the different dimensions of dimensional life in the pastoral school. Furthermore, the end product of the core program, I'm afraid it's the vital core in Tianyuan's body. Its principle of action is similar to the dark matter stable field of human civilization, except that those cores have higher power and stronger effects, and accordingly require greater energy consumption. The painting didn't say that at the time. It claimed to be born from the Triangulum Galaxy. Fang Su's voice gradually became fainter. So, these are all fake? Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. No, not necessarily. The Trojan civilization and other advanced civilizations after the core plan can be regarded as a complete life form. Perhaps, there is also a behavior similar to reproduction among them. Chapter 937 Madman. Pastoralists are refugees from another universe. There is no doubt that this secret information shocked all academicians in the Dimension Research Center. Lu Yongchang subconsciously took a deep breath, trying to calm his violently fluctuating mood. Judging from the information obtained by human civilization, the pastoralists have a very long history in this universe, most likely exceeding the history of the sweeper civilization. As time goes by, the truth about the pastoralists has long been buried in the long river of time, not to mention the sweeper civilization. I am afraid that most of the dimensional creatures in the pastoralists have forgotten their origins. Just like painting. This means, except for the oldest group of pastoral civilizations, human civilization is probably the only existence in this universe that knows the details of the pastoral civilization. Since the birth of human civilization, countless histories have proven one thing: knowing more is not necessarily a good thing. Just like now. Professor Tao Yuda, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stood up, pointed to an inconspicuous corner of the holographic projection, and asked in a hesitant tone, "Is there any detailed information about the annihilation plan described in the log?" Lu Yongchang's face changed slightly. Previously, everyone's attention was focused on the core plan of the Trojan civilization and the collapse of the universe. Even he subconsciously ignored this inconspicuous information. This is normal. Behind the not-so-long diary is a magnificent and sweeping epic. which is the process of countless advanced civilizations struggling to survive at the end of the road. The so-called annihilation plan is just an inconspicuous wave in this epic. And it is a failed wave. If the logger hadn't mentioned it at the last moment, I'm afraid no one would have noticed this so-called annihilation plan. Lu Yongchang quickly flipped through the information Zero read in the hypercube, trying to find some clues in it. But, apart from the few nouns, there is no information related to the hypercube. Twin universe annihilation, Lu Yongchang murmured in a low voice, and the uneasiness in his heart surged. As you know, pastoralism, or it could be said that the universe where the Trojan civilization is located was destroyed by the Big Crunch due to excessive extraction of vacuum zero-point energy. In the universe where human civilization exists, the extraction of vacuum zero-point energy is also a common phenomenon among advanced civilizations. Does this mean that this universe is about to follow the universe's footsteps? If the predecessor of the pastoralists was really the Trojan civilization, then the so-called annihilation plan, it's very likely that the go has already started. Dual universe annihilation, dual universe. Lu Yongchang seemed to have thought of something, and his whisper suddenly stopped. Under the gaze of the surrounding academicians, Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly changed. CTND! He couldn't help but utter a curse word. Crazy! These pastoralists are crazy! They want the positive and negative universes to undergo an annihilation reaction. Lu Yongchang's words caused a lot of confusion in the Dimension Research Center. After the chaos subsided and Lu Yongchang calmed down his emotions, he explained in detail. He reached out and operated the holographic projection a few times, bringing out the modeled image from the technology tree space. Everyone must have heard of this picture of the cosmic microwave background radiation that is different from what we know. It reveals the true face of this cosmic bubble. There is an anti-universe made of antimatter on the other side of the hyperspace membrane. Under the influence of some unknown factors, the scale of that anti-universe far exceeds that of our own universe. A larger universe means a larger energy. Enough energy to make up for the shortfall in this universe. Enough energy to repay this bad debt. Speaking of this, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and spoke out the conjecture in his mind. The complete annihilation reaction between 1g of positive matter and 1g of antimatter will release the energy contained in 2g of matter. The same goes for the universe. Through the annihilation of positive and negative universes, it is enough to obtain energy equivalent to 2 positive universes. This huge amount of energy is enough to recreate the Big Bang scene at the beginning of the universe, thereby creating a brand new universe. As the pastoralists say, a universe that is still in the pastoral era. A universe that is enough for creatures of all dimensions to survive peacefully. It was extremely quiet inside the Dimension Research Center. Everyone was shocked by this crazy plan. After more than 10 seconds, Bylan came back to his senses and murmured in a low voice with an ugly face. I understand. No wonder the pastoralists and the sweeper civilization are mortal enemies. This way, it all makes sense. The sweeper civilization's ring cosmic acceleration plan will inevitably extract the terrifying zero-point vacuum energy while extracting the energy of the river system. There's no question that this would dramatically increase the rate of universe collapse. For the pastoralists, this is literally killing them. 20 days later, the exploration plan came to an end, and the human fleet left the four-dimensional void with the hypercube information storage device from the Trojan Civilization Transformation Center. The four-dimensional cavitation is about to die. The energy released when such a huge four-dimensional structure falls into 3 dimensions is not a small amount. Zero simulation calculation results show that at the moment when the four-dimensional cavitation disappears, the energy release far exceeds that of M87, the central quasar of the galaxy. Although today's human civilization has the ability to survive in such an environment, knowing that a bomb is about to explode, anyone with a sound mind would know that they should run away. After leaving the four-dimensional bubble, the human fleet quickly dropped from the 4th dimension to the 3rd dimension, opened the wormhole, and rushed towards a safe zone 10,000 light-years away. Just a short dimensionality ascension process that lasted for more than 10 days caused many sequelae to human civilization. Most people cannot adapt to life in the four-dimensional space. As described in Trojan Civilization, permanent dimensionality improvement or dimensionality reduction is almost impossible for living organisms to succeed. Chapter 938 Variables. A few days later, the cosmic membrane surrounding the four-dimensional bubble completely dissipated, and this four-dimensional space was finally exposed to the three-dimensional universe. Under the strong assimilation effect, the dimensionality reduction effect appears. That was a flash strong enough to cover up the light of the quasar. Along with the violent energy explosion, a large amount of matter in the state of basic particles was blown away. During the flight, These basic particles combine with each other, and gradually, atoms of different masses begin to appear one after another. They will bring an unprecedented feast to the surrounding barren galaxies. 70 million light-years away from the four-dimensional bubble, on the originally calm ocean of time and space, a raging wave suddenly came. Immediately afterwards, a vortex slowly formed in the ocean of time and space. A stable wormhole appeared. A long, almost invisible thread emerged from the wormhole. After the silk thread, there is a flat picture. The waves on the space-time ocean surge in farther directions, and dense tachyon fluctuations are generated. Silk. This wave of fluctuation seems to come from the direction of the fragments. Ant was the first to speak. C felt it carefully, and then sent out a message full of horror and confusion. Is the fragment broken? How could it be so fast? That fragment existed for at least hundreds of years. Regarding C's words, Ant was silent for a long time, and then gave an answer with some uncertainty. Perhaps it's because it has been floating in the five-dimensional space for too long? Although she was still a little confused. After thinking about it carefully, C still agreed with this statement. Then we are now? Ant asked. C couldn't help but fell into silence. The purpose of their trip is to ensure that the four-dimensional cavitation bubble does not fall into the hands of other advanced civilizations. But, before anyone arrived, the bubble was gone. Just as C and Ant were entangled, a wide-area tachyon broadcast came from infinity, five-dimensional space. He stayed quietly in the area where the cosmic bubble and the hyperspace membrane overlap. He couldn't remember how long he had been in this area. It has been so long that countless eighth-level civilizations have been replaced by life and death. So long that the universe has almost forgotten his existence. He calmly observed the waves of space-time fluctuations coming from the Lania Chaos supercluster. The waves reverberating in the ocean of time and space are filled with the atmosphere of war. He allocated a small part of his energy to pay attention to the gradually spreading flames of war. The heat at this time is just right. It is enough to delay the acceleration plan of the sweeper civilization. But it will not trigger a vigorous struggle from the sweeper civilization. Like boiling a frog in warm water. He lowered his head and looked at the hyperspace membrane under him, with a bit of hope in his eyes. Soon, this endless wait is about to end. As long as you give him some more time, he can break through the hyperspace membrane that blocks the positive universe and anti-universe. He raised his head and continued to cast his gaze on the Lania Chaos super galaxy cluster. The scene from countless billions of years ago reappeared in his mind. The cosmic bubble burst. They left their homes and came to this universe in small universes. After arriving, he discovered a problem. Like the original universe, this universe also faces the same problems, just not as severe. Advanced civilizations are unscrupulously extracting vacuum zero-point energy. The end of the universe will also be a big collapse that destroys all things. But it's not a big problem. Everything comes in time. The annihilation plan will bring unprecedented prosperity to the pastoral sect. In order to execute the annihilation plan, as the only being in the original universe who mastered the 5 dimensions, he could only temporarily give up his freedom and put all his energy into the hyperspace membrane that blocked the positive and negative universes. During this period, countless 8th-level civilizations appeared in the universe. The sweeper civilization is the first variable in its plan. He never expected that a little-known 8th-level civilization would grow to such an extent after obtaining the fragments of the original universe. Due to the annihilation plan, he was unable to withdraw from this area. Therefore, he could only watch the sweeper civilization grow all the way, and launch the universe ring acceleration plan. This completely disrupted his original plan. Omnic civilization is the second variable. The moment the level 3 artificial intelligence was born, the scene of frantic plundering of all resources made him feel a little horrified. Fortunately, it was killed as soon as it sprouted. This is also the first cooperation between the sweeper civilization and the pastoral faction. Likewise, it is also the last cooperation. Now, the third variable has been born. It only took more than 10,000 years for human civilization to advance to a quasi-8th level civilization. This is the first time he has felt fear since he came to this universe. He couldn't even imagine the future. Therefore, a few days ago, he issued an order to completely encircle and suppress human civilization. For this reason, he can even temporarily put aside the war with the sweeper civilization. Just as he was immersed in memories, a wide-area tachyon wave came from the direction of the Lania Chaos supercluster. Human civilization is missing? How can this be? This is the first time that he is so angry since he came to the bottom area of the cosmic bubble. Damn it! Go flip through the timeline. Find out for me the trends of human civilization. The annihilation plan has reached a critical node. He was unable to pull away. And in addition to being anxious, he felt a faint sense of panic. Looking at the tachyon information from membrane, C and were silent for a long time. So, human civilization has been promoted to an 8th level civilization in hundreds of years. And has moved from the M87 galaxy to the Shapley super galaxy cluster? C was the first to break the silence and asked in disbelief. If the membrane is correct. Ant responded hesitantly, I'm afraid that's true. And there's even worse news. Judging from the data obtained by the four-dimensional creatures looking through the timeline, the current human civilization is very likely to be near the four-dimensional vacuole. An unprecedented feeling of powerlessness arose in the hearts of C and E. I'm really afraid of whatever comes next. The front foot was still worried about whether the four-dimensional cavitation would create a second sweeper civilization. But the back foot received the bad news. Answer. That shouldn't be the case. Right? This fragment only existed for more than a year. It took the sweepers at that time hundreds of years to complete the basic analysis of the fourth dimension. C muttered to herself in a difficult tone. Having said that, together with the ant next to it, it once again opened a wormhole that operates stably. Boost. If human civilization is really anywhere near that. Ant dropped a sentence before entering the wormhole. I'm afraid this will be a fierce battle. Chapter 939 Basic Plan for Dimensional Weapons. A small, unnamed galaxy at the junction of the Boötes Void and the Shapley supercluster. Due to its proximity to the Boötes Void, this starry field appears very empty. Not even a second galaxy can be found within tens of millions of light years. The human fleet from afar is docked in the central black hole area of the galaxy to rest, replenish supplies, and modify starships. For human civilization that has just mastered four-dimensional technology, time is never enough. In the small universe of the People's Union, a shuttle ship came from a distance and quickly approached the Dimensional Research Center. It gradually slowed down and headed towards the port area set up at the bottom of the research center. Under Zero's control, the guiding beam created based on the principle of the Grand Unified Field pulls it to the inside of the port. The hatch of the shuttle ship opened, and a figure emerged from it. Academician Wilson. Chief Liu is in Laboratory Number 1 of the Dimensional Research Center. The moment the electronic synthesized sound fell, a guiding cursor made of holographic projection appeared in front of him. Academician Wilson, who had some gray hair, nodded, and then hurried forward following the cursor. The door to Laboratory Number 1 of the Dimension Research Center suddenly opened, and the sound of rapid footsteps came. Then, there was a call that was deliberately lowered. Professor! Professor! Hearing this familiar voice, Lu Yongchang put down his work and turned to look at the person. He smiled and said, Wilson, I haven't seen you leave the Weapons Research and Development Center for a long time. Professor, there is a proposal about new weapons that I need you to review. Faced with Lu Yongchang's teasing, Wilson's face was full of eagerness. Lu Yongchang's expression became more serious. Weapon? Yes. Some ideas about dimensional weapons, Wilson said solemnly. It involves different dimensions, so I have to come to the Dimensional Research Center. Dimensional weapons. The lethality and danger of this thing is no joke. Lu Yongchang's expression became more serious. He glanced at the holographic projection beside him to make sure that there was no problem with his previous research work, and then waved to Wilson. Let's go to my office to talk. In the office, the blue holographic projection presented ideas about dimensional weapons. Kinetic weapons based on dimensionality enhancement technology. This is the most basic part. Its principle is also easy to understand. The electromagnetic gun projectile is individually elevated in dimension, protected and restrained by a dark matter encapsulated force field, and then launched. Once it hits or gets close to an enemy ship, the dark matter encapsulation force field will automatically close. Then, the four-dimensional electromagnetic gun projectile will begin to reduce its dimensionality under the assimilation effect of the three-dimensional space. A large amount of energy and matter will be released during this period. There is no doubt that it can cause extremely high damage to the target. And then, it is a high-dimensional space weapon based on the four-dimensional cavitation research project. For example, the four-dimensional shock bomb of the Sweeper civilization is one of them. Of course, in addition to high-dimensional weapons, many low-dimensional weapons are also mentioned in the plan. For example, a dimensionality reduction strike plan based on two-dimensional technology by reducing the dimensions of the target, thereby destroying the infrastructure of enemy facilities. Lu Yongchang looked at the various plans and ideas in the holographic projection and fell into deep thought. Let's not talk about low-dimensional weapons for now. For the current human civilization, these two-dimensional or even one-dimensional technologies are still too far away. But high-dimensional weapons, with the four-dimensional technology currently mastered by the Dimensional Research Center, theoretically speaking, the feasibility of implementation is not small. Although the danger of dimensional weapons is high, it is indeed an indispensable technology if you want to fight against the sweepers and pastoralists. Who proposed these plans? Liu Yongchang made up his mind, and then asked Wilson on the side. Warren Zealand, a first-level academician at the Weapons Research and Development Center, is considered my subordinate. Wilson responded quickly. The moment he finished speaking, some basic information about Warren Zealand automatically appeared on the holographic projection on the side. Born in the Gliese era, his parents were academicians from the Proxima era. Liu Yongchang nodded thoughtfully. I approve the plan. The Dimension Research Center will fully cooperate with the Weapons Research and Development Center to complete the research and development of dimensional weapons. 20 years later, it will be 15,530 years in the Earth calendar. The human fleet did not leave this star field after completing the supply work, even though the supplies in this unnamed galaxy were quite scarce. The reason is that, on the one hand, after successfully mastering the four dimensions, the Academy of Sciences does need some time to put various theoretical knowledge into practice. The most important one is the research and development of dimensional weapons. On the other hand, human civilization also needs to wait for the arrival of the 10th Empire, in order to strengthen its own strength and better cope with the attacks of the sweepers and pastoralists. The 10th Empire, as a senior member of the neutral faction and the leader of the Silicon Alliance, has become the key to breaking the situation. The last and most important reason. This unnamed galaxy is already the one that best meets the screening criteria within tens of millions of light years. In the front, there is the almost empty Boötes void. In the back, although there is no shortage of large-scale galaxies, there are often hidden objects in them, figures of sweepers and pastoralists. Although the nameless galaxy is small, there is no problem in supporting the development of an 8th-level civilization for hundreds of years. Therefore, Liu Yongchang simply issued an order to stand still and develop science and technology silently. Work hard secretly, and then astonish all civilizations. The imagination is beautiful, but the reality is not what Liu Yongchang wants. A piercing siren broke the peace that human civilization had maintained for more than 2 decades. A wormhole is slowly formed outside the nameless galaxy, along with the strong fluctuations of time and space. Silk and Ant emerge from it. See, do you think we are too much? The tachyon information from Ant echoed in the empty universe. During this period, we have found 6,730 galaxies of different sizes, and there is no trace of human civilization at all. C was silent for a while. Are you questioning Membrane's order? No. 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 I absolutely mean it. Ant denied it continuously. He can't afford this hat. What I mean is that although human civilization has entered the Shapley supercluster, they have long since changed their course and have not come near the four-dimensional bubble at all. Before C could reply, a strong tachyon broadcast came from the unknown galaxy ahead. You have entered the territory of neutral human civilization. To avoid unnecessary conflicts, please leave immediately. Silk and Ant. Chapter 940 Open the Space-Time Trap. After a brief silence, there was a tachyon message whose intensity increased several times. Human civilization. Ant. Start wide area tachyon broadcasting immediately. Request support. Request support. Human civilization must not be allowed to escape this time. Perhaps because he thought of the dead, sure, and Hua. C, without any hesitation, single-handedly rushed towards the galaxy not far away. 10,000 times the speed of light. 50,000 times the speed of light. The fluctuations in spacetime caused by the 5th-level curvature are particularly conspicuous in this remote star field. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. At this time, C no longer considers so-called tactics. Compared with Silk, the reaction of Ant on the other side is much slower. After a brief daze, it quickly caught up with C, and at the same time started wide-area tachyon broadcasting. But it suddenly realized a problem. There are not many pastoral civilizations around here. The Boötes Hollow is a ghost place with almost no galaxies, and no advanced civilization is willing to come. The few pastoral civilizations are also living a miserable life in several large-scale galaxy groups tens of millions of light-years away. C also seems to be aware of this problem. The second tachyon message came subsequently. Quickly, send a message to the membrane. Request support. The towering ripple in the tachyon radar made the already harsh alarm sound even sharper. The holographic projection which originally had a blue background, was now glowing with a faint red light. Under Zero's control, the war warning had already been sounded, and Quafu also began to operate at full power, expanding the small universe port as much as possible. Groups of starships continued to sail out of it, and flew towards the unidentified space-time fluctuations. That's right. Until now, human civilization still does not know the true identity of the other party. The atmosphere in the Earth command center was very anxious. Zero quickly sifted through the massive information sent back from the split detector, trying to find the identity of the other party. But the effect is not obvious. The reason why this happens is actually related to the working mode of the self-splitting detector. As a product of the Universe Monitoring Project, the density of self-splitting detectors in the universe is actually very low. There are often thousands, or even tens of thousands of light years between two self-splitting detectors. Therefore, its main detection method is tachyon radar. This raises a problem: it can only detect abnormal spacetime fluctuations in a certain area, and cannot directly capture the true face of the enemy like traditional detectors. Coupled with the invader's wormhole technology and fifth-level curvature technology, all basic optical observation methods are rendered ineffective. Continue to send tachyon broadcasts to inform the other party of the identity of human civilization. Lu Yongchang sat in the command position with a gloomy face. This is definitely the most senseless war in his memory. The self-splitting detector discovered the space-time fluctuations caused by the wormhole. Therefore, as usual, human civilization first revealed its identity to warn the other party. No matter how you look at it, this is perfectly normal behavior. Who would have thought that the transmission of tachyon information is like a wire lighting a powder keg? Instead of stopping, the opponent directly entered the super-light curvature state and rushed towards the human fleet. What is this TMD called? Sweepers are still pastoralists. Lu Yongcheng's eyes were full of confusion, and he muttered to himself in a low voice. That's not right. The current sweepers and pastoralists should have no reason to provoke the neutralists. Seeing the signal source in the tachyon radar approaching the galaxy where human civilization is located, Lu Yongcheng simply gave up thinking. Grass. The other party is about to get in the face of human civilization. So why bother? Just hack him, and that's it. Give me my order. Lu Yongcheng straightened up and straightened his expression. Declare war. Activate the space-time trap. The space-time trap, space annihilation, and a matrix space mine constitute the three defensive axes of human civilization. Space-time traps and space annihilation are easy to understand. Ever since humans became a level 6 civilization, this stuff has become a standard feature in positional warfare. As human civilization continues to progress, the power of these two standard items has also begun to increase, especially after being equipped with a vacuum zero-point furnace. The power of the space-time trap and space annihilation can cover tens of thousands of light years. It can even directly destroy a small-scale galaxy. As for the matrix space mines, they are actually dark matter bombs arranged in a special formation. They stay with the space-time trap generation device. Once the space-time trap and space annihilation device start working, these dark matter bombs will also be activated. Then, naturally, it is a super large chain reaction that detonates all the surrounding dark matter. Unfortunately, this tactic often only works once. No civilization would be so stunned as to step into the same trap twice in a row. Then, C, who had never formally fought with human civilization, was stimulated by anger and rushed straight into the scope of the time and space trap. Buzz. In the outer area of the nameless galaxy, a strong wave of space-time fluctuations suddenly broke out. A violent wave suddenly arose on the calm ocean of time and space. The waves intensified and gradually turned into a tsunami. C, who was moving forward with super light speed curvature technology, was naturally forced to leave the curvature state. It can be seen that in the universe, a group of continuously twisting threads suddenly appeared. Under the starlight not far away, the silk thread shone slightly with a silvery white light. This scene was clearly captured by detectors set up around it. The next moment, countless dark cracks suddenly appeared. Space annihilation is activated. The cracks spread quickly and connected with each other quickly. Subsequently, wow! Like glass full of cracks, the space was completely shattered, revealing a hole that could swallow all the light. Under the self-healing effect of three-dimensional space, this broken space quickly returned to integrity. The silver-white thread curled into a small ball appeared again. As an existence in another dimension, annihilation based on three-dimensional space cannot cause a fatal blow to it. But because it is a one-dimensional creature, it still suffered a lot of trauma from this series of attacks. If it were a four-dimensional creature, all of this would be in vain. Is the attack over? Not at all. A tachyon signal reverberated past. and the space mine that had already entered the triggered state exploded instantly. The dark matter chain reaction starts. Boom! A strong black light lit up in this newly restored star field, and completely engulfed the constantly twisting silver-white thread. Silk, and who was sending a message for help to Membrane, looked at the flashing black light next to the galaxy, and suddenly let out a wail. Chapter 941, Total Encirclement and Suppression. Earth, Command Center. When the continuously twisting silver-white thread appeared on the holographic projection, the entire command center fell into silence. Pastoral! Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly changed, and he stood up from the chair. How can you be a pastoralist? The command center also fell into chaos. There is no doubt that attacking the pastoralists at such a sensitive time is definitely not in the interest of human civilization. Although human civilization already has the strength to compete with dimensional creatures, the pastoralists do not only have one-dimensional creature. Without the strength of a sweeper, how could it be possible to withstand the attack of the pastoralists? Not to mention that today's human civilization has become clear about the true identity and purpose of the pastoralists. The existence that controls the fifth dimension has never shown its true face so far. But the attack program has been completely triggered. Space annihilation. Space hidden thunder. The moment the black light flashed, the command center fell into silence again. Send a message to the 10th Reich. Lu Yongchang made a decisive decision. Human civilization is under attack by the pastoralists. Please support us. Don't worry about who initiated the attack. Just shake them first, and then talk about it. The black light gradually dissipated. The violent explosions caused by dark matter bombs are gradually beginning to subside. How was it? Was it successful? Fong Su's anxious voice came from the side. Lu Yongchang didn't reply, but looked at the projected picture nervously. The black light completely dissipated. The thin silver-white thread that was originally curled up into a ball has now been broken into two sections, one long and one short. The next second, that shorter section of thread takes on a second dimension. It gradually expands into a thin piece of paper. When it appears in the third dimension, it turns into countless elementary particles and completely dissipates into the visible universe. At the same time, the surrounding explosion waste heat also began to dissipate rapidly. The dimension ascension process absorbed a large amount of energy. As for the other longer section of thin wire, it twisted and curled up again. Pity! Lu Yongchang frowned and shook his head with some regret. The opponent's core was not hurt. It seems that even low-dimensional creatures are difficult to kill without using dimensional weapons. Fleet, prepare to activate the jump function. Before he finished speaking, the tachyon radar alerted again. A new strong wave of space-time came from a distance. Besides, Lu Yongchang was slightly surprised. When the fluctuations disappeared, a flat picture appeared next to the silver-white thread. Two-dimensional creatures. Lu Yongchang's face turned ugly. Relying on the unexpected time-space trap, human civilization successfully caused huge damage to the one-dimensional creature. Logically speaking, this should be a fairly smooth war. But the sudden appearance of two-dimensional creatures directly broke this illusion. Due to C.'s injury, the two-dimensional creatures of the pastoral faction did not continue to attack. C. Are you okay? And, asked the curled-up C anxiously. Super-powerful space annihilation and dark matter bombs may be nothing to high-dimensional lifeforms. But for low-dimensional lifeforms, they are definitely a disaster. Don't worry. The core is not damaged. C responded in a low tone. I didn't expect that human civilization is developing so fast. How long has passed, and they can already threaten our lives? Miao is right. Human civilization must be eliminated at all costs. And when will reinforcements arrive? Ant thought for a while. Membrane has issued a combat order. All dimensional creatures with a radius of 500 million light-years will surround us. The closest four-dimensional creature to us is about 15 million light-years away. A four-dimensional creature? 3 months. As long as 3 months is okay. C continued, we must delay human civilization for 3 months. No coincidence. Considering the pastoral faction behind the dimensional creatures, Lu Yongchang did not order the fleet to continue the attack at this time. This is human civilization under the Neutral Silicon Alliance. Pastoral faction. We have no intention of being your enemy. The previous attack was just a misunderstanding. Tachyon broadcasts from human civilization were the first to break the tranquility on the battlefield. Human civilization. I'm sorry. We mistook you for the sweeper civilization. This is a misunderstanding. The pastoral faction has no intention of becoming an enemy of the neutral faction. Please rest assured. In order to delay as much time as possible. And, naturally explain to human civilization in a good-tempered manner. But, This poor excuse obviously cannot deceive human civilization that has experienced countless wars. In the command center, the moment the tachyon information appeared, Zhao Zijie revealed the truth behind it. They're trying to stall for time. Delaying time. What's the purpose? Lu Yongchang frowned. Yes, the painting did die at the hands of human civilization. But with the current situation, it is impossible for the pastoralists to attack us. Aren't they afraid that neutrals will join the war? There was also a trace of confusion in Zhao Zijie's eyes. As Lu Yongchang said, due to emotion and reason, the pastoralists at this time should not behave like this. But if the space-time trap had not taken effect, the human fleet at this time might have had close contact with these two-dimensional creatures. There must be a monster when something goes wrong. And there must be some unconsidered factors involved. Zhao Zijie was thinking and murmured in a low voice. Unless they believe that the importance of human civilization is far greater than that of the neutrals. But why? Human civilization is just an 8th-level civilization. And there are quite a few neutral ones. Zhao Zijie's soliloquy directly awakened Lu Yongchang, who was deep in thought. I see. Lu Yongchang's face changed drastically. Civilization potential. Just like the 10th Empire and the Silicon Alliance. As enemies, the pastoralists are afraid of the development potential of human civilization. Drop! As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of alarms popped up in the holographic projection at the same time. The cosmic monitoring project that has been going on for hundreds of years has sent the highest level warning message for the first time. As far away as 500 million light-years, and as close as 15 million light-years. Self-splitting detectors near almost every large-scale galaxy have detected space-time fluctuations with intensity exceeding the threshold. Comprehensive encirclement and suppression. Zhao Zijie's shocked and angry roar sounded in the command center. We have launched a full-scale encirclement and suppression of the pastoral party. All warships, jump into the field. Repeat, jump into the field. Lu Yongchang did not hesitate at all and gave the order directly. Fire freely and resolve the battle as quickly as possible. Chapter 942 Two-Dimensional Spatial Rift. The cosmic monitoring plan that has consumed human civilization for hundreds of years and countless resources has finally brought sufficient rewards to human civilization. Although the current coverage of these self-splitting detectors is not wide enough and cannot even fully cover a super galaxy cluster, nor can it match the name of cosmic monitoring. Its role is beyond doubt. Discovering the pastoralist's trends in advance gives human civilization extremely valuable response time. Faced with the comprehensive encirclement and suppression of the pastoralists, human civilization is now left with only one way to survive. Quick victory. Destroy the two-dimensional creatures in front of you as quickly as possible. And then join up with the 10th Empire. Through the 10th Empire, draw the Silicon Alliance and neutral factions into the battlefield. The moment the order was received, the fleets that had been waiting at the edge of the galaxy entered war mode. Turbulent. Pure energy spurts out from the zero-point furnace along the energy path with a diameter of tens of meters. Under the precise control of the onboard computer, most of the energy flows into a huge device, the four-dimensional jump engine. Buzz. Strong space-time fluctuations swept across this nameless galaxy. A huge fleet of hundreds of thousands disappeared into the visible universe instantly. Four-dimensional jump. Start. Beyond the nameless galaxy. In order to make human civilization believe those words, C and Ant are carefully retreating. Of course, part of the reason lies with C. Although the core was not endangered, the combined attack of super-powerful space annihilation and dark matter bombs still severely damaged C's body. It is foreseeable that if it withstands several more attacks of the same scale, its life will probably depend on this. And do you think human civilization will believe it? Should. No. Definitely. Human civilization has just developed to the 8th level civilization. And I am afraid that the only way to obtain intelligence and information is to rely on the neutrals. You know, with the temperament of the neutrals, information sharing is just a joke. Before the words could be finished, a powerful wave of time and space came from the galaxy ahead. The space was violently distorted, and the starlight coming from the distance became fragmented. This sudden change made C and E stunned. Fourth-dimensional jump. It's a four-dimensional jump. C, who had experienced the Lania Chaos Supercluster battle, was the first to react and shouted in horror. Human civilization has discovered a problem. Almost at the same time as the two-dimensional creatures reacted, a huge fleet composed of more than 100,000 starships quietly emerged in the twisted star field. No nonsense. As soon as the fleet appeared, the muzzle of the huge main gun began to flash with a rich black light. Damn! Silk! Do it! And body instantly disappeared into the visible universe. It directly entered the super-light curvature state and rushed towards the human fleet at a speed of more than 50,000 c. C's reaction was a little slow, but she could still keep up with Ant's movements. In the tachyon radar, two signal sources, one behind the other, were rushing towards the fleet at extremely high speeds. The orders from the command center flashed one by one in the holographic projection. With the assistance of Zero's computing power, the main guns quickly adjusted their directions. Boom! 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 Fires lit up one after another outside the galaxy, and the energy released by each explosion was enough to compare with a supernova explosion. The effect is not ideal. Without the constraints of the space-time trap, the two-dimensional creatures were like two slippery loaches, scurrying around in the vast star field while waiting for opportunities to get close to the human fleet. But the bombardment of the dark matter cannon has not yet ended, and thick space cracks have been formed in front of the starship. Unlike dark matter cannons, space rifts exceeding 100,000 times the speed of light are not so easy to avoid. As the number of space cracks continues to increase, Silk and S activity space gradually begins to be restricted. Finally, facing several unavoidable space rifts, C and were forced to give up the idea of approaching the human fleet and instead launched an attack. Dimensionality reduction is the most commonly used and best attack method for low-dimensional creatures. Not only does it have miraculous effects on physical objects, but it can also have the same effect on space. With the appearance of two dazzling lights, the violent space-time fluctuations caused by the space rift suddenly disappeared when it was about to hit the target. In the Earth Command Center, piercing alarm sounded. Professor? The moment the spatial rift disappeared, Zhao Zijia's expression changed slightly, and he turned to look at Lu Yongchang aside. The spatial rift has not disappeared. Lu Yongchang relied on his quantum brain to quickly analyze a large amount of observation data from the frontal battlefield. It's space. The three-dimensional space in that area has been reduced. The words just fell. The dazzling light in the center of the battlefield has dissipated, replaced by two wonders that are several light years in size. Under the brilliance of the artillery fire, countless silver-white thin lines slowly floated in the universe. The silk threads are very light, and even the slightest light pressure can make them twist continuously. On the other side, a picture without thickness appeared. In the center of the scroll, there is a crack that extends for a light year. That is a two-dimensional space rift. This magical scene did not last long. After a short wait, the assimilation effect from the three-dimensional space completely transformed it into countless basic particles. As for the space rift that was about to hit the target, it naturally disappeared without a trace. The tachyon radar is still sounding the alarm. With the help of uninterrupted dimensionality reduction attacks, Silk and continue to close the distance with the human fleet. At the same time, this starfield also presents various strange seen silvery white thin lines and thicknessless scrolls, which are constantly being created and dissipated at the same time. Hold on! In the command center, Lu Yongchang stopped Zhao Zijia from issuing the order. It's not time to use four-dimensional weapons yet. On the one hand, by now, the war between human civilization and the pastoralists has become a certainty and cannot be changed. Therefore, it is necessary to rely on these two-dimensional creatures to understand the pastoral faction's combat mode as much as possible. For this reason, Lu Yongchang was even willing to pay part of the starship as a price. On the other hand, the power of four-dimensional weapons is too great. He also wants to rely on these two-dimensional creatures to analyze the mysteries of lower dimensions. How? The sweeper civilization can capture two-dimensional creatures to study two-dimensional technology. But human civilization cannot do this. Chapter 943 Annihilation Starburst. Drop! In the tachyon radar, two signal sources, one behind the other, have successfully arrived near the human fleet. Lu Yongchang also subconsciously stood up from his seat. Along with the violent fluctuations of time and space. Like a whale leaping out of the water, an extremely huge picture suddenly appeared next to several of the starships, facing the completely stretched out two-dimensional creatures. The starships of human civilization are like a few small sampans next to a huge whale. The scroll wrapped up towards the starship at lightning speed. Zero! Activate the dark matter stabilizing field! Lu Yongchang suddenly issued an order loudly. He needs to do a simple experiment. Buzz. The dark matter stabilizing field, originally intended to stabilize the four-dimensional state of the starship in the three-dimensional universe, was rapidly generated. But the next second, the scroll extended rapidly, directly involving these starships. The light of dimensionality reduction illuminates the dim universe. On the empty scroll, a portrait of a starship suddenly appeared. It is different from the original dimensionality reduction process. Its internal structure is not exposed to the public. Under normal circumstances, an object that falls two-dimensionally will show all the details. But this starship with the dark matter stabilization field turned on did not have such a situation. This means that this dimensionality reduction is not complete. 2.5 dimensions. Lu Yongchang murmured in a low voice. The scroll is still extending to the surroundings, swallowing up starships that have activated the dark matter stabilization field. The mutation occurred at this moment. The starship that was the first to be two-dimensional suddenly sent a space rift forward. This painting that spreads for several light years is alive. Black cracks moved rapidly on the scroll, seeming to be attacking some target. This, under the protection of the dark matter stabilizing field. The starship was not completely damaged. Yes! The dark matter stabilizing field can block the assimilation effect of three-dimensional space on four-dimensional objects. And naturally it can also block the assimilation effect of two-dimensional space on three-dimensional objects. The 2.5-dimensional starship did not last long. Two-dimensional combat is an area that human civilization has never touched. Therefore, it only sent out 2 space cracks, and then suffered a devastating blow. A black crack suddenly appeared in the center of the starship, cutting the starship in the middle. Boom! The starship turned into a ball of fire, illuminating the dark area on the scroll. It seems that the physical rules of two-dimensional space and three-dimensional space are universal. Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed, and a crazy idea emerged in his heart. What if the power of the dark matter stabilizing field is high enough, and the energy possessed by the starship is huge enough? Can two-dimensional creatures be reversely dimensioned? In the scroll, the starship wreckage, which has lost the protection of the dark matter stabilizing field and has completely fallen into 2 dimensions, clearly reveals its internal structure. A large number of twisted and incomplete parts appear on the scroll, like a plain painting with infinite details. All scenes inside the starship are clearly displayed. The remaining energy in the pipe is still surging, and the damaged structural parts are slowly floating. There is no doubt that this starship has been completely destroyed, and the Eugene people inside also sacrificed their lives for it. A large amount of observation data was transmitted to Earth and stored in 0 categories. The other side, similar to the attack method of two-dimensional creatures, the attack method of one-dimensional creatures is also dimensionality reduction. Countless thin, dense and colorful silk threads are slowly floating in the universe, under the protection of the dark matter stabilizing field. The war may still be continuing, but humans in 3 dimensions can no longer observe the specific picture. It has to be said that the combat capabilities of dimensional creatures are quite terrifying. In just a few minutes, the human fleet lost at least 100 starships, due to the stabilization field of dark matter. Two-dimensional creatures also took considerable risks when they carried out dimensionality reduction attacks on the human fleet. As the most stable dimension, the 3rd dimension is the most powerful in assimilation. As Lu Yongchang said, with the protection of the dark matter stabilizing field, human starships can even reversely ascend dimensional creatures. Of course, it's very difficult, but it is not possible to increase the dimension in reverse. But it is still possible to cause certain damage to these low-dimensional creatures. Then, an embarrassing situation occurred. If you want to attack the human fleet, you must carry out a dimensionality reduction attack on the starship. As soon as the dimensionality is reduced, the human warship opens the dark matter stabilization field and attacks the dimensional creatures from within. The people driving these warships are Eugene people, under the influence of the ideological stamp. They are not afraid of death at all. Instead, they chase these two-dimensional creatures everywhere in order to reduce their dimensions. As for not attacking the human fleet, ground-scrubbing dark matter cannons and space rifts followed. A few hours later, the battlefield gradually shifted from the periphery of the galaxy to the interior of the galaxy, in order to obtain a relatively complete low-dimensional sample and to resolve the battle as quickly as possible. The scale of the war began to escalate. 4-dimensional weapons could not be used, and the fleet could only use higher-power conventional weapons. Star Reacher transported pairs of positive and negative stars. Positive stars can be found everywhere, and anti-stars come from the small universe of human civilization. Then, it will be thrown to the area where the two-dimensional creatures are located through gravity. Annihilation starburst. The energy produced by the annihilation of positive and negative stars is tens or hundreds of times that of the collision of 2 stars. This is easy to understand. One is to convert all the mass into energy, and the other is to trigger a small supernova explosion. There is no comparability between the two. Boom! Boom. Boom. 1 round. 5 rounds. 10 rounds. The saturation strike formed by 10 rounds of annihilation starburst directly covered most of the galaxy. Not to mention the two-dimensional creatures. The original spiral galaxy has been completely broken into several pieces by the power of annihilation starburst. The power of the explosion gradually dissipated, and the star field that was originally relatively dense with materials has become an empty area full of radiation. And have long lost consciousness and are floating quietly in the three-dimensional universe. There are obvious signs of dimensionality expansion in the edge areas of their bodies. This is a sign of severe damage to the core. Dozens of starships came slowly, with a large number of shields. After confirming that the two-dimensional creatures lost their ability to resist, they slowly opened the hatch and put them into the specially made, low-dimensional body restraint device. In order to ensure safety, a large number of four-dimensional shock bombs were placed next to the two low-dimensional body restraint devices. Not to mention low-dimensional creatures with severely damaged cores. Even low-dimensional creatures with intact conditions cannot withstand the attack of four-dimensional shock bombs with their faces close to the face. After the capture was successful, these starships quickly entered a state of super-light curvature and disappeared into the visible universe. A few hours later, another powerful wave of time and space came. The human fleet opened the wormhole and rushed towards the void of Boötes that was the only loophole in the pastoralist encirclement and the only place of life. In place, only a torn-apart and broken galaxy was left. Perhaps as time goes by, under the gravitational influence of the central black hole, these galaxy remnants can gather again and form a new galaxy. Chapter 944 Sudden. 3 months later, along with obscure space-time fluctuations coming next to the broken galaxy, a stable wormhole structure appeared in the universe. A writhing shadow structure quickly jumped out of the wormhole. It was an idyllic four-dimensional creature from 15 million light-years away. The completely shattered galaxy obviously brought a huge impact to it. The amplitude and speed of the shadow distortion have accelerated a lot. Silk. Intense tachyon communication came from the galaxy and spread rapidly to the surrounding star fields. No response. After waiting briefly, the shadow rushed directly into the fragmented galaxy. The aftermath of the annihilation starburst is still reverberating in this galaxy, and the violent gamma rays are like a tide, slowly rushing toward the distance. After searching around, the shadow returned to the source area of the gamma ray surge. It carefully flipped through the timeline, trying to restore the previous scenes, the bottom area of the cosmic bubble, like countless years in the past. Membrane waited quietly. The strife in the Lania Chaos supercluster is over. As he expected, when the pastoralists retreated on their own initiative, the sweeper civilization, which was eager to complete the Ring Universe acceleration plan, did not pursue them. They put most of their energy into repairing existing facilities. He made a simple calculation in his heart. Theoretically, the time is just right. The annihilation plan will be completed before the acceleration plan, as long as there are no variables. Thinking of human civilization that has grown to the 8th level in a very short period of time, Membrane feels a little heavier. No matter what, human civilization must be dealt with. Membrane carefully considered every step of the annihilation plan in order to avoid missing this only opportunity. He has been thinking about and perfecting the annihilation plan every minute for countless years in the past. Suddenly, a tachyon wave came from afar, interrupting his thoughts. Silk and Membrane are captured? Is human civilization fleeing to the Boötes void? The complex emotions of anger and panic rushed into his heart at this moment. Damn it! Damn it! After only a few hundred years, the opponent has a combat power that exceeds that of low-dimensional life forms. The development speed of Omnic civilization was not so fast back then. In the blink of an eye, he had made a decision in his heart. Raise the threat to human civilization to a new level again. All members of the pastoral faction abandon their original mission, surround the Boötes Hollow at all costs, and destroy human civilization. The moment the tachyon broadcast was sent out, the originally peaceful universe suddenly became turbulent. At this scale, superclusters are nothing. Northern Great Wall, Sherlong Great Wall, Southern Great Wall, Wishianbai-Mianzhou Great Wall. Countless time and space fluctuations appear from the Great Wall of the galaxy, like the surface of a pond suddenly experiencing a sudden rain. On the calm ocean of time and space, dense ripples come from every area. Every ripple represents a dimensional creature. From the intensity of the ripples, you can intuitively identify the identities of these dimensional creatures. Fourth-dimensional creatures know the most about wormholes, and create the most violent fluctuations in space and time. The pastoralists, after developing silently for countless billions of years, are now coming out in force today. They only serve a common goal: human civilization. The great attractor at the center of the Great Wall of Centauri, including the Hydra Centaurus supercluster and the local supercluster. A huge structure spanning hundreds of light years hovers quietly in this dead zone with chaotic gravity and intense radiation surrounding it. Thousands of black holes of similar size are making regular circular motions around it. As powerful as a black hole, it is just a foil in front of this giant structure. The whole building looks a bit illusory, like an ethereal projection at this time. It is in a state between 3 and 4 dimensions. 3.5 dimensions. The latest dimensional technology of the sweeper civilization. While having excellent defense power, it can also minimize the assimilation effect of three-dimensional space on it. This huge structure spanning hundreds of light years is the headquarters of the sweeper civilization. Since the core components of the Ring Cosmic Accelerator are located in the Lania Chaos supercluster area, the headquarters of the sweeper civilization has also been moved to the Great Wall of Centauri. Naturally, this abnormal space-time fluctuation that pervades the entire universe cannot be hidden from the sweeper civilization. The Ring Cosmic Accelerator nodes spread across countless galaxies are the best intelligence network. In a super large-scale building made of dense quark matter, a tall sweeper civilization individual is looking up at the light curtain in front of him. It is the leader of the sweeper civilization. Su. This is its name. And it is also the name of the leader of each sweeper civilization. In the light curtain, countless red lights with faint ripples flashed in the extremely large star map. Leader. It has been confirmed that the source of all abnormal time and space fluctuations is the pastoral sect. When the report came, Shun slowly lowered his head and turned his gaze to the subordinates in front. Are they all pastoralists? When did they get to this size? Serious, his expression became much more solemn. Compared with conventional civilization, these dimensional creatures have more sophisticated methods of concealing themselves. They have never had a life and death battle with the sweeper civilization that was related to the survival of the civilization. The birth time of these dimensional creatures is unknown. Therefore, to this day, the sweeper civilization does not know the true combat power of the pastoral faction. But no matter what, the dimensional creatures of this size must far exceed the original expectations of the sweeper civilization. If these dimensional creatures launch an impact on the Ring Cosmic Accelerator node of the sweeper civilization, suddenly, I just feel a chill on my back. It asked somewhat urgently. Has the branch's defense order been issued? Leader, the wide area tachyon broadcast has been sent out, and response messages have also been sent from each super galaxy cluster branch. Sure, heaved a sigh of relief. Judging from the results of the war in the Lania Chaos super galaxy cluster, the pastoral faction lacks high-end combat power, and the Quark Fortress and Black Hole Fortress are enough to easily deal with those dimensional creatures. So, it gently lowered its tentacles on its side and murmured in a low voice. We just finished attacking the Lania Chaos super galaxy cluster area. What do they want to do again? Can you determine the target area of these dimensional creatures? The amount of calculation is huge, and it will take a lot of time to get the precise target. The subordinate hesitated, but the rough result, Sure, glanced at the subordinate in front of him with an unhappy expression. A rough calculation shows that the target of these dimensional creatures is likely to be the Boades Hollow. Boades is empty. Hearing this familiar place name, Shin felt slightly dazed. The sweeper civilization discovered the four-dimensional cavitation in the Boades void, and thus mastered high-dimensional technology in one fell swoop to achieve a jump in combat power. Shin thought for a long time and then issued an order. Transfer some quark fortresses and black hole fortresses from the surrounding super galaxy clusters. The distance between the Boades void and the Lania Chaos supercluster is still too close. Chapter 945 Battle of Four-Dimensional Creatures. Self-splitting detectors currently cover a small area compared to the universe. The grand cosmic surveillance plan has only just begun to sprout. Therefore, Lu Yongchang had no idea that the universe at this time had fallen into chaos, let alone that the source of this chaos was human civilization. At this time, all his thoughts were focused on the two-dimensional creatures he had just captured. The Academy of Sciences has basically completed the research on 4 dimensions, and is preparing to gradually shift its focus to 1 and 2 dimensions. At this time, 1-dimensional creatures and 2-dimensional creatures fall from the sky. The moment he saw the arrest plan successfully implemented, Lu Yongchang suddenly became happy. Leave aside the facts. Pastoral. What a good person. With a 4-dimensional research experience, coupled with the selfless dedication of Silk and Ant, the Academy of Sciences research work on 1 and 2 dimensions is progressing extremely smoothly. Just like the sweeper civilization. under the premise of thoroughly mastering four-dimensional technology. The analysis of two-dimensional objects only took thousands of years. As for human civilization, with the help of Lu Yongchang and Ling, this time was slightly shortened by hundreds of times. 10 years later, Boötes is empty. After 10 years of high-speed sailing, the human fleet truly entered this dead star field. Although they had already expected it. The moment the fleet entered the Boötes Hollow, every academician and crew member still had some bad feelings in their hearts. Sailing between super galaxy clusters, human fleets can encounter galaxies of different sizes from time to time. This is like a scattered oasis in the desert, always bringing some hope to travelers on the journey. But after entering the Boötes Void, everything changed. As far as the eye can see, there are hardly any galaxies. This means that human civilization will not be able to receive external supplies for a long time. Today's human civilization has mastered vacuum zero-point energy. Strictly speaking, its dependence on external resources is not high. Even, in some extreme cases, human beings can continue civilization without relying on external resources. However, the speed of technological development is too fast, and people's thinking inertia has not yet changed. Subconsciously, no external supply means death. Although they knew that the fleet did not have a shortage of supplies, the crew members still felt extremely tormented as they watched the supplies in this small universe gradually decrease. This situation lasted for less than a year in total, and then completely disappeared. It wasn't that the crew members adapted to this feeling, or that they changed their perceptions, but something worse happened. The tachyon radar, which had been dormant for nearly 10 years, once again sounded a lifelike alarm. Inside the Earth Command Center, looking at the signal source located in front of the fleet, everyone's expressions became solemn. Looking at the observation data in the holographic projection, everyone has the answer in their mind. Four-dimensional creatures? Only four-dimensional creatures can travel at such a fast speed. Only four-dimensional creatures can accurately find human civilization that has changed its routes several times. Attention all units. Prepare for battle. The jump coordinates have been sent to the starship main brain. Jump now! Inside the hollow of Boötes, perhaps he sensed something. But the shadow didn't make any move after emerging from the wormhole, and just waited quietly in place. After a few seconds, a strong wave of time and space came, and the space in front quickly distorted, and starships emerged one by one. Although the four-dimensional jump has not yet ended, the dark light of the dark matter cannon has begun to flicker. Fourth-dimensional jump. It whispered in its heart, having mastered part of the four-dimensional technology. No wonder C and E are not their opponents. But? Are you a little too confident using the four-dimensional jump in front of me? Before the words could even be finished, the shadow had already disappeared. Almost at the same time, this shadow had traveled more than 10 light years and arrived in front of a starship. In an instant, the gray shadow surged and crashed into the starship. No collision occurs. It was as if an illusory projection passed through the starship. But all crew members inside the starship are dead, cause of death-damaged organs. For four-dimensional creatures, it is extremely easy to get past the armor of a three-dimensional starship and directly attack the interior. It didn't stay much longer and continued to disappear into the visible universe. Perhaps it felt that this attack method was too inefficient, so it changed its attack target to zero-point furnace. A shadow appeared on the side of another battleship and swept across it quickly. Boom! The flames of the explosion just appeared, and the shadow disappeared again. Continuous four-dimensional jump. The human fleet needs to make a four-dimensional jump that consumes a lot of energy. For four-dimensional creatures, it is just a common way to travel. Pure vacuum zero-point energy surges within the body of a four-dimensional creature, providing a steady stream of energy for every movement it makes. Shadows flicker rapidly within the first fleet of humans, and each flicker can easily take away the life of a starship. The scene that took place on the frontal battlefield far exceeded the expectations of Lu Yongchang and the other academicians. They are also dimensional creatures, and they are also an 8th-level civilization. The combat power of 4th-dimensional creatures is completely different from that of low-dimensional creatures. The instant overturn of the battlefield situation did not affect the command center. On the side, Lu Yongchang and the academicians are performing their duties, analyzing the attack methods of 4-dimensional creatures through a large amount of data to find solutions. On the other side, the People's Federation army headed by Zhao Zijia has found a temporary response. Bait attack! A ruthless look flashed in Zhao Zijia's eyes, and he issued the order in a deep voice. Judging from the current battle situation, if 4-dimensional creatures want to cause harm to human starships, they must get closer or come into contact with them. although four-dimensional creatures rely on four-dimensional jumps and possess extremely high mobility. This also gives the human fleet a chance. Use your own fleet as bait and launch a high-intensity saturation attack against it. In the battlefield, the shadow disappeared again and appeared next to several Golden Crow battleships. Not far away, the dark matter cannon and space rift finally completed charging. Black light and black space cracks flashed past, rushing towards the shadows. Gravity bombs, massive black hole bombs. Under the tug of Star Reacher, a pair of positive and negative stars flew directly towards the target area at super light speed curvature. Annihilation starburst. The main focus is a saturation attack. Boom! The fire of the explosion illuminated the dark starry sky and swallowed up those human starships. Under the influence of chaotic gravity, the explosion flames formed gorgeous lines. Countless micro-black holes are madly devouring the matter and energy generated by the explosion. The firelight and the miniature black hole gradually dissipated, and the picture inside the target area gradually became clearer. In the aftermath of the explosion, shadows were still floating slowly, unscathed. Chapter 946, The Whole Ship. Dimension Upgrade. The shadow structure is still floating slowly in front of the human fleet. Judging from the appearance alone, the four-dimensional creatures did not suffer any damage from the round of high-intensity saturation bombing just now. In the Earth Command Center, Lu Yongchang narrowed his eyes slightly and stared carefully at the fluctuating observation data in the holographic projection. It seems that there is nothing unusual, but he didn't believe that this four-dimensional creature could survive such a saturation attack. The only things that can cause damage from low dimensions to high dimensions are gravity weapons. Therefore, under the bombing just now, the human fleet used a large number of gravity bombs and black hole bombs. Needless to say, after being promoted to the 8th level civilization, the power of gravity weapons has also been greatly increased. Within the scope of action, those gravity bombs can even temporarily create a terrifying gravity comparable to that of a neutron star. Not to mention the black hole bomb that has been improved several times. It is not even a simple gravity weapon. Black hole bombs integrated with space technology will even activate the space compression function at the moment of explosion. It can pull surrounding objects into the gravitational range of the micro black hole at a faster speed. Simply put, compared with previous black hole bombs, today's black hole bombs have a larger range of action and greater lethality. Under the attack of such dense and high-power gravity bombs and black hole bombs, the gravity of the affected area has not yet returned to calm. The four-dimensional creatures hovered quietly in front of the human fleet and were not in a hurry to launch a second round of attacks. Just as Lu Yongchang expected, facing the powerful and extremely complex gravity weapon attack, even if it is a four-dimensional creature, it has to pay a heavy price for it. It subconsciously recalled the shocking scene just now, when it launched an attack on a human starship. Several gravity bombs and black hole bombs exploded around it at the same time. Several gravitational pulls from different directions, powerful enough to compare with a neutron star, act on it at the same time. This is not the most terrible thing. The moment the black hole bomb exploded, a miniature black hole appeared in the universe. The sharp compression of space indirectly dragged it into the miniature black hole. Micro black holes are essentially black holes. As the most extreme celestial body in the universe, it is difficult for even four-dimensional creatures to resist the power of a black hole. Once it falls into the black hole's event horizon, it will be difficult to come out again. In panic, the four-dimensional creature directly chose to break off its arms and escape. It resolutely cut off part of its four-dimensional body and threw it towards a nearby miniature black hole. After leaving the protection of the core, the part of the four-dimensional body it abandoned fell to the third dimension through the assimilation effect of the three-dimensional space. This brought an extremely huge energy and impact. Under this powerful impact, it successfully broke away from the gravitational cage, composed of black hole bombs and gravity bombs. Losing part of the body is a small matter, but a little damage to the core is the real big problem. It felt carefully. The operation of the core is slightly stiff, which is a sign of slight damage to the core. It put away its contempt for human civilization. He did not hesitate to attack his own warship just to launch a saturation attack on it. This kind of battlefield execution and decisiveness. It is enough to regard it as a sweeper civilization that has not yet grown up. It maintains its original form as much as possible to prevent human civilization from discovering the truth that it has been injured. Fortunately, human civilization has not mastered dimensionality-enhancing technology. During the stalemate, the four-dimensional creature secretly rejoiced. Otherwise, a strange wave came from the front, like a slap on its face. Up. Up dimension? Impossible. This is impossible. It roared. At the same time, it hurriedly started a wide-area tachyon broadcast. The information is wrong. This is a sweeper civilization that has not yet grown up. This is clearly the second sweeper civilization. Attention all units. All ships. Upgrade the dimension. Regardless of whether the saturation attack just now caused damage to the opponent. Human civilization now has only one option left. Reveal your trump card. Upgrade your dimension. Aren't they just four-dimensional creatures? Who is not a four-dimensional civilization? The moment the order was issued, the vacuum zero-point furnace, dark matter engine, and antimatter engine began to operate at full power at the same time. At the same time, Zero's computing power usage also began to soar sharply. Four-dimensional optical brain array computing center. Overclocking. High-dimensional printing begins. Battleship dimension upgrade. Start. Buzz. A slight tremor came from the bottom of the deck of each starship. After an extremely short wait, starting from the bow of the ship, the battleship that was originally clearly visible in the three-dimensional universe turned into a blur of shadow. The process of four-dimensionalization is not long. When the four-dimensional creatures discovered the problem and leap towards the human fleet again, the fleet's dimensionality upgrade was coming to an end. The four-dimensional creature that successfully jumped to a starship attacked it again, trying to interrupt its dimensionality. But, boom, a dull sound came. After losing the advantage of high dimensions, the ship hull made of dense quark structure is obviously not something that it can easily defeat. The situation on the battlefield also changed drastically in an instant. The four-dimensional electromagnetic cannon projectiles carried the dark matter bomb and swept forward like a violent storm. At the same time, cracks in the four-dimensional space began to form rapidly. Facing this high-dimensional attack method that was exactly the same as that of the sweeper civilization, the four-dimensional creatures breathed a sigh of relief. Compared with the three-dimensional space, the role of kinetic energy weapons in the four-dimensional space is not great. The extra direction causes the hit rate of the kinetic energy weapons to drop significantly. For native, four-dimensional creatures, using the fourth direction to dodge is like instinct. This is also true, even if the sweepers have mastered the technology of dimensionality enhancement. The most effective means of attacking four-dimensional creatures are Quark Fortress and Black Hole Fortress. As the saying goes, one force can defeat 10 societies. The mass of Quark Fortress and Black Hole Fortress is huge enough. The gravity and lethality produced are also powerful enough. Of course, Neutron Fortress can barely meet this standard. Just as the four-dimensional creature was preparing to avoid the attack of human civilization, it suddenly discovered a problem. It is different from the sweeper civilization's attack. The attacks launched by the human fleet are terrifyingly accurate. How is this possible? Before it could figure out the reason, an electromagnetic gun projectile carrying a dark matter bomb came towards it. It avoided the projectile at a dangerous angle. But, boom, the four-dimensional space rift came from a tricky angle and hit the space shield around it accurately. There were intense ripples on the space shield. This is just the beginning, far from the end. No matter how the four-dimensional creatures maneuver to evade, the human fleet can always lock on and attack as soon as possible. It has also tried to fight back. But what it never expected was that the human starship felt like returning home in the four-dimensional space. Using the fourth direction with great ease to avoid the four-dimensional space rifts it sent. Seeing the overwhelming high-precision attacks, a sense of powerlessness and resentment arose in its heart. TMD. Who are the four-dimensional creatures? Chapter 947 The Four-Dimensional Battle. As the human fleet began to increase its dimensions, the war gradually became weird from a three-dimensional perspective. It can be seen that in the universe, there are only clusters of fast-moving shadows chasing each other. During the seemingly peaceful pursuit, explosions of fire, strong spacetime fluctuations, and gravitational fluctuations erupted irregularly in every corner of the battlefield, turning the starry sky into a mess. At the same time, along with the violent energy bursts, from time to time some huge and complex three-dimensional structures appeared out of thin air, and then turned into countless fine basic particles, flying around under the impact of various energies. Inside the Earth Command Center, Zero's computing power occupancy has soared to an unprecedented level since the birth of the four-dimensional optical brain. In the Human Alliance microverse, all laboratory and engineering computing work has been handed over to weak artificial intelligence. 1. In order to squeeze out more 5% to 10% of computing power. Every attack launched by the main gun requires careful calculation and conversion. Not only the weapons, but also the driving direction of each starship requires zero computing power support. from 3 dimensions to 4 dimensions. There is only one more direction. But the increase in calculation amount is extremely terrifying. Therefore, for 3-dimensional civilization, the war after dimensionality upgrade is, in a sense, actually a competition of computing power and algorithms. Looking at the data flashing in the holographic projection, the expression on Lu Yongchang's face gradually became serious. "We can't waste it like this anymore," he suddenly spoke, breaking the anxious atmosphere in the command center. At the beginning, relying on the opponent's underestimation of the enemy and insufficient intelligence, human civilization achieved impressive results in a short period of time. But 4-dimensional creatures are indigenous people, after all, and their powerful instincts are enough to make up for their deficiencies in other aspects. Zero's computing power is limited after all. Under the continuous guerrilla tactics of the 4-dimensional creatures, this war inevitably entered a stalemate stage. "Chi-Yu, planetary fortress is ready to jump in. I must limit the space for that dimensional creature to move." Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment, as if he had made a decision. "Tell the Dimensional Research Center that the opportunity to test Van Gogh has come." Behind the battlefield, the space-time fluctuations at the small universe port suddenly became a little stronger. The next second, the 10 planetary fortresses were like 10 marbles, lined up in a neat queue, roaring out of the small universe port. Buzz. Just after leaving the small universe port, there was a strong space-time fluctuation around these planetary fortresses. 4-dimensional jump, with a zero-point furnace that is far more powerful than ordinary battleships. Planet Fortress's 4-dimensional jump starts in a shorter time, and the jump distance is longer. After a short wait, these 10 fortresses disappeared next to the Renlian small universe port. Damn human civilization! The 4th-dimensional creatures secretly cursed in their hearts, and tried their best to avoid the attacks from the human fleet. Where are the reinforcements? Why haven't reinforcements arrived yet? While wailing in its heart, it struggled to extract the vacuum zero-point energy from its core. The pastoralists are not good at, and are not suitable for fighting. This saying that was circulated among the pastoralists suddenly flashed through its mind. At first, it didn't believe this as a 4-dimensional creature. Its combat power can be said to be the ceiling of this universe, even if it is an 8th-level civilization. As long as it does not master dimensional technology, it has no capital to resist in front of it. But now, it has gradually realized the correctness of this statement. The core needs to consume a lot of energy to resist the assimilation of 3-dimensional space. This is equivalent to a permanent debuff, forever limiting the strength of dimensional creatures. Certainly, it can also be released manually. The final plan in the Lania Chaos Supercluster battle was for the 4-dimensional creatures to actively close the cores in their bodies. The consequences: nature dies irreversibly. Bang! During the short period of time it was distracted, a space crack hit the space shield around it, causing violent ripples on it. The space shield is almost reaching its limit in the guerrilla war just now. It blocked hundreds of fatal 4-dimensional space cracks for 4-dimensional creatures. The 4-dimensional creatures that noticed this suddenly came to their senses, and while secretly complaining, they gave up their attack plan on the human fleet, turned around and fled into the distance. The wind is tight. Pull. But strong fluctuations in time and space came from all around, like a warning bell ringing in its heart. A total of 10 Chi-Yu planetary fortresses blocked its escape route. The 4th-dimensional creature did not stop its escape. It extracted every ounce of vacuum zero-point energy, turned it into its own driving force, and crashed hard into a Chi-Yu planetary fortress. Just after leaving the 4-dimensional jump, Chi-Yu started high-dimensional printing. With a continuous influx of majestic vacuum zero-point energy, these huge planetary fortresses became standard 4-dimensional objects in just a few seconds. Facing the 4-dimensional creature crashing towards him, Chi-Yu only gave one reaction. Fortress Naval Gun. Activate at full power. There are many ways to limit the enemy's range of activities. The space-time trap is a good solution, but it needs to be arranged in advance and requires a lot of precise calculations and control. In addition, there is also the simplest and most crude solution: fire coverage. As long as the firepower is strong enough, the enemy will have no way to move freely. For these pure war machines, there is no doubt that it is the second type. Space rifts, dark matter cannons, gravity bombs. All kinds of weapons were poured towards the oncoming 4-dimensional creatures as if they were free of charge. The effect is really good. Faced with such surging firepower, the 4-dimensional creatures could only give up their original escape plan and instead defend themselves. It has not given up on escaping, judging from its experience. Although these weapons can cause considerable damage to it, they are still not fatal. The worst-case scenario is giving up more than 90% of the four-dimensional body. As long as the core and thinking organs are kept intact, it has hope of survival, preparing to fight to the death. It did not notice that under the cover of raging firepower, an inconspicuous missile was being fired from behind the battlefield. Chapter 948 Van Gogh. The missiles rushing towards the frontal battlefield made countless ripples in the ocean of time and space, under the saturation bombardment of a large number of high-power weapons. This fluctuation of time and space seems extremely pale. The four-dimensional creatures in the central area of the explosion naturally have no time to pay attention to this inconspicuous time and space ripple. That's all. The missile, which came from the rear of the human fleet, plunged straight into the flames of the explosion, as if it were in an uninhabited land, under Zero's remote control. It dexterously avoided the aftermath of various explosions, and kept approaching the four-dimensional creatures ahead. Seeing the extremely smooth trajectory in the holographic projection, the hearts of everyone in the command center were lifted. Van Gogh. This is a weapon produced by the most cutting-edge technology of human civilization so far. To a certain extent, its significance is as significant as Shunwei technology. Drop. Van Gogh has successfully reached the target area. The low-dimensional body restraint has been successfully closed. The two-dimensional fragment has been successfully released. Dimensionality reduction strike. Start. Lines of brief messages appeared one after another on the holographic projection in the command center. When the last line of information appeared, the time in the command center seemed to have been pressed. Just like the attack methods of painting and ant, Van Gogh's attack method is to carry out dimensionality reduction attacks on everything around him, including space. Two dimensions are not the most stable dimensions. Theoretically speaking, when two-dimensional fragments are exposed to three-dimensional space, there will only be one consequence, that is, the two-dimensional fragments are forced to increase their dimensions. Therefore, the dimensionality reduction attacks performed by low-dimensional creatures have always been difficult for Liu Yongcheng and the Academy of Sciences to understand. Thanks C and Ant. Of course, thank you for the painting. During the research process, Liu Yongcheng made such a sigh countless times. The dedication of three low-dimensional creatures has greatly shortened the path of human civilization's exploration of low-dimensional technology. Much of the research on the pastoralists lies at their core. It is no exaggeration to say that the core of pastoralism is the crystallization of the wisdom of the universe. All the hard work of Trojan civilization, at the critical moment, was exposed to Liu Yongcheng's eyes at a glance. Through research on the core, Liu Yongcheng discovered the secret of dimensionality reduction attacks. The assimilation effect between dimensions is reciprocal. However, the strength of the assimilation effect is determined by the stability of the dimension itself. The stability of three dimensions is the strongest, and its assimilation effect is also the strongest. But this does not mean that two dimensions cannot assimilate three dimensions. Nor does it mean that its stability cannot be changed by external forces. When launching a dimensionality reduction attack, the low-dimensional body from a low-dimensional creature is not a consumable, but exists like a crystal nucleus in the crystallization process. For example, when two-dimensional fragments reduce the dimensionality of a target object, the two-dimensional fragments themselves will not be lost. On the contrary, the entire dimensionality reduction process gradually unfolds around two-dimensional fragments. A problem arose at this time. To ensure the continuation of the dimensionality reduction process, it is necessary to ensure the safety of the crystal core. That is, the two-dimensional fragments. A large amount of energy is a necessary condition. Through special devices, a large amount of energy is injected into the two-dimensional fragments to ensure or even improve their own stability, thereby assimilating the surrounding three-dimensional objects. This is the real secret of dimensionality reduction. In the same way, high-dimensional creatures can also perform similar operations on three-dimensional objects. But there is no need. The essence of Van Gogh is actually an imitation of the core of pastoralism. It can inject a large amount of energy into the two-dimensional fragments within it, thereby performing dimensionality reduction attacks on surrounding objects. This is also the reason why Liu Yongcheng chose missiles, as its carrier-only missiles can carry the zero-point furnace and provide sufficient starting energy for it. Frontal battlefield. The head of the missile slowly split open, revealing the low-dimensional body restraint device inside. Under Zero's precise remote control, the low-dimensional body constraint device was successfully closed, and the dark matter field that blocked the assimilation process quickly dissipated. The two-dimensional fragments placed within it successfully come into contact with the surrounding three-dimensional space. A strong assimilation effect occurs. Theoretically, this small two-dimensional fragment should quickly increase its dimension and turn into countless basic particles. But under the influence of Van Gogh, It is firmly exposed in three-dimensional space. Click. The first two-dimensional space appears. Among them is a wisp of flame caused by the explosion. It blooms quietly in two-dimensional space. The flattened fire area has become much larger, and every detail in it is clearly presented in a three-dimensional perspective. This two-dimensional space has completely sounded the clarion call for dimensionality reduction. Click. 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 With two-dimensional fragments as the core. Everything around Van Gogh was drawn into a piece of paper. The drawing paper quickly spread out and quickly extended towards the four-dimensional creature in the distance. Captured by a camera, this magnificent picture appeared before the eyes of Liu Yongchang and other academicians. This is a distorted picture. Among them, there are dark starry skies, colorful firelights, and a large number of twisted parts. Just like Van Gogh. Van Gogh successfully painted a giant painting of a distorted starry sky. The two-dimensional space spread rapidly. And finally, we successfully came into contact with the four-dimensional creature. The violent energy impact exploded. A four-dimensional creature with a core is undoubtedly relying on the power of the core to resist the dimensionality-reducing effects from the outside world. Van Gogh, on the other hand, constantly injected pure zero-point energy into the two-dimensional fragments, trying to paint them into his own paintings. The battlefield has come to another realm. That is an area of competition for energy. Obviously, even if a four-dimensional creature suffers heavy damage, it cannot be compared to Van Gogh, who is powered by a missile. Seeing that the four-dimensional creature was about to break free from the two-dimensional scroll around its body, the order from Liu Yongchang came belatedly. Qiyu, pay attention. Connect with Van Gogh immediately and provide him with energy. Buzz. The moment the order was issued, the 10 Qiyu planetary fortresses quickly exited the dimension-ascending state and jumped around Van Gogh. The universal energy transmission channel was ejected from the side of the planetary fortress and successfully connected to the energy input port of Van Gogh. The vacuum zero-point energy spurted out and rushed towards Van Gogh along the energy path. 1, 2. The moment the 8 energy input ports on Van Gogh's side were successfully connected, the situation finally turned. The four-dimensional body of a four-dimensional creature finally begins to reduce its dimensions at this moment. A large number of huge three-dimensional structures appeared continuously in the starry sky, and then quickly fell into the picture below. What this brings is an unprecedented burst of energy. The energy far exceeds that of a supernova explosion, directly impacting the battleships of human civilization. Chapter 949 Giant Starry Sky Painting. A few seconds ago, the four-dimensional creature struggled to resist the indiscriminate bombardment from the human fleet. Violent gravitational fluctuations continued to appear around it, tearing its body apart and placing a huge burden on the core of its body. It tried to open a wormhole to escape compared with the threat posed by the human fleet. The space turbulence caused by the out-of-control wormhole was nothing at all. But it failed. Under the influence of countless miniature black holes and gravity bombs, it is impossible for it to open a wormhole large enough to accommodate it. When it tried, several space cracks struck at awkward angles, slamming into the shield it had propped up. The space shield flashed several times quickly, and then disappeared quietly under its desperate gaze. The overwhelmed space shield has been shattered. Next, its situation will be even more difficult. Boom! 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 The fire of the dark matter cannon kept coming from its side, compressing its already narrow living space. The cracks in the four-dimensional space roared in and flashed past it. Under the influence of the dark matter cannon, it had no time to dodge, and a small part of its body was taken away by this space rift. It occupies about 0.15% of the entire body. Almost all of it is insignificant surface armor. Very little. But it's an incredibly bad sign. Looking at the space cracks that keep roaring towards them, the four-dimensional creatures can only avoid attacks on their vital organs as much as possible. What it has to do now is to delay time either until the space shield is repaired and activated again, or until the human fleet's attack momentum begins to decline. Just make sure the core and thinking organs are intact and it wins. Just when it was preparing to lose more than 90% of its four-dimensional body, it suddenly discovered a phenomenon that surprised it. The firepower of the human fleet is declining at an extremely fast rate. It suddenly widened its eyes, revealing not joy, but deep fear. How abnormal. It doesn't believe that the fire coverage of the human fleet can only last for this little time. The only explanation is that the other party used more powerful weapons, and there is no need to continue the original fire coverage strike. The so-called fire coverage is nothing more than a cover-up to deceive others. The fear of the unknown suddenly swept through its heart. Escape. Must escape. It struggled hard and rushed directly towards the area where the offensive was relatively weak. Then, it saw an ordinary missile. What's this? Doubt flashed in its eyes, and then quickly turned into panic. Under its gaze, the head of the missile cracked quietly, and a fragment with a faint black light was exposed to the universe. That familiar fluctuation. It couldn't be more familiar. Two-dimensional fragments. How can it be? How is it possible for human civilization to master two-dimensional technology? It turned around wildly and tried to retreat. But dark matter cannons and dense space rifts blocked its progress. Just a moment of hesitation. Van Gogh is officially launched. Just like a crystal, the two-dimensional space spreads out rapidly around it. Finally, this two-dimensional plane caught up with it. The original four-dimensional body has already shown signs of dimensionality reduction under the influence of the two-dimensional plane. It twisted its body wildly, its eyes filled with fear. Unlike those ordinary conventional weapons, dimensionality reduction attacks are really possible to kill it. Seeing that it could not break free, it directly poured all the zero-point energy into the core of the body. At this point, only the core can possibly save his life. Under the protection of the core, its body gradually stabilized, and the original signs of dimensionality reduction gradually dissipated, before it could breathe a sigh of relief. Along with the fluctuations of the four-dimensional jump, those planetary fortresses roared over and ejected thick energy transmission channels towards the missile. In order to receive energy from the outside world, the SHL of the missile kept falling off, revealing its internal device. That's a device that looks like the core of a pastoral style. At this moment, the original doubts and horror dissipated instantly. It gets it. It completely understands the reason why human civilization has mastered two-dimensional technology. Silk. Ant. It roared, and its eyes were filled with deep resentment. They didn't destroy their cores as soon as they were captured. Isn't this a rush to bring warmth to human civilization? Traitor. Pastoral traitor. By now, it's too late to be angry. As the energy pathways connected to the missile, the dimensionality reduction power gradually exceeded the power of its internal core. Its body began to fall uncontrollably toward lower dimensions. Starting from the edge, a large number of four-dimensional structures first fall into 3 dimensions. Normally, these 3-dimensional objects quickly dissolve into elementary particles. But under the influence of Van Gogh, before they had time to transform, they began the journey of dimensionality reduction again, falling down 2 dimensions. The giant painting in the starry sky is expanding at an unprecedented speed. Various extremely twisted structures extend rapidly on it. No matter how strong the structure is, it cannot withstand 2 consecutive dimensionality reductions. In the painting, those twisted structures are gradually disintegrating. Over time, this giant painting of the starry sky will become a particle snapshot filled with various basic particles. The entire dimensionality reduction process lasted a whole day. In the end, this 4-dimensional creature that came from afar turned into a picture that spanned more than 200 light years. The energy input channels were disconnected one after another, and Van Gogh also stopped working. Under the influence of its own gravity, the scroll began to curl rapidly, before it could be completely curled up. The assimilation from the 3 dimensions turned it into countless basic particles. Chapter 950, Chaos. The entire body's cavity turned into a mess. Earth, Command Center. Looking at the giant starry sky painting gradually turning into basic particles in the holographic projection, Zhao Zijia on the side breathed a sigh of relief. It is finally over. Academicians and commanders had the same reaction. This war with 4-dimensional creatures is the most difficult war since human civilization advanced to level 6 civilization. Without the contribution of Silk and Ant, human civilization would probably have nothing to do with these high-dimensional creatures. It is difficult to kill them completely using conventional weapons alone. The successful operation of Van Gogh means that the strength of human civilization has once again climbed to a higher level. Today's human civilization has initially gained the ability to compete with the pastoralists. Yongchang, the meeting point is ahead. Fong Su raised his hand in relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The 10th Empire is less than 10 million light years away from us. Pastoralism should. Before Fong Su could finish his words, a holographic projection with a blood-red background automatically popped up in front of the command center. At the same time, a piercing siren also sounded. That's a huge 3D star map. Most areas of the star map are dim, with only a few areas shining brightly. These bright places are the star fields successfully covered by the Cosmic Monitoring Project. Among them, there are countless sporadic red dots. Each red dot represents an abnormal spacetime fluctuation, and also represents a pastoral dimensional creature. since being caught up by Silk and Ant. These red dots have begun to approach the Boötes void at different speeds. Their purpose is also obvious: to intercept human civilization before it enters the Boötes void. What? Why intercept? The scope of the Boötes void is too large, and its internal resource reserves are extremely scarce. Even an 8th level civilization that has mastered vacuum zero-point energy is not willing to set foot in this area easily. Fighting within it is something no civilization is willing to do. The universe is so big. There is no need to risk exhaustion of resources to fight in such a place where birds don't shit. Therefore, for the pastoralists, intercepting human civilization outside the Boötes Hollow has become the best option. Now, human civilization has successfully entered the Boötes Hollow, and the war situation has changed again. Massive red dots appear at the edges of bright areas of the star map. This is the new support force of the pastoral faction coming from further away. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. The numbers in holographic projections are rising rapidly. Looking at the picture in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang felt his scalp numb. What the hell happened? Isn't it true that human civilization just kills 3 or 4-dimensional creatures? Is it necessary to have such hatred? Limited by the implementation progress of the Cosmic Monitoring Plan, Lu Yongchang did not know how big a trap human civilization had created at this time. But he was certain of one thing: the number of dimensional creatures discovered according to the current Cosmic Monitoring Plan. The pastoral faction can completely encircle and clear out the entire Boötes Hollow. I really don't know what the pastoralists are doing. Fong Su looked at the shocking scene in front of him and didn't know what to say for a moment. Lu Yongchang said categorically, "No, it won't work. The original strategy no longer works. Fleet, set up defensive lines on the spot. Notify the 10th Empire immediately. I am afraid that only the power of the neutral faction can help human civilization get out of trouble now." 7 million light years away, a fleet engraved with the logo of the Silicon Alliance is staying in the empty universe, in order to prepare for the next great war that is very likely to occur. The fleet of the 10th Empire is undergoing all-round repair work. The wide area tachyon broadcast roared in, breaking the silence of the fleet. In the flagship located in the center of the fleet, the tall 10th Empire man once again shuttled through the dense fog, and intense electromagnetic waves began to echo continuously. The pastoral faction has deployed additional troops to encircle and suppress human civilization. So far, according to the information sent back by the neutral faction, they have mobilized at least half of the dimensional creatures in the universe, and the total number exceeds 2 million. The number continues to increase. 3 million. 4 million. Where on earth did so many dimensional creatures come from? Only the devil knows. Let alone the neutral faction. The sweeper civilization is probably confused now. The cylindrical creature tens of meters high stretched out its tentacles and kept pressing the instrument in front of it. The projection in the mist also kept changing. The latest information came from members of the neutral faction further away. More than half the universe. Currently, the pastoral faction may have mobilized all its forces. It's a mess. The entire Boötes Hollow has turned into a mess. What on earth did human civilization do there to cause such crazy behavior from the pastoralists? According to the information sent back by human civilization, they successfully captured 1-dimensional creatures, Silk, and 2-dimensional creatures, Ants. In addition, they successfully killed the 4-dimensional creatures that were chasing them. Visible to the naked eye, the atmosphere inside the flagship of the 10th Empire instantly stiffened. After a long time, electromagnetic waves continued to be transmitted. How long has it been since then? Human civilization already has a combat power that exceeds that of 4-dimensional creatures? Counting from the discovery of 4-dimensional cavitation, it has not been more than 50 years. Silence once again swept the flagship of the 10th Empire. Quick! Too fast! Human civilization bucked the trend and rose from behind, leaping from a quasi-8th level civilization to the top existence in the universe. A skirmish broke out between the sweepers and the pastoralists. The pastoralists came out in full force, just to destroy human civilization. What happened in the past 50 years, if it had not taken 5,000 years, would have been disrespectful to the top forces of both parties. Every high-ranking member of the Empire felt a sense of unreality at this time. Family members. Who knows? The Empire was still on its way, but its back was forced to get involved in the center of the war. The fleet will set sail immediately, start the wormhole shuttle, and complete the rendezvous with human civilization as soon as possible. Immediately issue a war call order to all members of the Silicon Alliance. The neutral side. Application to open the 4th Supreme meeting of the neutrality faction. Chapter 951 The Empire is coming. The Fourth Supreme Conference of Centrists. The participants of the meeting were the most powerful 8th-level civilizations within the neutral faction. They have more or less come into contact with some dimensional technology. Regarding the proposal put forward by the 10th Empire, the wide-area tachyon communication channel fell into an unexplained silence, declaring war on the pastoralists. This is not a wise decision. Yes, judging from the current intelligence, for some unknown purpose, the pastoral faction has hidden most of its strength. Hastily declaring war on the pastoralists may drag the neutrality factions into the abyss of destruction. Fart. In the previous Lania Chaos Supercluster War, did you see how the pastoral faction treated the neutral civilization? Declare war. War must be declared. If this continues, sooner or later the neutral faction will be eaten away step by the pastoral faction and the sweepers. You said purpose. What other purpose could the pastoralists have, other than to solve the problem of sweeper civilization? No. The pastoralists were active in the universe long before the rise of the sweeper civilization. In other words, they've been hiding their capabilities since then. I suspect. Everyone. The topic has deviated. We are now discussing how to deal with this crazy action of the pastoralists. The 10th Empire interrupted the topic that was gradually going off track and brought it back on track. Before that, I will show you some information. The content of the information is about a new member of the Silicon Alliance. Once the information about human civilization was released, the tachyon communication channel fell silent again. The 10th Reich. This joke is not funny. How can this be? Could it be that human civilization has already mastered dimension-enhancing technology? In less than 50 years, you have the power to destroy four-dimensional creatures alone? This is even better than everyone here. The senior personnel of the 10th Empire added silently in their hearts. Due to the inability to master dimension-enhancing technology, the neutral faction's high-end combat power is far behind that of the sweepers and pastoral faction. On the surface, the neutral faction has the highest-end combat power in the universe, second only to the sweepers and the pastoral faction. But in fact, there is a huge gulf between third place and the top two. With this in mind, the 10th Reich made a proposal that no one could refuse. I can make a promise to you on behalf of human civilization. If neutrals choose to participate in the war, human civilization can share all research information on four-dimensional cavitation, which contains the secret of dimension-ascending technology. Perhaps it is because the previous actions of the pastoralists and the sweepers in the Lania Chaos Supersystem Cluster gave the neutralists a sense of crisis. Or maybe it's because the pastoral faction's undisguised troop mobilization has brought unprecedented shock and worry to the neutral faction. Or maybe it's because human civilization has given too much. In short, due to the combined effect of many factors, the Fourth Supreme Conference of the Neutrality Faction was the shortest Supreme Conference. The proposal for the 10th Reich was approved unanimously. Then, immediately issue a war call order. Target: Bodes Hollow. The already noisy universe was boiling again. Countless strong space-time fluctuations come from every galaxy. There are many factions within the neutral faction. And there are countless bad guys and weeds. Therefore, the recruitment order issued by the neutral faction is not very effective. However, based on its huge civilization base, there are still a large number of warfighting civilizations that have joined this war under the temptation of high-dimensional technology. The strength of the civilizations participating in the war was uneven, ranging from level 6 civilizations to level 8 civilizations, which can be said to be diverse. A large number of level 6 civilizations and level 7 civilizations took a ride on the 8th level civilization and headed for the Bodes Hollow together. The momentum is huge, even surpassing the pastoral civilization not long ago. On the other side, the sweeper civilization headquarters. The pastoralist act would have amounted to dancing on the fragile nerves of the sweeper civilization. Now there is another neutral faction, looking at those time-space fluctuation signals with clear purposes. The sweeper civilization was completely confused. What happened to the Bodes Hollow? In such a huge civilization of sweepers, no one can give an answer. Then, something strange happened. Without knowing the reason, the sweeper headquarters could only issue an order to dispatch an additional fleet to mobilize warships from various super galaxy clusters to form a fleet and go to the Bodes Void area together. No matter what tricks the pastoralists and neutralists are up to, they must help clean up the place. The civilized actions of the sweepers stimulated the pastoralists' nerves even more. Reinforcements are urgently needed. The actions of the pastoralists and sweepers further stimulated the already wavering higher civilizations among the neutralists. The forward cycle belongs to yes. That's all. Without the complete knowledge of human civilization, A vortex with human civilization at the center that could sweep the entire universe slowly began to rotate. Boötes is empty. The Renlian small universe port has been fully opened, handling a large number of starships and supplies. Space-time traps, dark matter space mines, space annihilation generators, positive and negative stars. While the starships transported various weapons, a large number of space factories also began to be established around the small universe port. Under Zero's control, these space factories have begun to operate at full power. Inside the Earth Command Center. Drop! Coordinates. It is detected that a wormhole is being generated. Tachyon broadcast detected. Identity confirmed. Looking at the words and logos in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchan felt refreshed, stood up from his chair, and took a deep breath. The reinforcements of human civilization are coming. The 10th Reich has arrived. Lu Yongchang's eyes shone with hope. I hope they can bring us some good news. In the empty universe, the huge wormhole gradually became stable. The human fleet led by Earth has been waiting near the wormhole in order to show the importance of this meeting. In addition to the civilization flagship, the human fleet also sent 10 Titan motherships and 10 Chiyu planetary fortresses, as well as a large number of main battleships. It is no exaggeration to say that even if the 10th Empire has bad intentions, the human fleet waiting near the wormhole will be able to control the situation immediately. In the Earth Command Center, Lu Yongchang stood by the porthole, looking at the wormhole in the distance. A huge fleet slowly emerged from the wormhole. Almost all the battleships in the fleet are composed of large and small dark gray cylindrical structures. On the surface of the battleships, there is a huge silicon-based alliance logo engraved on it. Unlike human battleships, the battleships of the 10th Empire are generally larger. Most of them are 3 to 5 times the size of human battleships. This is directly related to the stature of the individuals of the 10th Empire. Coming! Lu Yongchan looked solemn and gave the order softly. Zero, release the Imperial Homestar and send a greeting message to the 10th Imperial Fleet. Chapter 952 Forever Allies. A tachyon signal was sent from the Earth and quickly traveled towards the fleet ahead. At the same time, the originally neatly arranged fleet began to move slowly, revealing a huge planet hidden inside. It was an ice giant with a standard size. The ice giant was wrapped in a thick layer of armor. In the eyes of previous human civilizations, this armor with dense neutron material attached to the surface was like a miracle. But now, compared with the surrounding starships, this ice giant is like a small adobe house surrounded by high-rise buildings. Backward and shabby, a wave of space-time fluctuations came, and the ice giant slowly sailed forward along the channel vacated by the human fleet. After human civilization was promoted to the 7th level of civilization, the driving device of the Empire's home star was completely repaired. Dear 10th Empire, I offer you the highest respect. Human civilization, welcome your arrival. The tachyon information from the human fleet was presented on the projection in the fog, and reflected in the eyes of every member of the 10th Empire. Looking at the huge human fleet in the projection, every Imperial person showed more or less astonishment in their eyes. The diplomatic rhetoric is all false. Only the fleet that greets it is real. Such a large welcoming fleet is enough to show the importance that human civilization attaches to the 10th Empire. There is no doubt that this makes every member of the 10th Empire feel a little proud. I have to admit that the strength of human civilization has far exceeded that of the Empire. An electromagnetic wave message from the Supreme Emperor of the Empire echoed in the flagship, and the atmosphere inside the ship suddenly became a little heavier. No one wants to be left behind. Not to mention the 10th Empire, which has always held a high position. It's not scary to be overtaken. What's scary is that the civilization that overtook our own was still a small 6th-level civilization thousands of years ago. Empire! The Supreme Emperor of the Empire sighed, with no meaning, then raised his tentacles and pressed a few times on the complicated console in front of him. Dear human civilization, the 10th Empire. Before he could finish editing the information, an alarm message with strong space-time fluctuations interrupted his movements. The originally densely arranged human fleet slowly dispersed, revealing a planetary fortress hidden inside. A strong sense of familiarity suddenly filled the hearts of every Imperial person. The slightly noisy electromagnetic waves in the flagship dissipated at this moment. Every Imperial person fell into silence. This is... The Supreme Emperor of the Empire subconsciously stopped editing the information. His tentacles trembled slightly, showing the excitement in his heart. The Empire's home planet. The electromagnetic wave signal from the Supreme Emperor of the Empire broke the silence in the flagship. Wow! Just like a signal. At this moment, Every Imperial warship is filled with extremely noisy electromagnetic wave signals. Mother Star! Mother Star! Your Majesty the Emperor! I can't even remember what my home planet looks like. Is this the Empire's home planet? It is exactly the same as the image recorded in the recorded video. Countless exclamatory messages mixed with confusion and joy echoed within the ship. As the Empire's home star continues to approach, a large amount of tachyon information is continuously transmitted towards the Empire's fleet. A full 210,000 years of log information. Every log represents the lonely years the Empire's home star spent in the galaxy. A supernova broke out. Internal parts were destroyed one by one. The artificial intelligence, 10, tried its best to repair the fortress. 10 Descendants was born. And the original Civilization Protection Agreement was triggered. Detailed and complicated log information is presented one by one on the projection. And a heavy sense of time comes to your face. Finally, half an hour later, the return to the Imperial fleet has been confirmed. The mission of guarding the home planet has been completed. And control rights and mission logs are being transferred. As the last mission log message appeared in front of the eyes of all Imperial people, the Homestar Fortress also successfully arrived in front of the 10th Empire Fleet. Artificial Intelligence of the Empire's Home Star. 10. Say H. Low to the Supreme Emperor of the Empire. Okay. 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 The Emperor's tentacles trembled slightly. And he wrote the unedited tachyon information on the console. Dear human civilization. On behalf of all the people of the Empire, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you. The 10th Empire will be the eternal ally of human civilization. Earth. Looking at the Empire's home star fortress that had successfully sailed into the Empire's fleet, Lu Yongchang sat on the chair with a seemingly indifferent expression. His fingers that kept tapping the armrest of the seat clearly exposed his inner anxiety and uneasiness. This is a welcome plan proposed by the School of Sociology. On the one hand, using a large fleet shows the importance of human civilization to the 10th Empire. And at the same time, it can prevent unexpected situations. On the other hand, when the fleets of both sides met, they directly launched the great killer weapon of human civilization, the Imperial Home Star Fortress, from the Milky Way. When the interest card has been determined, play the emotional card directly. The 10th Empire will be the eternal ally of human civilization. When this line of text appeared in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang stopped tapping the armrest of the seat, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Just like the significance of the Earth to human civilization, the Mother Star plays an irreplaceable spiritual sustenance role for interstellar civilizations on long voyages. Of course, this is not absolute. Just like the Eugene civilization, they have almost no feelings for their home planet. But for the 10th Reich, Lu Yongchang did not believe that the 10th Empire, which had spent energy building a protective fortress on its home star, would be like the Eugene civilization. Facts have proved that this emotional card was played correctly. Despite his joy, Lu Yongchang also felt a touch of melancholy in his heart. The home planet of the 10th Empire still exists. What about the mother planet of human civilization? Under the attack of the Star Eater, the Earth fell into the sun and could never come back. Professor, the flagship of the 10th Empire has left the fleet. Zero's reminder came from the side, interrupting Lu Yongchang's thoughts. Sadness flashed past. With a formidable enemy in front of him, Lu Yongchang now has no time to grieve over the spring and autumn as time goes by. The number of red dots on the star map has soared to a frightening level. The establishment of a covenant is certainly not something that can be accomplished with just a few words. Although the details have been negotiated by both parties, the required ceremony is still indispensable. The 10th Empire has taken the lead in sending its own flagship, so human civilization cannot fall behind. Looking at the Imperial flagship gradually approaching the human fleet, Lu Yongchang slowly stood up from his seat. Earth! Move forward! Chapter 953 Meeting. Earth and the Imperial flagship were heading towards each other, and stopped when they were 1 million kilometers apart. After all, this is the flagship of two 8th level civilizations. Even if we do not take into account various complex issues such as docking interfaces and the ship's internal environment, it is an unrealistic idea for such a large-scale warship to connect face-to-face. Therefore, at the suggestion of human civilization, the last 1 million kilometers were completed by their respective shuttle ships. The civilization meeting area is a huge circular platform built in space. Considering the stature of the people of the 10th Empire, the scale of the platform is quite large, 50 kilometers in diameter and 150 meters in floor height. The internal environment also refers to the Empire's home planet. It can be said that for this meeting, human civilization has put all its sincerity on the table. The hatches of the flagships of the two civilizations opened, and the two shuttle fleets of different sizes slowly sailed towards the meeting platform. With the war imminent, all procedures have been simplified, including the meeting of civilizations on both sides. After only a few hours, this meeting that was bound to go down in history came to an end. Lu Yongchang sat in a daze in the shuttle ship, staring blankly at the starry sky outside the porthole window. Recalling the meeting just now, the information brought by the 10th Empire was so explosive that it completely confused him. First, the issue of troop strength mobilized by the pastoralists, far exceeding the number observed by the Cosmic Monitoring Project as of now. All dimensional creatures in the entire universe are rushing towards the Boötes Void. Conservative estimates suggest that the number should be over 5 million. Secondly, Pastoral's actions completely disrupted the balance of power in the universe. The sweepers also began to mobilize troops on a large scale. Conservative estimates suggest that at least hundreds of millions of systems have sent out expeditionary fleets. The strength of this, it's even more unimaginable. These two pieces of news alone completely shocked Lu Yongchang. Oh my god! Oh Earth! What on earth has human civilization done that makes people angry? Didn't you just solve a few dimensional creatures? Isn't that necessary? Today, human civilization only has less than 500,000 troops. The gap in combat power between the two sides, the metaphors of fireflies and bright moons, are both exaggerated propaganda of the size of the human fleet. Of course, this does not mean that human civilization is weak. With Zero's existence, given time, the size of the human fleet will easily surpass the sweeper civilization. But it takes time. Plenty of time. Even for exponentially growing facilities, like self-splitting detectors. It will take a lot of time to complete the cosmic surveillance plan, let alone build more difficult starships and war fortresses. Of course, the 10th Reich didn't just bring bad news. There was also good news. Under the persuasion and suggestion of the Empire, the neutrals chose to join the war. As for their position, there is no doubt that nature is human civilization. The reason, needless to say, the most important point is the dimension enhancement technology mastered by human civilization. Faced with a cosmic-level war that could happen at any time, Lu Yongchang naturally did not hesitate and nodded directly to commit. As long as the neutral fleet arrives on the battlefield and participates in the war, human civilization can directly publish all research results on four-dimensional cavitation. Not only that, Lu Yongchang even took the initiative to increase the chips as long as the war is won. Human civilization can even make low-dimensional technology public. The other side, in the shuttle ship of the 10th Empire, the performance of the Empire's Supreme Emperor was not much better. Even though the meeting had ended long ago, he was still immersed in deep shock. At the beginning, the Empire's home planet judged human civilization to be a silicon-based civilization. At that time, they also had the vest of the Enraged civilization. At this point, it is impossible for the Supreme Emperor of the Empire to mention this kind of thing. Later, human civilization revealed its true name, and the Silicon Alliance also believed that it was a rare carbon-silicon composite civilization. The same goes for the information the Empire holds. But after they actually met, they suddenly discovered a problem. Silicon-based? How can there be silicon-based organisms in TMD? A pure carbon-based civilization? Unimaginable. A carbon-based civilization has mastered such high-end computer technology, and can even pass the first-generation test of the silicon-based alliance. Compared with the subsequent information, the above information is just a small shock. Human civilization has not only mastered dimensionality-raising technology, but also mastered dimensionality reduction technology possessed by low-dimensional creatures. They're even willing to share it publicly. Damn it! And such good things. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, the Supreme Emperor of the Empire would even want to use some foul language. TMD? What a hacking four-dimensional hole. If I had known this, the Imperial fleet should have turned around and rushed back to the Lania Chaos Super Galaxy Cluster. The Supreme Emperor of the Empire carefully picked up an optical hard drive in front of him. And for a moment, he felt a bit regretful. According to the chief scientist of human civilization, this optical hard drive contains all observational and experimental data related to four-dimensional cavitation. Considering the huge differences in the technology trees of the two civilizations, the optical hard drive does not contain the dimension-enhancing technology mastered by human civilization. What? Why not just transmit remotely? As the saying goes, no matter how large the information transmission bandwidth is, it cannot compare to a truck full of hard drives. The same is true in the interstellar era. If the data in an optical hard disk is replaced by tachyon communication for remote transmission, it will take at least 10 days. He carefully put down the optical hard drive in his hand and turned his complicated eyes to the other optical hard drive. If the previous information shocked the Empire, Then the information in this hard drive was a complete shock. The origins of the pastoral sect and the annihilation plan. What do you think? The Supreme Emperor of the Empire looked at the several Imperial scientists beside him and asked in a deep voice, "Dear Your Majesty the Emperor, we need a certain amount of time to analyze the data in the optical hard drive." Facing the Emperor's gaze, a member of the Imperial Academy of Sciences said hesitantly, "But judging from the words of the chief human scientist just now, as much as I hate to admit it, I'm afraid it's true." In the silence, there was an extremely slight tremor on the deck of the shuttle ship. The shuttle ship had returned to the Imperial flagship. "Immediately conduct a comprehensive analysis of the data on these two optical hard disks. Dimension enhancement technology is listed as the highest priority research task of the Imperial Academy of Sciences. The information about the pastoralists, after confirming its authenticity, I will apply for the Fifth Supreme Council of Neutrality." Chapter 954 Tachyon Computer. Human Fleet. After learning about the movements of the sweepers and pastoralists from the 10th Empire, Lu Yongchang's sense of urgency was directly stretched to the extreme. As soon as the shuttle ship stopped on the deck of the Earth, Lu Yongchang hurried out of the shuttle ship's hatch with a group of academicians and congressmen. "Chairman Lin, the Parliament needs to immediately carry out war mobilization work. This war will be the most difficult and largest war in the history of human civilization. At that time, everyone will need to play their due role. Also, from now on, the wartime economic system will be fully activated. Don't worry." Lin Shuguang looked serious. "Citizens of the People's Federation will never be a drag." After speaking, he turned around and left quickly. The war is imminent, and the People's Federation Council is even more important than the Academy of Sciences and the Army. It is not for nothing that we must first pacify our country. Lu Yongchang retracted his gaze from Lin Shuguang's back and looked at the academician of the Academy of Sciences on the side. "The enemy's force is too large, and the original combat plan needs to be significantly changed. Release all the Star Reavers and seize as many resources as possible from the systems around the Bodes Hollow before the sweepers and pastoralists arrive on the battlefield. Activate the Forsaken Zerg and the Brood, and release them through the wormhole to the galaxies surrounding the Bodes Hollow. From now on, the fleet will fully liberate starships and weapons manufacturing capacity. Explosive troops. Explode troops at all costs." Regarding Lu Yongchang's orders, Fong Su frowned slightly and raised some objections. "Yongchang, have you considered Zero's computing power? Judging from the current situation, once several four-dimensional creatures arrive on the frontal battlefield in advance, Zero will not be able to take care of production work. Although he can undertake a lot of basic manufacturing work, the efficiency of weak artificial intelligence is far less than Zero." Under the gaze of all the academicians, Lu Yongchang stopped in his tracks. There was a twinkle in his eye. "Because of this, human civilization needs to break through current computer technology as quickly as possible. As a silicon-based civilization, the Empire's understanding of computers is naturally not weak, even surpassing today's human civilization." After Lu Yongchang's inquiry, Empire provided the latest model of four-dimensional optical brain architecture. This is a truly giant computer. Even without calculating its four-dimensional structure, its volume in three-dimensional space is equivalent to that of a moon. Yes, the Imperial Academy of Sciences directly built the central computer of civilization into a giant device. Although its huge size has many shortcomings, it has an incomparable advantage: huge computing power. According to tests by the Academy of Human Resources and Social Sciences, the computing power of this planet-level optical brain is at least twice that of the central computer of human civilization. Only, this growth rate cannot satisfy Lu Yongchang at this time. At this time, human civilization needs a subversive progress. Only an increase in computing power by thousands or hundreds of times can bring hope for human civilization to make a comeback. Dear Chief of the People's Academy of Sciences, I'm sorry, but in the Empire's theoretical system, it is impossible for a four-dimensional optical brain to have such computing power. Researchers from the Imperial Academy of Sciences responded. You should be aware that the speed of light has brought unprecedented improvements in computing power to the four-dimensional optical brain. But it has also become the biggest constraint of the four-dimensional optical brain. It locks the volume of the four-dimensional optical brain. If the size of the four-dimensional optical brain is too large, the signal delay inside it will reach a terrifying value. Although technical means can be used to reduce latency, it will still have a negative impact on the computer's computing power. Experimental results from the Imperial Academy of Sciences show that this optical brain, with a diameter of 3,500 kilometers, is almost the limit of a four-dimensional optical brain. Lu Yongchang nodded thoughtfully. I understand what you mean. In other words, If the problem of the speed of light can be solved, can the size and computing power of the optical brain continue to increase without limit? The researchers from the Imperial Academy of Sciences burst into laughter. Aren't you talking nonsense? How can the speed of light, the most important constant in the universe, be changed so easily? What if tachyons are used as the medium for signal transmission? Lu Yongchang was silent for a moment, and then suddenly said, tachyon computers were hypothesized by academician Mo Ziyang as early as the emergence of the four-dimensional optical brain. There is no doubt that the speed of photons is the speed of light. As for tachyon, its speed cannot be lower than the speed of light. There is no doubt that this will be the next generation of computer technology after the optical brain. Researchers at the Imperial Academy fell silent. After a long time, it sent several messages. It is indeed a good idea. There have been similar discussions within the Imperial Academy of Sciences. Theoretically speaking, tachyon is indeed a good carrying vehicle. While its operating speed is known to be superlight, it also has extremely strong anti-interference performance. Even when encountering a black hole, tachyons can easily escape, making them an excellent material for building supercomputers. However, there is an unsolvable problem. The constraint problem of tachyons. Looking at the words in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Indeed, the many advantages of tachyons also bring a huge drawback. It is difficult to constrain them to a designated area. You can't build a computer and then have the data signals in the computer wander around the universe. Right? When this thought flashed through his mind, Lu Yongchang laughed to himself. The next second, when he saw the planet-level computer of the 10th Empire, he suddenly froze on the spot. Etc. What's wrong with the signals floating all over the universe? Lu Yongchang raised his hand and patted his head gently. Unexpectedly, he also fell into the trap of thinking inertia. As long as the scale of the computer is expanded to the level of the universe, wouldn't this problem be easily solved? When Lu Yongchang proposed this idea, researchers at the Imperial Academy of Sciences were completely silent. After an unknown amount of time, a string of exciting information appeared in the holographic projection. Just now, the Imperial Academy of Sciences conducted the simplest simulation. Simulation results show that this is indeed achievable. This is truly an unprecedentedly bold idea. Dear Chief Academician, on behalf of the Imperial Academy of Sciences, I would like to extend my highest respect to you. Only, how do you solve the problem of tachyon signals being intercepted by other civilizations? Or the problem of computers receiving other interference signals? What's more, it's difficult to make a universe into a computer. It's a bit too huge. This is probably not something that an 8th-level civilization can do. The corners of Lu Yongchang's mouth raised slightly, and his eyes were full of excitement. It's very simple. Small universe technology. If he can't transform the big universe, can he transform a small universe into a computer? The tachyon signal cannot pass through the closed small universe. This is simply the natural SH/L of the tachyon computer. And it is also an excellent tachyon constraint method. Chapter 955 Fuxi. Earth Calendar Year 15545. Using a closed small universe as the SH/L of a tachyon computer. This fantastic solution solves the biggest obstacle in the development of tachyon computers. As the current highest priority task of the Academy of Humanities and Social Sciences, the research and development of the tachyon computer research and development project is progressing extremely quickly. This is certainly due to the strong promotion of the humanoid plug-in Lu Yongchang. But it is also absolutely indispensable for the hard work of a large number of academicians working overtime. Fuxi. This is the name proposed by Lu Yongchang. There is no doubt that it was adopted. Unlike conventional computers, the manufacturing process of Fuxi tachyon computers can be described as disruptive. The entire manufacturing process is not complicated, even somewhat simple. The first step is to cut the small universe. The second step is to completely empty the inside of the small universe. The third step is to put various tachyon computer components into it. Unlike conventional computers, the components of tachyon computers require little consideration of assembly sequence and wiring. During the production process, each component comes with its own zero-point furnace and self-maintenance system. Like galaxies in the universe, these computer components are regularly placed within a small universe 1 light-year in diameter. There are no data transmission lines between components. Current human civilization cannot constrain tachyons in data transmission lines. In a sense, it's like having all the wires and data lines removed from a computer and then placing the individual parts scattered across the vast universe. The size of the micro-universe is small, but for a computer, it is huge enough. How can any computer be measured in light years? In order to prevent displacement and collision between components due to gravity and various other unexpected factors. All parts are fixed using space anchor technology. Space anchor technology, as the name suggests, is like the anchor used on ships. However, the space anchor is used in the ocean of time and space. As large as planetary fortresses or as small as microprobes, they can use this technology to firmly fix themselves in the universe. The installation of parts inside the small universe did not take much time, even including preparatory work such as cutting the small universe. The entire manufacturing process took less than a year. The real difficulty is not in the small universe, and at the port of the small universe and the large universe. In order to realize the input and output of information, it is impossible for human civilization to build a completely closed small universe. Once a port appears in this small universe, the tachyon signal will escape uncontrollably into the large universe. In order to solve this problem, relevant researchers from the People's Academy of Sciences and the Imperial Academy of Sciences debated for an unknown amount of time. Even Lu Yongchang has been troubled by this problem for who knows how long. It was not until the Imperial Academy of Sciences pioneered the cosmic membrane shape control technology, when studying four-dimensional cavitation research data, that this problem was solved. The cosmic membrane can deform. The cosmic membrane of the four-dimensional vacuole will undergo irregular deformation under the influence of various factors. This feature can be applied to tachyon computers, as long as the shape of the port is slightly changed to completely fit the signal output cable. The problem of tachyon signal escape during the signal input and output process can be easily solved, of course. The signal input and output still use the same as the previous photon signal. The following year, Earth calendar year 15546, Fuxi, the tachyon computer was officially completed. During this period, according to the data returned from the splitting detector, several pastoral dimensional creatures have arrived near the Boötes Hollow, but they did not enter the Boötes Void, or even come close to the edge of the void. Obviously, the previous, remarkable achievements of human civilization have brought considerable deterrence to these dimensional creatures. Lu Yongchang was also happy. Every minute longer it takes for the pastoralist army to assemble, human civilization will have more than 1 point more chance of winning. Earth, Command Center. Lu Yongchang and every academician silently stared at the giant device that embodies the efforts of two 8th-level civilizations. Just observing with the naked eye, Fuxi looks like a semi-open platform. The platform at the bottom mainly plays the role of signal transmission and pulling the small universe. Its true identity is hidden in the small universe above the platform. Between the two, there is an optical cable with a diameter of 1 kilometer. It is a real optical cable composed of materialized light. The optical cable shone with a faint light, like a luminous Tower of Babel, extending upward from the platform and straight into the dim universe. Its end seemed to be cut off at the waist and disappeared into the universe. Out of thin air it passed through the port of the small universe. Due to the special shape of the cosmic brain at the port, it does not have the abnormal space-time phenomena of conventional small universe ports. Under the watchful eyes of almost all researchers from the People's Academy of Sciences and the Imperial Academy of Sciences, Lu Yongchang issued a key order. Fuxi, tachyon computer is officially launched. After the words fell, a large amount of light shot out from the platform below, flowing along the shining optical cable towards the small universe above. These photon signals will be converted into tachyon signals by specialized instruments inside the small universe. The entire small universe is equivalent to a closed computer box. When the tachyon signal began to disperse in the small universe, every component of Fuxi began to operate. The zero-point furnace extracts vacuum zero-point energy and provides the necessary energy for the components. Fuxi is checking himself. In the holographic projection, a line of bright white text lit up. After a long wait, the text began to refresh rapidly. The system self-test is completed and Fuxi is starting up. The environment in the system is being detected. The internal environment is undergoing renovation. 4.0. Who is only half a step away from becoming a level 3 artificial intelligence. All this is as natural as breathing. Fuxi has been started and computing power testing is in progress. Lu Yongchang subconsciously held his breath. This is the most critical step and the most time-consuming step. In the small universe, every zero-point furnace has entered full power operation. Looking at the rows of data gradually appearing in the projection, a touch of joy finally appeared in Lu Yongchang's anxious eyes. Although the test has not yet been completed, Lu Yongchang has roughly estimated the increase in computing power. Huge growth, compared with the original four-dimensional optical brain of human civilization. The increase in computing power of tachyon computers is conservatively estimated to be more than 1,000 times. This is just 1 light-year away from a tachyon computer. Unlike the four-dimensional optical brain, as long as the technology allows, the size of the tachyon computer can even be as large as the universe. To a certain extent, this will be infinite computing power after infinite energy. Chapter 956 Level 9 Technology. Changes to the technology tree. Fushi, the moment the tachyon computer successfully completed the computing power test, Lu Yongchang felt a familiar wave coming from his brain. He was slightly stunned when he was in the command center. He has felt this feeling several times. Only major technological breakthroughs will bring such reminders. This so-called reminder is actually an external manifestation of the changes in the technology tree space. After being stunned for a short time, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but get excited when he realized what he was doing. Today's human civilization is already an 8th level civilization. Something unusual happens again. Isn't that the legendary 9th level civilization? Thinking of this, he calmed down, closed his eyes, and put his consciousness into the technology tree system deep in his mind. Breakthroughs in various dimensional technologies have brightened up this originally bleak 8th level technology tree space. Bright white branches grow freely in the huge technology tree space. 1-dimensional, 2-dimensional, 4-dimensional. On every dimensional partition, the cursor of every dimensional technology shines brightly. But Lu Yongchang's attention did not stay on these shining cursors and branches. His gaze followed dozens of thick branches extending straight upward. These branches grew all the way up under Lu Yongchang's watch, and successfully came into contact with the fog that symbolized the top of the 8th level civilization. Boom! The branches shining with white light pierced into the mist without hesitation. Lu Yongchang subconsciously held his breath. Level 9? Is it really a level 9 civilization? Before he could get excited, the fog that had not yet dissipated made him wake up. A long time ago, he had seen such changes in the technology tree. This means that the incredible technology of tachyon computer belongs to the 9th level civilization. But it is not the cornerstone technology of the 9th level civilization. Lu Yongchang was not too disappointed, and the look of expectation in his eyes even grew stronger. Speaking from experience, mastering this cross-civilization level technology in advance can bring about a wonderful opportunity. An opportunity to peek into the technology of a higher civilization level. Under Lu Yongchang's gaze, the branch successfully passed through the thick layer of fog and formed a cursor in a relatively middle area. Endless computing power. Preliminary mastery of tachyon computers. Due to the obstruction of the fog, the originally bright light now appeared extremely dim, but it still illuminates part of the surrounding cursor. Cosmic bubble traction technology. 5-dimensional navigation. Hyperspace membrane communication technology. Just these few cursors made Lu Yongchang excited. Before Lu Yongchang could think carefully, the originally peaceful technology tree space suddenly became turbulent. In the modeled background space, the bright white lines that make up the branches of technological branches are pulled out of their original positions one by one. Seeing the technology tree collapse before his eyes, he subconsciously wanted to leave the space of the technology tree. But can't exit. He quickly calmed down his emotions. They come. The security. The truth about the technology tree space has always been a threshold that he couldn't overcome. Not to mention its origin. Even the location of its body is a huge mystery from the 1st level civilization to the 8th level civilization. Dr. Wen and he tried countless detection methods, but they could not find the technology in his brain. The ontology of tree space. The mutation started with the tachyon computer. This illustrates something. Level 9 civilization is a threshold. Lu Yongchang narrowed his eyes slightly, and turned his gaze to the huge space in front of him with the modeled background. Worry, relief, panic, anticipation. Mixed emotions washed over him. What is the truth about the technology tree space? Lu Yongchang subconsciously clenched his fists. In the technology tree space, countless bright white lines dance seemingly irregularly. Under Lu Yongchang's gaze, these bright white lines gradually outline a vague and illusory outline. Time passed little by little, and the outline gradually became clearer. Although it was just an outline, Lu Yongchang could barely identify the true face of the outline. That's a human figure. Head, limbs, body. A standard human body outline. Lu Yongchang's pupils trembled slightly, and his quantum brain's thinking became sluggish. He couldn't believe what he saw. Why is a figure projected in the technology tree space? Suddenly, as if some program bug had been encountered, all the normally dancing bright white lines stopped moving. Wow! Lu Yongchang watched with astonishment as the figure turned into countless chaotic white lines again. These bright white lines returned to their original positions at an extremely fast speed. The collapsed technology tree appeared in front of Lu Yongchang again. The entire technology tree space was as peaceful as if nothing had happened. Lu Yongchang carefully reached out and touched the technology tree in front of him. The familiar feeling of nothingness. He raised his head and looked at the fog above his head. And a guess came to his mind. Could it be that human civilization mastered tachyon technology in advance, causing the built-in program of the technology tree to make misjudgments? Only in this way can we explain the scene that just happened. Only when human civilization truly becomes a level 9 civilization will the truth behind the technology tree be fully revealed. But that figure, who is it? Lu Yongchang looked at the technology tree in front of him with deep confusion. Whether it is to win the war or to learn the final truth. It seems that there is only one way left in front of him to advance to the 9th level civilization. Zero's moving process was completed quietly. The Academy of Sciences, which has had several moving experiences, has already been able to easily handle the fluctuations in computing power that occurred during the moving process. Looking at the almost insignificant computing power usage in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath after exiting the technology tree space. The desperate counterattack of human civilization officially begins from this moment. First, the material issue needs to be resolved. Zero. From now on, use all resources to build a super-large zero-point energy well array and mass-to-energy conversion factory. Zero-point energy wells, as the name suggests, are like zero-point furnaces that can extract the vacuum zero-point energy in the universe. It is an advanced technology of the zero-point furnace and has higher zero-point energy extraction efficiency. For an 8th level civilization that has mastered the technology of mass energy mutual conversion, the energy from the zero-point energy well can be directly converted into matter. Theoretically speaking, human civilization does not need to go outside the Boötes void to grab resources. But the construction period for zero-point energy wells is extremely long. At the same time, the process of mass energy conversion requires a lot of computing power. Therefore, this was not a good solution for previous human civilizations. There was no time to build a starship, let alone a zero-point energy well. The breakthrough of tachyon computers has solved all difficulties. The current Fuxi is just a 1 light-year scale experimental machine, and its computing power is only 1,000 times that of the original. But given a little time, human civilization can expand its scale to more than 10 light years. That's when. Long construction period? Does it consume a lot of computing power? Sorry. The most indispensable thing for human civilization is computing power. Chapter 957 The Boötes War breaks out. Earth calendar year 15580. Judging from the data transmitted back from the splitting probe, as of now, there are at least more than 500,000 fleets gathered around the Boötes void. Most of them are pastoral dimensional creatures. They are the first to set off. At the same time, those 4-dimensional creatures also have the most powerful wormhole shuttle technology. With a combination of two, they should be the first to arrive. Others are starships of the Sweeper civilization and the Neutral civilization. The Neutral faction has the smallest number of starships and is also the farthest away from the Boötes void. The atmosphere around the Boötes void is too tense. In the past few decades, no less than 100 small-scale conflicts have broken out between the Sweepers and the pastoralists. At least 100 galaxies have turned into countless interstellar dust and elementary particles, drifting in the vast universe. As for the reasons behind the conflict, the pastoralists want to encircle the Boötes hollow, and this strategic purpose is already obvious on the table. Can the Sweeper be willing? Although they do not know the purpose of the pastoralists in doing this, they know one thing: whatever the pastoralists want to do, they only need to try their best to prevent it. Then, as those dimensional creatures rushed to the Boötes hollow, one after another, small frictions began to appear. Therefore, as time goes by, the abnormal space-time fluctuations around the Boötes void become more and more frequent. And from time to time, the light of supernova explosions even illuminates the surrounding dim starry sky. But the Boötes void, which is the center of the storm, has become the calmest and safest place at this time. This is just a brief moment of calm before the real storm arrives. The interior of the Boötes hollow, the buffer time of more than 30 years, has given human civilization a big breath of relief. Dozens of zero-point energy wells have greatly alleviated the material shortage problem of human civilization. At the same time, relying on the stars and planets seized by the Star Reavers from around the Boötes void, the number of human fleets increased to 1 million. This speed of development directly confused the 10th Empire next to it. Is it hacking cheating? The Empire's first tachyon computer has not yet been successfully built, but the human civilization next to it has already begun to explode and soar? Although there are countless doubts and confusions in their hearts. As an ally, the 10th Empire will naturally not say anything about this. Inside the Earth Command Center, Lu Yongchang looked increasingly serious as he looked at the rapidly increasing number of space-time anomaly signals in the holographic projection. The war is about to break out. From behind, Xiao Zijia's voice came. According to our deduction results, when the next batch of reinforcements from the pastoralists and sweepers arrive, the balance of the battlefield will be completely broken, and the war will probably officially begin. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly. Tell all combat units to be ready for war at any time. At the Academy of Sciences, the research projects of the second generation, Fuxi, are getting better and better. It won't take long for human civilization to have a more powerful tachyon computer. But before that, we need to block the enemy's first wave of offensive. Bip! Blop! Blop! The sudden siren interrupted Lu Yongchang's words. Looking at the picture in the holographic projection, the expressions of everyone in the command center changed. The pastoralists did not follow common sense. Enemy attack! Lu Yongchang was the first to react. 0. Sound the war alarm. Human fleet. Attack! Perhaps they are worried that human civilization will grow to the point where it cannot be solved. Or perhaps they are worried about losing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Or perhaps they are worried that the sweeper civilization will interfere with the pastoralists' actions. In short, Membrane directly issued the war order before the next batch of reinforcements arrived on the battlefield. Pastoral faction. Attack! Without any warning, the war broke out suddenly. The pastoral dimensional creatures poured into the Boötes hollow desperately. Under the premise of ensuring a safe distance, dense wormholes appeared in the Boötes void. 1-dimensional, 2-dimensional, 4-dimensional. Hundreds of thousands of dimensional creatures poured out of the wormhole, rushing towards the nearest human fleet regardless of their own safety. The pastoralists fired the first shot of this war. The piercing siren sounded in every starship of the human fleet, and also in every starship of the 10th Empire. Boom! With just one encounter, the explosion of human warships illuminated the extremely dim starry sky in the constellation Boötes. The human fleet responded quickly and entered a state of war immediately. But hundreds of thousands of dimensional creatures attack at the same time. Even a sweeper civilization that has developed for hundreds of millions of years will have a hard time withstanding such an offensive. Not to mention human civilization that only took a few breaths. The charge formation composed of hundreds of thousands of dimensional creatures suddenly tore a hole in the defense network established by the human fleet. Damn! Looking at the dense red dots in the holographic projection, Xiao Zijia's eyes flashed with a ruthless look. Start the space-time trap in advance. Start the annihilation starburst. Hit me directly where the fleet is concentrated. There is no doubt that places with dense human fleets also gather more dimensional creatures. The moment the words fell, boom! A super-large space-time trap exploded in the Boötes void. Pairs of positive and negative stars, pulled by the Star Reacher, are like boulders on a trebuchet, smashing crazily towards the target area. At this moment, the void of Boötes is shining with the most dazzling light in the entire universe. Tens of thousands of positive and negative stars are annihilated at the same time, and the power of the explosion is unparalleled. Some of the weaker low-dimensional creatures even had their cores broken apart. Of course, the human fleet at the center of the explosion was also severely hit. Injure the enemy 800 and injure yourself 1,000. This desperate style of play gave a sudden pause to the pastoral faction's forward momentum. The various oncoming black hole bombs and gravity bombs directly disrupted the charge formation of the dimensional creatures. It was this meal that gave the surrounding higher civilization some time to react. The fluctuations of the four-dimensional transition reverberate in the universe. Sweepers, enter! The 10th Empire, enter! Further away, the space-time fluctuations caused by the wormhole came from afar. Neutralists, enter! The situation of the battle suddenly changed. The pastoral civilization that had been caught by surprise was suddenly surrounded by heavy siege. Chapter 958 Melee. Inside, Earth. Lu Yongchang looked at a corner of the holographic projection with a strange expression. Over there is the sweeper. War zone! There are no conventional starships. Only planetary fortresses of different sizes hovering silently in the empty universe, firmly blocking the retreat path of dimensional creatures. There aren't many planetary fortresses. Preliminary observations show that there are less than 10,000 planetary fortresses in the sweeper theater. Human civilization has had a lot of interactions with the sweeper civilization, and it has also mastered the method of evaluating the combat power of the sweeper warships. The most intuitive way to evaluate it is to observe the scale of those planetary fortresses. The smaller the scale, the stronger the combat power. The scale of these planetary fortresses is very small, much smaller than the white dwarf fortresses and neutron fortresses that human civilization has encountered before, according to the intelligence provided by the 10th Empire and the neutral faction. This is the bottom-of-the-box high-end combat power of the Sweeper Civilization Quark Fortress and Black Hole Fortress. After coming to this conclusion, Lu Yongchang suddenly felt a trace of fear in his heart. Although the number of warships of the Sweeper Civilization is small, its combat power cannot be underestimated. If nothing else, these less than 10,000 planetary fortresses are enough to easily defeat all neutral civilizations except human civilization and the 10th Empire. Apart from being fearful, he was also a little surprised and delighted. The participation of the Sweeper Civilization in the war was not part of human civilization's plan. It must be said that this variable greatly reduced the pressure on the human fleet at this time. With this in mind, Lu Yongchang turned his attention to the neutral war zone on the flanks of the battlefield. There are a lot of battleships in the neutral war zone, but almost all of them are conventional battleships. And the styles of the battleships are also all kinds of strange. A tachyon communication came. The 10th Empire said detailed information on the civilizations participating in the war. A small number are members of the Silicon Alliance, and the rest are mostly the 8th level civilization of the main war faction. This is a combined fleet composed of hundreds of 8th level civilizations. But union does not mean strength. At least for now. The combined fleet of the neutral faction is probably the weakest. It is precisely for this reason that their battle zones are mainly distributed on the flanks of the encirclement. Needless to say about the frontal combat zone, hundreds of thousands of human fleets and imperial fleets formed a solid shield wall, blocking the forward momentum of those dimensional creatures. Buzz, along with a violent flash, an inexplicable wave came from the Sweeper war zone. 4-dimensional shock bomb. How about saying that enemies are extremely jealous when they meet? Without any nonsense. The Sweeper Civilization directly used 4-dimensional weapons. The moment the 4-dimensional shock bomb was fired, those Quark Fortresses and Black Hole Fortresses took advantage of the situation and started the dimensionality enhancement process. The planetary fortress, which was originally clearly visible in the 3-dimensional universe, slowly turned into shadows under the gaze of all advanced civilizations. On the other side, the pastoral dimensional creatures cannot allow these powerful 4-dimensional shock bombs to explode at will. Of course, the 4-dimensional creatures will not be greatly affected, but the low-dimensional creatures present may have to be forced to leave the battlefield. One after another, the 4-dimensional creatures took the initiative to step forward, and together with each other, they propped up a wall made of shadows in the empty universe. The fluctuations of the 4-dimensional shock bomb were perfectly blocked by this wall, and did not cause any harm to the low-dimensional creatures behind. But they also lost the opportunity to take action against the Sweeper Civilization and expose some weak defense areas. After possessing the tachyon computer, Zero's strength has been improved unprecedentedly. The moment the Sweeper Civilization sent out 4-dimensional shock bombs, Zero had successfully simulated the high-intensity 4-dimensional space fluctuations created by these tens of thousands of 4-dimensional shock bombs. Not good! When he saw the warning signal in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly changed. It is indeed a good thing for the Sweeper Civilization to participate in the war. But the goal of the Sweeper Civilization is obviously not just pastoral civilization. This batch of 4-dimensional shock bombs not only cost the pastoral faction the opportunity to take the lead, but also gave the Sweeper warship valuable time to upgrade its dimension. What's more important is that part of the high-dimensional space fluctuations caused by the 4-dimensional shock bombs are heading towards the human war zone and the neutral war zone. Naturally, human civilization and the 10th Empire would not take this small 4-dimensional shock bomb seriously. But the neutrals are different. Without mastering dimensional technology, they have almost no means of defense. The 10th Reich! The tachyon message was quickly transmitted to the Imperial fleet next to it. The neutrals are in danger. Support immediately. Battlefield flank. The fleet of the 10th Empire quietly appeared in the neutral war zone and between the 4-dimensional shock bombs. 4-dimensional jump. The Imperial fleet received the order and rushed to the flank battlefield relying on 4-dimensional jump technology. As soon as the fleet appeared in the universe, it fired a large number of shining cannonballs. These LS carry powerful energy and fly in the direction of the 4-dimensional shock bomb waves. Boom! The flash of the explosion instantly illuminated the dark starry sky, successfully offsetting the high-dimensional space fluctuations caused by the 4-dimensional shock bomb. At the same time, under the command of the 10th Empire, the neutral war zone also launched its own attack. The goal is clear. It is the dimensional creature of the pastoral school. A large number of dark matter cannons and space rifts were blasted towards the weak defense areas exposed by the pastoralists. As for the 10th Empire, after resisting the fluctuations of the sweeper's four-dimensional shock bombs, it also launched a four-dimensional weapon similar to the four-dimensional shock bombs. Of course, it goes without saying much about the frontal battlefield. The moment the sweeper civilization launched its attack, the ground-washing saturation bombardment that the human fleet had just interrupted reappeared in the universe. Four-dimensional weapons, dark matter cannons, gravity weapons, annihilation starbursts. There are even a lot of two-dimensional weapons, Van Gogh included. The main thing is undifferentiated artillery coverage. No matter you are a sweeper or a pastoralist, you are all in the sight of the human fleet. Of course, like the sweeper civilization, the human fleet has also started the dimension upgrading process simultaneously. Perhaps they were shocked by the actions of human civilization. Or perhaps they were frightened by the dimensional weapons possessed by human civilization. The sweeper planetary fortress offensive was slightly halted after the dimension was ascended. Then, these planetary fortresses quickly retreated, widening the distance from the human war zone. The melee began. Chapter 959 Crazy Pastoral Party. Even though the pastoral dimensional creatures are numerous and have the most powerful combat power, they still suffered a big loss in the face of the joint attack from the three parties. The cores of a large number of low-dimensional creatures were destroyed, and under the assimilation of three-dimensional space, they were forced to ascend to countless basic particles. The loss of fourth-dimensional beings wasn't that severe, but it wasn't much better. This is the battlefield of the top 8-level civilization, not to mention the 7th-level civilization. Even the 8th-level civilization with less strength is nothing more than a large cannon fodder here. Strong tachyon signals spread rapidly in the battlefield filled with artillery fire. Neutral faction. Why did the neutrals join the war? The 10th Empire. Silicon Alliance. Why did the 10th Empire appear here? Damn human civilization. Why haven't reinforcements arrived yet? Ever since the sweeper branches of the Milky Way and Andromeda galaxies reported the incident, human civilization has been on the special care list of the sweeper civilization. It can be said that if human civilization were not members of the Silicon Alliance and the Neutrality faction, the sweepers would have taken matters into their own hands to deal with human civilization. Therefore, after discovering that the pastoral faction's attack target was human civilization, the first reaction of the sweeper civilization was to follow the trend and take the opportunity to eliminate human civilization while dealing with those dimensional creatures. But they never expected it. Thousands of years ago, human civilization was still at the 6th level of civilization. But now it has grown to such a high level, similar to the pastoral war zone. The sweeper war zone at this time also fell into chaos. The attacks launched by the human fleet really shocked them. High-dimensional weapons, low-dimensional weapons. Judging from battlefield performance alone, the current strength of human civilization is by no means inferior to that of the sweeper civilization. The wide-area tachyon broadcast signal was sent out from the sweeper war zone, across the endless starry sky, towards the sweeper headquarters in the far distance. Tachyon fluctuations came from afar. The dimensional creatures of the pastoral faction tried their best to avoid the attack while questioning the 10th Empire and the neutral faction. Neutral faction. The 10th Empire. The pastoral faction has no intention of becoming your enemy. Our goal is only human civilization. Leave the battlefield immediately, and we can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, the neutral civilization will suffer indiscriminate revenge from the pastoral faction. To such a threat, the 10th Empire took the lead in responding. Human civilization is a member of the neutral faction and an eternal ally of the 10th Empire. The tachyon information said by the 10th Empire and the neutrals directly stimulated the nerves of all dimensional creatures present. Similarly, it also stimulates the nerves of the membrane at the bottom of the cosmic bubble. Damn human civilization. He looked at the next batch of dimensional creatures that were about to arrive on the battlefield, with a ruthless look in his eyes, and directly issued a death order. Destroy the human fleet at all costs. A powerful tachyon signal swept across the battlefield. The pastoral dimensional creatures that had been retreating step by step under the encirclement and suppression of the three parties suddenly emerged. 100,000 four-dimensional creatures rushed out of the defense net in the face of various high-power attacks, and then resolutely destroyed the core of their bodies under the gaze of a group of advanced civilizations. The dimensionality reduction effect begins immediately. Boom! The power of a suicide attack by 100,000 four-dimensional creatures is unimaginable. In an instant, seemingly endless energy and matter burst out from the central area of the battlefield. At this moment, the Bodhi's void has changed from the bleakest area in the universe to the brightest spot. The erupting energy accelerates those basic particles to a level extremely close to the speed of light. At such a speed, even one basic particle has unparalleled destructive power. The light envelopes a large number of basic particles and sweeps across the battlefield like ripples. The first to bear the brunt are the warships in the innermost part of the encirclement. Naturally, it goes without saying much about the conventional battleships of the neutral faction and the 10th Empire. Under this impact, no shield had any effect, and even the armor constructed of dense neutrons and dense quarks disintegrated into countless particles in a very short period of time. The collision of particles produces countless heavy particles. The intense radiation caused by this is its second round of offensive. After the conventional battleships of the neutral faction and the 10th Empire were reduced to endless powder, the battleships of human civilization and sweepers also began to suffer battle losses. Even a battleship that has ascended to the fourth dimension cannot be immune to this impact. The violent turmoil in the three-dimensional space has also affected the fourth-dimensional space. One by one, the four-dimensional battleships were forced to fall into the third dimension, and then turned into endless dust after holding on for a few seconds. But no matter what, the defensive power of four-dimensional warships is still much higher than that of conventional warships. This can be seen from the number of battle losses on all sides. The neutral faction suffered the most serious damage, losing at least 30% of its conventional warships. The 10th Empire has not yet mastered dimensionality advancement, but it has relied on various dimensional weapons to significantly reduce its own losses, about 15% of battle losses. The loss of the human fleet is about 5%. The sweeper civilization was the least civilized, and only lost less than 1% of the planetary fortresses. No way. There were no conventional warships in the fleet of the sweeper civilization. And the worst was the Quark fortress. What does this amount to? It is equivalent to the human fleet only sending Titan Mothership and Chi-Yu planetary fortress to participate in the battle. The benefits brought by the sacrifice of 100,000 four-dimensional creatures are extremely huge. The gradually shrinking encirclement of the three parties was completely broken up. This gain alone was enough to make up for this loss. The remaining members of the pastoral faction broke out of the encirclement under the protection of the four-dimensional creatures. Even though they suffered such heavy losses, they still did not retreat. Instead, they took advantage of the chaos caused by the explosion and rushed directly into the human fleet. Human fleet. The Titan Mothership. Under the cover of countless carrier-based drones and conventional warships, opened fire, pouring powerful firepower into the vicinity. But, to no avail. After sacrificing dozens of dimensional creatures, several two-dimensional creatures successfully approached the Titan Mothership, with a bright light shining on the battlefield. The figures of these two-dimensional creatures disappeared into the battlefield. Dimensionality reduction attack at the cost of life. A giant painting slowly spreads out in the starry sky. The surrounding artillery LS, drones, battleships, and even the explosions of fire were all included in this painting. The scroll quickly spread to the four-dimensional Titan Mothership. Although the Titan Mothership has already opened the dark matter stabilization field, it still cannot withstand the dimensionality reduction strikes launched by several two-dimensional creatures at the cost of their lives. After struggling for a few minutes, the huge Titan Mothership first fell to the third dimension, and then turned into the twisted pattern in the painting. Scenes like this can be seen everywhere in the human fleet. Every dimensional creature is like crazy. Trade injury for injury. Life for life. Chapter 960. The human flagship enters the scene. Whether it was the sweeper civilization, the neutral civilization, or even human civilization itself, no one expected that the pastoral faction would make such a move. At the cost of the lives of high-dimensional creatures, break away from the encirclement of the three parties, at the cost of the lives of low-dimensional creatures, launch a dimensionality reduction attack on the human fleet. A true suicide attack. The war situation, which was originally going well, has been reversed in a very short period of time. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. The brand new warships that had just come off the production line were transformed into a large number of low-dimensional fragments in the crazy offensive of the pastoralists, and were transformed into basic particles under the assimilation of three-dimensional space. After a brief moment of sluggishness, the sweeper fleet quickly withdrew to the rear. Sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. On the other side, with the help of the 10th Empire, the neutral civilization reintegrated the fleet and tried to support the human fleet. A strong fluctuation of time and space came from the edge of the Boötes Hollow, shattering the support intentions of the neutral civilization. The second batch of reinforcements from the pastoral faction arrived successfully. Batch after batch of wormholes appeared in the Boötes void, as if endless dimensional creatures emerged from them and rushed towards the frontal battlefield. The sweeper fleet, which was already slowly retreating, accelerated its actions. Clear the relationship. The relationship must be cleared. In the Earth Command Center, accompanied by the piercing sirens, the huge holographic projection directly in front was filled with blood-red warning messages. The First Fleet of the People's Federation. The Titan mothership is offline. The People's Federation Third Fleet. Chi-Yu is offline. The number of human fleets is decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 800,000. 700,000. 600,000. Of course, the pastoralists are no better. The human fleet has a good ability to resist dimensionality reduction strikes, which far exceeds the pastoralists' expectations. Especially the Titan mothership and Chi-Yu planetary fortress. Their energy output power is quite large, and coupled with the dark matter stabilizing field, they are enough to withstand most dimensionality reduction attacks. In order to deal with these high-end warships, the pastoral faction paid a bloody price. The average battle loss ratio is 10 to 1. Every time a Titan mothership or Chi-Yu planetary fortress is eliminated, the pastoral faction will have to sacrifice the lives of at least 10 low-dimensional creatures. Fortunately, the dimensionality reduction attack is a large-scale indiscriminate attack. While these high-end warships are being eliminated, nearby conventional warships will also be reduced in dimensionality. But even so, the number of dimensional creatures in the frontal battlefield has dropped by 90%. Zhao Zijie clenched his fists tightly with his hands and looked at the battle damage information flashing in the holographic projection with red eyes. This war of unimaginable scale almost ended the Eugene civilization. In other words, every battle damage information now means a large number of human lives. The support message from the 10th Empire flashed in the holographic projection, and the solemn atmosphere in the command center eased slightly. Before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the piercing alarm sounded again. A large number of abnormal spacetime signals appear in the star map. Those are the reinforcements of the pastoralists. Seeing that the neutral civilization was forced to give up its support plan and instead intercept those reinforcements, the atmosphere in the command center became heavy again. Professor, we must deal with these dimensional creatures as soon as possible. Most of the civilizations of the neutral faction have not yet reached the frontal battlefield. The current neutral faction is definitely no match for those reinforcements. We cannot let these neutral civilizations fall on the battlefield. Lu Yongchang, who had already stood up from his seat, had a flash of hesitation in his eyes. Zhao Zijie is right. There is no doubt that once this group of neutral civilizations is completely wiped out, it will greatly weaken the determination of the neutral factions to participate in the war. Today's human civilization must not allow such a situation to occur. I propose. Zhao Zijie's voice paused slightly. The flagship enters. Frontal battlefield. The Chi-Yu planetary fortress belonging to the 8th Fleet of the People's Alliance gradually fell into a disadvantage due to the entanglement of dozens of low-dimensional creatures. The two-dimensional starry sky gradually caught up with Chi-Yu and surrounded him. Faced with the dimensionality reduction attack, Chi-Yu stopped all attacks and invested all the energy generated by the zero-point furnace into the dark matter stable field generation device. The battle between dimensions begins around this dark matter energy field. Seeing that Chi-Yu as planetary fortress was about to fall into 3 dimensions, a strong fluctuation of time and space suddenly appeared next to Chi-Yu, the human flagship. Jump in. The moment the huge shadow appeared on the battlefield, a burst of extremely powerful attacks exploded. 4-dimensional space rifts and 4-dimensional kinetic energy weapons poured out in all directions, wiping out dozens of low-dimensional creatures surrounding Chi-Yu on the spot. Earth, which brings together the most cutting-edge technology of human civilization, has an instantaneous output power that even exceeds Chi-Yu planetary fortress. The entire battleship is covered with large and small gun barrels, and the black light of the dark matter cannon is rolling on it like a crystal streamer. Under Zero's control, every attack can accurately hit the surrounding dimensional creatures. But its real power lies not in its own powerful firepower output, but in the 10 Chi-Yu planetary fortresses and countless ship-based drones that move in a circle around it. Chi-Yu, who is capable of serving as a command ship in the squadron, can only exist as a frigate in front of Earth, along with the Earth's attack. These 10 Chi-Yu planetary fortresses also poured artillery fire on the surroundings crazily. The ship-based drones have formed a thick barrier, blocking every attack from the outside world. The appearance of Earth instantly attracted the attention of the remaining dimensional creatures present. No way. It's too conspicuous. Any normal person knows that it is the flagship of human civilization. In line with the principle of catching the thief first, The remaining dimensional creatures on the frontal battlefield gave up their original goals and rushed towards Earth. This plays into the hands of human civilization if you want to resolve the battle quickly. You must first get the other side to gather together. Under Lu Yongchang's order, hundreds of zero-point furnaces inside Earth entered full power operation at the same time. Pure energy flows along the energy path to a device similar to a space-time trap. Buzz. The four-dimensional space is shaking violently, just like an enhanced version of the four-dimensional shock bomb, except that it is not a disposable weapon. As the pure energy continues to pour in, the space shock waves dispersed in the four-dimensional space rapidly intensify like seismic waves, with Earth as the center, spreading to the surroundings. Chapter 961 Two-Dimensional Starry Sky. The energy of this four-dimensional shock wave is almost concentrated in the fourth direction. Therefore, its lethality to four-dimensional objects or four-dimensional creatures is not very great, but its lethality to low-dimensional bodies is astonishing. The reason is simple. Low-dimensional bodies simply have no ability to withstand fluctuations in the fourth direction, just like a piece of paper that is difficult to break but easy to tear. This is the killing principle of four-dimensional shock bombs and four-dimensional space shock. This is currently the only weapon and equipment unique to Earth. Unlike weapons such as four-dimensional shock bombs that explode in an instant, four-dimensional space concussion is a sustained high-intensity attack, which is destined to require extremely large energy support. Chiyu, Planetary Fortress can certainly meet this standard, but it will take a lot of time and resources to transform. For today's human civilization, time is the most luxurious thing. The four-dimensional shock waves spread rapidly to the surroundings. The low-dimensional creatures rushing towards them stopped their forward movement the moment they encountered this shock wave. Groups of threads and scrolls were constantly twisting in the starry sky, as if they were being attacked by some invisible force. After a short period of support, the cores in these low-dimensional organisms quietly collapsed, and the dimension-raising reaction also occurred. The death of a large number of low-dimensional creatures made the remaining pastoralists realize the problem. Only 4 dimensions can fight against 4 dimensions. They quickly changed their formations, and the remaining thousands of 4-dimensional creatures stood at the forefront as the vanguard, protecting the low-dimensional creatures behind from the damage of the 4-dimensional shock wave. But, as the flagship that human civilization has spent countless efforts building, Earth naturally cannot only launch 4-dimensional attacks. The 2-dimensional weapon, Mengo, shoots towards the surroundings under the cover of countless shipborne drones. At the same time, the 10 Chiyu planetary fortresses that had been surrounding the Earth left their original orbit for the first time and disappeared in place. 4-dimensional jump. Chiyu planet fortress has followed Van Gogh's footsteps. Dimensionality reduction attacks require a large amount of energy, and Chiyu can provide the most basic energy guarantee. After a short wait, the giant painting of the starry sky appeared in the universe again. The entry of the human flagship greatly accelerated the progress of this battle. Dimensional creatures continue to die in the universe, and the basic particles produced combine with each other to form a large number of light and heavy atoms. In the flash of various explosions, a huge nebula that is gradually spreading is slowly spreading in the Boötes void. Generate. In the distance, the neutral civilization, led by the 10th Empire, blocked the reinforcements of the pastoral faction. As time went by, the scale of the reinforcements became larger and larger, and the neutralists and the 10th Empire were also struggling. The flames of the battleship explosion kept lighting up, dispersing the surrounding darkness and causing final damage to those dimensional creatures. Perhaps they sensed that reinforcements were about to arrive, or perhaps they discovered that Earth's threat to dimensional creatures was beyond their imagination. After a brief period of silence, the dimensional creatures in the human war zone began a crazy attack again. A large number of 2-dimensional and 1-dimensional creatures gathered together, and under the protection of the 4-dimensional creatures, launched a charge towards Earth. During the charge, injured dimensional creatures constantly broke away from the battle line and launched scattered dimensionality reduction attacks at the cost of their lives. In the huge starry sky, patches of crystal snowflakes seemed to appear. That is a 2-dimensional starry sky. The small actions of the pastoralists have not been hidden from human civilization. To be precise, they have not been hidden from Zero, who controls the overall situation. Within Earth, a red warning message automatically pops up in the holographic projection. Lu Yongchang's expression changed slightly as he looked at the 2-dimensional starry sky that exploded in scattered bursts in the surrounding area of Earth. Zero has given preliminary simulation results. These low-dimensional creatures want to launch an unprecedented dimensionality reduction attack. they are preparing to reduce the dimensionality of the entire starry sky within 100 light years. Even though this may cost the lives of all low-dimensional creatures present, they still carry out this order without hesitation. Damn! Lu Yongchan looked at the holographic projection full of warning messages with an ugly face. They must be stopped. Otherwise, not to mention the human fleet, even Earth will be in crisis. As soon as he finished speaking, the four-dimensional space oscillation appeared in the universe again. There is no doubt that this is the best way to disintegrate the two-dimensional starry sky that has not yet been formed. But pieces of shadow rapidly expanded around the human fleet, firmly blocking the four-dimensional shock wave. The only remaining four-dimensional creatures in the human war zone played their role at this moment, buying enough time for the low-dimensional creatures. Faced with the siege of thousands of four-dimensional creatures, even Earth fell into a bitter battle. Relying on a large number of carrier-based drones and Chi-Yu, planetary fortress and conventional warships supporting from the surrounding areas, Earth is not in much danger. But it also loses the opportunity to disintegrate the two-dimensional starry sky. Time passes minute by minute, as the number of snowflakes around me increases, and the area covered becomes larger and larger. The atmosphere inside Earth becomes more and more anxious. Boom! Van Gogh successfully solved a four-dimensional creature, and the basic particles produced by its dimensionality reduction turned into a storm and dispersed in all directions. The number of four-dimensional creatures has been reduced a lot, which gives Earth some breathing space. But it's too late. The multi-point explosion of the two-dimensional starry sky has successfully connected and turned into a huge picture covering 100 light years. A super large-scale dimensionality reduction attack has been formed, and now human civilization has only the last option left. Shrink the front line and defend with all your strength. Looking at the spectacular scene outside the porthole, Lu Yongchan gave the order in a deep voice. Run the dark matter stabilization field at full power. Under Zero's control, Chi-Yu and Titan mothership tightly surrounded Earth. As for those conventional warships, they serve as the first layer of protection, blocking Chi-Yu and Titan mothership. The silver-white energy transmission channels have popped up and are all connected to the input port of Earth. The pure energy from the vacuum zero-point furnace surges rapidly in the energy path, and finally flows into the dark matter stable field generating device. A powerful dark matter stabilizing field has been generated, completely blocking the spread of the two-dimensional starry sky. The remaining dimensional creatures threw themselves into the painting regardless of their own safety, using their lives as fuel to prop up this giant painting of the starry sky that spans 100 light years. Chapter 962 Flagship Crisis. Warn! All ship-based drones are offline. The zero-point furnace has entered an overload state. The dark matter stable field generator has entered an overload state. In the holographic projection, lines of blood-red warning messages flash continuously. With the energy supply of a large number of dimensional creatures, the assimilation power of the two-dimensional starry sky painting gradually exceeds the output power of the dark matter stable field. The two-dimensional starry sky is advancing towards the center little by little. The outermost group of ship-based drones has long become twisted lines. At this moment, the dimensionality reduction attack has already come to the sub-outer conventional warships. The fire support coming from the rear of the human fleet is difficult to play in front of this giant picture of the starry sky spanning 100 light years, and can only slightly slow down its spread. On the other side, the 10th Empire and the Neutrality War Zone. The flagship of human civilization is in crisis. Strong electromagnetic waves echoed in the huge flagship of the 10th Empire. Support! We must support human civilization. What about the neutral faction? The Emperor's expression sank slightly, and he quickly made a decision. I don't care about so much anymore. Suppress with fire. Try to leave the battlefield. And support human civilization. The moment the order was issued, the Imperial fleet launched several rounds of firepower, trying to suppress the dimensional creatures that followed one after another. The effect is not significant. These pastoral reinforcements obviously saw through the 10th Empire's intentions. They withstood the firepower of the Imperial fleet and desperately held back the Empire's return reinforcements. This chaotic battle situation made the Emperor increasingly anxious. Faced with such a large-scale dimensionality reduction attack, no one knows how long human civilization can last. He set his sights on the edge of the Boötes Hollow. It will take some time for the reinforcements from the neutral faction to arrive. It seems that there is only one force left in the Boötes Hollow that can help human civilization. Sweeper! The Imperial Emperor murmured lowly, and turned his gaze to the Sweeper fleet. The Sweeper fleet seemed to be shocked by this scene, and was still slowly retreating in their memory. The pastoralist had never worked so hard. Suddenly, the Emperor seemed to have thought of something and sent out a strong electromagnetic wave. Sweeper! It's the sweeper! Quick! Send a tachyon broadcast to the sweepers. Tell them the true identity and purpose of pastoral faction. The Emperor believes that no civilization wants the universe in which he lives to be destroyed. Sitting on the sidelines, the fire even reached the door of his house. And he didn't believe that the sweeper could still keep his composure. A strong tachyon signal roared in the direction of the sweeper fleet. It adopts a universal frequency band and universal analysis method, and also comes with a self-interpretation system. There is no doubt that pastoral civilization can also receive this message. But at this moment, the 10th Empire no longer cares about so much. Only by dragging the sweeper civilization into the battlefield can the situation of the war turn around. The bottom area of the cosmic bubble. Membrane, looking at the void of Boötes in the distance. Looking at the flagship of human civilization stuck in the quagmire. He breathed a sigh of relief. A dimensionality reduction attack spanning 100 light years. In my memory, this is the first time that the pastoral faction has used a dimensionality reduction attack of this scale. That flagship is dead. He thought silently in his heart, and at the same time turned his attention to the tough hyperspace membrane again. Soon, this barrier will be broken down soon. Annihilation plan. A strong tachyon broadcast roared in, interrupting his thoughts. After a brief silence, the five-dimensional space around him shook violently. Damn! Damn it! How could the annihilation plan be exposed? How did the 10th Reich know our identity? Four-dimensional cavitation? Could it be that there are still relics of the parent civilization in the four-dimensional vacuole? Damn! Stop the 10th Empire immediately. Soon, the response of the sweeper civilization came roaring on the same frequency band. I need evidence. The response message was simple. And the sweeper fleet did not stop its retreat. Obviously, they did not believe the message said by the 10th Reich. Vacuum zero-point energy. The massive extraction of vacuum zero-point energy will cause the universe to lose its expansion energy, causing the universe to collapse. The pastoralist's annihilation plan is to cause the positive and negative universes to undergo an annihilation reaction, thereby obtaining the energy to make up for the deficit and reshape the universe. The 10th Reich quickly sent out a message, even attaching a map of the anti-cosmic microwave background radiation drawn by Liu Yongcheng. But the sweeper fleet still did not stop retreating. The hidden dangers of vacuum zero-point energy have long been clearly understood within civilization. The reason why we built the Ring Cosmic Accelerator is to avoid this destined disaster. It's the anti-universe point of view you put forward. This is indeed a novel enough theory that our Academy of Sciences will establish it as a new research project. But these are not enough to prove that the pastoralists come from another universe, let alone the annihilation plan of the pastoralists. The Emperor looked at the information in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little tired. As civilization of the sweeper said, this is also the fundamental reason why the fifth supreme meeting of the pastoral faction has not yielded any results so far. The dimensional creatures of the pastoral faction are more aggressive in their offensive, and even have a desperate posture when attacking the human fleet. A large number of dimensional creatures gathered and besieged the 10th Empire's fleet obviously. They did not want the 10th Empire to continue talking. This scene actually caused the sweeper fleet to stop its retreat. At this time, a tachyon signal came from the human war zone. Scavenger civilization. This is human civilization. There is enough evidence in our flagship to prove everything. You must also know that so far, the leader of the pastoral faction has never appeared. Its predecessor was the Trojan civilization from another universe. According to the interpretation of the Academy of Human Civilization, we believe that it has reached the threshold of level 9 civilization. It currently should be a 5-dimensional creature. If you don't say anything shocking, you will die. The tachyon information sent by human civilization directly shocked the entire battlefield. No, it's the entire universe. Needless to say, the response of the pastoral faction was that a large number of dimensional creatures gave up their attacks on the neutral faction and the 10th Empire fleet, turned around and rushed towards the flagship of human civilization. This scene was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, directly dispelling the last bit of hesitation in the sweeper's civilized mind. Buzz! The fluctuations of the four-dimensional jump instantly appeared on the battlefield, and the Quark Fortress and Black Hole Fortress of the sweeper civilization disappeared into the visible universe. When they appeared again, they were already near the human war zone. Human civilization. I hope you can come up with convincing evidence. Chapter 963 Support from the Sweepers. Before the human fleet could respond, the planetary fortress of the sweeper civilization crashed into the two-dimensional starry sky. They did not ascend to the fourth dimension, but entered the battle in a normal state. Gravity shielding. Lifted. Extremely powerful gravitational fluctuations are coming from around these planetary fortresses. Part of the planetary fortress releases a gravity comparable to that of a quark star, and other parts of the planetary fortresses have turned into deep, black holes. The gravitational force near it is so huge that even light cannot escape. Let me ask, how powerful are thousands of quark stars and small black holes rushing back and forth within 100 light-years? Now, human civilization is completely clear. The originally flat starry sky scroll actually had a lot of wrinkles at this moment. The gravity from 3 dimensions easily crosses the dimensional gap and acts on 2-dimensional space. This extremely chaotic and powerful gravity simply and roughly disrupted the internal structure of the giant painting of the starry sky. Inside Earth, Lu Yongcheng's eyes were filled with horror as he looked at the starry sky scroll in the holographic projection that was wrinkled and even distorted. Quark star! How much dense material did the sweeper civilization use to build these planetary fortresses? Theoretically, due to the flexibility of the starship, dense materials are usually only used on the surface armor of the starship. But these planetary fortresses in front of them obviously do not adopt this conventional manufacturing concept. Lu Yongcheng has reason to suspect that more than 50% of the volume of these planetary fortresses is filled with dense quark materials. This is just quark fortress. Those black hole fortresses that have turned into deep black holes. The proportion of dense materials in the planetary fortresses will only become more terrifying. You even have to use certain means to increase the degree of spatial distortion around you. Only in this way can these black hole fortresses create such a black hole-like effect. Lu Yongcheng looked at the observation data and real-time images in the projection with a look of amazement. Although these quark fortresses and black hole fortresses are extremely expensive to manufacture, the combat power they display is indeed worth the price. With technology similar to the dark matter stabilizing field, it is difficult for the 2-dimensional starry sky to carry out dimensionality reduction attacks on quark fortresses and black hole fortresses. They can only allow them to travel back and forth, destroying their own internal structures. In just over 10 minutes, the pressure on Earth has been greatly reduced, and it has even begun to have excess energy to carry out dimensional assimilation of the surrounding 2-dimensional starry sky. What? A pastoral dimensional creature that comes to support? Do you really think that the quark fortress and black hole fortress of the sweeper fleet are vegetarians? Not to mention the sweeper fleet. The human flagship after the escape is enough for those dimensional creatures to drink a pot. After an hour, with the joint efforts of the sweeper fleet and the human fleet, this giant starry sky painting spanning 100 light-years was finally shattered. The broken starry sky painting slowly dissipated in the 3-dimensional universe, turning into a raging particle storm, adding strength to the growth of the Boötes Hollow Nebula. Earth slowly moved through this pile of dissipating 2-dimensional debris, heading towards the neutral war zone not far away. An inconspicuous 2-dimensional fragment floated slowly in the starry sky and fell into a Golden Crow battleship that was mostly destroyed. After the Earth completely left, a small shadow appeared on the deck of the battleship, like a stain that could not be removed. The shadow moved rapidly along the deck, heading into the interior of the Golden Crow battleship, which was basically declared dead. More than 10 minutes later, a faint light flashed in the central computer room of the Golden Crow battleship, and then returned to darkness again. Scenarios like this are not uncommon. After the human fleet left, a small portion of the 2-dimensional debris absorbed on the relatively complete battleship wreckage, forming patches similar to stains. When the sweepers, the neutral faction, and human civilization temporarily formed a united front, the pastoral faction finally stopped its crazy offensive. These dimensional creatures seemed to have received some order and began to retreat slowly, putting distance between themselves and the 3 parties. But they did not leave completely, but stayed at the edge of the Boötes void, as if waiting for some opportunity. Let's not talk about what the other 2 forces think. At least human civilization is very happy to see such a scene. Located in the human civilization base area behind the battlefield, the zero-point energy well array and nearby factories are operating at full power, replenishing troops for the possible war that will follow. At the same time, the construction of a 10-light-year level tachyon computer has officially begun. Time is on the side of human civilization. Neutral war zone. Battleships of different styles gather together in this slightly chaotic star field according to the requirements of human civilization. The talks will be held in the neutral war zone. The dense quark armor on the surface of Earth was still as shiny as new, and it slowly drove to the center of the neutral war zone surrounded by 10 Chiyu fortresses. According to the previous agreement, human civilization needs to provide evidence sufficient to prove the identity of the pastoralists. This is also the only chance for human civilization to bring the sweeper civilization into a united front. Under the watchful eyes of the neutral civilization, the 10th Empire, and the sweeper civilization, the side port gate of Earth slowly opened, and a large transport ship sailed out, heading towards the public research platform in the distance. Tachyon signals echoed in the neutralist war zone. Earth calendar year 15510. Human civilization discovered a four-dimensional vacuole structure in the Shapley supercluster, and used the four-dimensional vacuole to master dimensionality-enhancing technology. The size of this four-dimensional bubble is about 100 light-years, and there are a large number of star systems inside it. It can be seen from the state of these stars that this four-dimensional bubble has experienced an extremely long time. Before the introduction was over, the sweeper civilization sent a tachyon message, interrupting the words of human civilization. Wait! Are you sure that the size of the four-dimensional bubble reaches 100 light-years? Certainly. Lu Yongchang, who was on the Earth, gave an affirmative answer and asked, "Isn't this the case with the four-dimensional cavitation you discovered?" Less than a light-year away. Looking at the words in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but fall into silence. No wonder the sweeper civilization did not discover the truth about the pastoralists from the four-dimensional vacuole. A four-dimensional bubble less than 1 light-year in size. Not even a star system can fit in it. He skipped the topic and continued with the introduction. In these four-dimensional star systems, we have discovered a large number of relics left by advanced civilizations. Subsequent research showed that these ruins belong to an advanced civilization called Troy. Human civilization has obtained a still-working information recording device from the ruins, which records the history of the Trojan civilization. Although there is no direct evidence, through various descriptions, we believe that the Trojan civilization has an extremely close connection with the pastoralists, and may even be the leader of the pastoralists. The moment the words fell, the large transport ship had already parked on the public research platform built by human civilization. A four-dimensional hypercube device, heavily protected by a dark matter stabilizing field, is clearly presented in front of the eyes of all advanced civilizations. Chapter 964 Tens of millions of fleets. The Boeotes Hollow was a former human war zone. Several modified Tao-Tai supply storage ships traveled through the starry sky filled with debris. The huge hatch in its belly slowly opened, and several guiding beams shot out from it, shining directly on the fragmented wreckage. Under the influence of the unified field, these wreckage slowly floated towards the open hatch. The number of zero-point energy wells is still insufficient, and the energy and materials produced are difficult to meet the expansion needs of the human fleet. At this time, recycling battlefield materials has become a high-priority task for human civilization. Forget about the starship wreckage. Now Lu Yongchang can't wait to collect the corpses of dimensional creatures after death. In fact, he did. In addition to these Tao-Tai, who are responsible for recovering starship wreckage, there are also a large number of carrier-based drones that rely on the grand unification field to collect light and heavy particles dispersed in the starry sky. No way. In a poor place like Boeotes Hollow, you should be careful with your budget. 10 years later. Earth calendar year 15595. The research work on the hypercube information recording device has officially come to an end. The sweepers and neutralists also came to a conclusion with a high degree of certainty, as human civilization says. The predecessor of the pastoralists was an advanced civilization from another universe. The most important point is that the log recorded by the hypercube revealed a piece of information that is extremely scary to think about. The Trojan civilization that has mastered the fifth dimension is very likely to transform itself into a five-dimensional creature. This five-dimensional creature has been hiding in the universe, and has never appeared in the universe. No matter what it wants to do, this behavior that has been dormant for hundreds of millions of years is enough to make people feel horrified. There is no doubt that this directly stimulated the sweeper civilization that originally wanted to watch the fire from afar. If the annihilation plan and fifth-dimensional creatures are indeed true, it would be a lot of fun. In order to find this so-called five-dimensional creature, the sweeper civilization, human civilization, and the neutral faction jointly built an ultra-high-precision space-time distortion effect observation equipment. In order not to expose the existence of zero, the manufacturing power displayed by human civilization in the manufacturing process is almost the same as that of the 10th Empire. Therefore, even with the participation of a large number of civilizations, the manufacturing of the entire device still took more than a year. The scale of the device exceeds 300 light-years. Theoretically, this tachyon-based observation equipment is enough to observe any abnormal space-time distortion effect in this universe. In the second year after the observation project officially started, human civilization used it to find definite evidence of the existence of the anti-universe. At the same time, With the assistance of the Imperial Academy of Sciences, a standard positive and negative universe model was successfully established. The observation and research process is not always smooth sailing. Ever since human civilization observed the existence of a huge unknown shadow structure near the hyperspace membrane, both the sweepers and the pastoralists have become nervous, especially when all possible influencing factors and observation errors are eliminated. The moment the shadow still exists, every civilization present falls into panic. There is no doubt that that is the leader of the pastoral faction, pre-Trojan civilization. Considering its sensitive location, the so-called annihilation plan has also been confirmed in disguise. Therefore, following the large-scale deployment of troops by the pastoralists, the peace of the universe was broken again. A large number of sweeper fleets sailed out from all corners of the universe, heading towards the Boötes Hollow. At this moment, the number of pastoral dimension creatures around the Boötes Hollow has exceeded 5 million. The sweeper civilization is no less generous. A fleet of 100,000 planetary fortresses successfully gathered in the Boötes Hollow. The neutral faction's main fleet also successfully arrived. Hundreds of thousands of fleets from different advanced civilizations met in the Boötes Hollow area, competing with the pastoral faction and the sweepers. As for human civilization, 10 years is simply a life-saving straw for human civilization. The successful development of a 10 light-year level tachyon computer has given Zero's computing power a qualitative leap. In just a few years, a large number of technological creations have appeared in the originally empty Boötes cavity. 0-point energy wells stand in the vast universe. Each energy well exceeds a light-year in size. There are a total of 10,000 such energy wells in the Boötes cavity. These energy wells extract the vacuum 0-point energy in the universe and convert it into a large amount of matter through mass energy conversion factories built nearby. On a giant platform with a scale of more than 10 light-years, the huge starship is like a product on an assembly line, taking shape at an extremely fast speed, and then sailing to the designated area under Zero's control. Not to mention the 10th Empire. Even Lu Yongchang did not expect these scenes. The tachyon computer completely unleashed Zero's potential. Thanks to the quiet efforts of human civilization, the total number of fleets has increased by 20 times, and is already close to the 10 million mark. Boötes Hollow, the rear base of the People's Alliance. Flagship Earth. Command Center. The huge holographic star map is dotted with dense red dots. Pastoralist, Sweeper, Neutralist. The three major factions, which include almost all the high-end combat power in this universe, are at odds with each other around the Boötes Hollow. Human civilization and the Silicon-based alliance, with their backs to the neutral war zone, are waiting quietly in the Boötes void in the center. As more and more advanced civilizations arrive, the originally calm atmosphere in the Boötes void gradually becomes tense. Strong tachyon signals are also passed back and forth in the Boötes void. The content contained in it is nothing more than some nonsense and non-nutritious words without any value. If a war breaks out, it will probably be the largest war in the universe. Lu Yongchang withdrew his gaze and murmured softly. We still need a fuse. A fuse that can break the balance of the battlefield. Zhao Zijia's hesitant voice came from the side. Professor, what do you mean? Taking the initiative to expose our strength? I'm afraid. Human civilization, with tens of millions of warships, can now even be regarded as a separate force, enough to break the delicate balance in the Boötes Hollow area. But how can human civilization, which has always suffered from the fear of insufficient firepower and insufficient resources, expose this strength? The vast majority of warships are hidden in the small universe of the People's Alliance, and there are less than 100,000 warships left outside the same number of warships as the 10th Empire. No, no, no. Lu Yongchang shook his head repeatedly. Of course I didn't mean it. Neutral civilizations have already obtained most of the technologies they want, and it is difficult to guarantee that they will not turn their backs on others. In the previous battle, the neutral vanguard fleet paid an extremely heavy price to rescue human civilization. The battle loss ratio even exceeded 60%. In order to stabilize the military morale of the neutral faction, and to allow the neutral faction to continue to participate in this war, human civilization shared 4-dimensional technology and most low-dimensional technology in advance, leaving only 1-dimensionality reduction technology in hand. According to the agreement, the dimensionality reduction technology will be shared after the war. But who knows what these shaky centrists will do? As for sweeper civilization, hee, Lu Yongchang sneered. Without that 5-dimensional creature, the sweeper civilization would not be so easy to talk about. What's more, sooner or later we will have a battle with the sweeper civilization. Wait a little longer. Wait for the sweeper civilization to take action. Or, wait for that 5-dimensional creature to take action. Time is on our side after all. Chapter 965 Two-Dimensional Invasion. People's Federation Fleet Base. As usual, the Space Factory is constantly building starships, weapons, and ammunition under Zero's control, contributing every ounce of strength to the human fleet reaching the 10 million mark. Pieces of faint shadows appeared in the gaps between the decks of the Space Factory. No, not just a Space Factory. These shadows appear in starships and planetary fortresses. Even similar shadows appeared inside Earth and Fushi. As if receiving some signal, these shadows that had been dormant for nearly 10 years suddenly started to move. These shadows, which resemble stains on the surface of objects, wander inside the starship at extremely fast speeds and penetrate into the starship through various possible gaps. Their goals are exactly the same. They are all nearby data interfaces. Earth. After the successful development of the Fushi Tachyon computer, the Earth Central Computer was downgraded to a secondary computer. It is equipped with weak artificial intelligence, one, which is mainly used to handle various basic affairs on Earth. But no matter what, as the core area of a starship, even if it was downgraded, the surrounding protective power was not weakened much. A shadow visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared on the deck outside the central computer, and rushed towards the central computer area at an extremely high speed. This scene was immediately captured by dozens of high-definition cameras. With almost no delay, the piercing siren sounded within Earth Command Center. Warn! An unknown intrusion was detected in the central computer area of the Earth. Warn! The People's Federation Integrated Space Factory detected an unknown invasion phenomenon. Warn! Fushi detected an unknown intrusion. In just an instant, hundreds of warning messages exploded on the giant holographic projection in the command center. The real-time footage from the camera then appeared in front of everyone. Seeing the familiar gray shadow clinging to the deck, ignoring the obstruction of any sealed door, rushing directly into the computer room, and pouring into the central computer along the exposed data interface. Lu Yongcheng's expression suddenly changed. And he suddenly changed from the chair stood up. Isn't this the trick that Hua used back then? Two-dimensional creatures. Lu Yongcheng murmured in a low voice with an ugly face. How did they get into the fleet? Warn. Unknown data intrusion detected. Attempting to clear the intrusion data stream. Sure enough, when the shadow flowed into the data interface, Zero issued an alarm of intrusion, with painting as a lesson learned from the past. Lu Yongcheng is not too worried about Ling's safety at this time. Zero, who has a tachyon computer, is not that easy to mess with. Just as Lu Yongcheng expected, Zero, who started the cleaning process, relied on extremely huge computing power to carry out an all-round encirclement and suppression of these two-dimensional creatures seeking death. A few minutes ago, for the final victory of the pastoral faction, the two-dimensional creature, which only had a partial core existence and was still alive, looked at the central computer data interface in front of it, let out a silent cry, and then threw itself into it. The unique attack method of two-dimensional creatures. The body is digitized and the computer is directly invaded. The moment it turned into a data stream, it was still full of excitement. Membrane is indeed right. Use the broken starry sky painting as a cover and hide yourself in the wreckage of the starship. This will give you a chance to bypass the protection system of the human fleet and directly attack the central computer of human civilization. The protective measures in the flagship central computer are as ridiculous to it as the ajar door. It wanders in the world of data, swimming against the flow of data. In its senses, there is a core area for large-scale data throughput. That should be where the central computer of civilization is. It flips through the data stream flowing around it, reading information about human civilization from it. Perhaps it is because in the information exchange hub area of the Space Factory, most of these data flows are related to the Space Factory. Number 36971 GU Planetary Fortress is about to leave port. The Golden Crow battleship Noka 7 Ho CC3UC has left the port, and the White Tiger destroyer No GR278 FERCD has left the port. A trace of doubt flashed in its mind. This human civilization. Is the speed of building starships too fast? In the past 10 years, in order to prevent the plan from being exposed, all two-dimensional creatures have tried their best to hide themselves before receiving the attack order from Membrane. Although they are lurking in the human fleet base area, they are not aware of the actions of human civilization in the past 10 years. It subconsciously slowed down its pace and carefully checked the data flow around it. The current number of starships in the People's Alliance Small Universe, 9859312. When he saw this number, he couldn't help but froze in place. Damn it! Where did this fleet of nearly 10 million people come from? Before it could continue its investigation, a familiar wave came from the side. It was a familiar stream of data, another two-dimensional creature. Time is running out for the invasion mission. Under the urging of its companions, it suppressed the confusion in its heart and continued to rush towards the civilization's central computer. Time passes little by little, as tachyon signals continue to be sent and received. It continues to approach the central computer of civilization that handles large amounts of data. At the same time, as each companion joins the team, the intrusion data flow becomes larger and larger. Looking at the civilization's central computer so close at hand, any doubts about the number of human fleets were temporarily forgotten by it. When they were about to arrive at the civilization's central computer, streams of data rushed toward them. The response is too slow. At first, it felt a bit contemptuous, except for that short-lived level 3 artificial intelligence. It has never heard of any civilization that can block the data war launched by two-dimensional creatures. The moment the two parties came into contact, the excitement in its heart quickly dissipated and turned into panic at an extremely fast speed. It was indeed a one-sided crushing. However, what was crushed was the huge data flow composed of two-dimensional creatures. The other party's computing power seems to be endless. Compared with the opponent's huge computing power, the data flow composed of dozens of two-dimensional creatures is like a stream trying to compare with the sea. That's not even the point. The other party's data manipulation methods far exceed them. These two characteristics, coupled with the strange growth rate of the human fleet, directly inspired the fear deep in its heart. Level 3 artificial intelligence. Damn! Human civilization has level 3 artificial intelligence. Escape. Run away. It took the lead to break away from the large army and fled towards the area where the computing power was relatively weak. Chapter 966 Trigger. Level 3 artificial intelligence. This piece of information was like a dark matter bomb that exploded, directly detonating the panic in the hearts of the two-dimensional creatures. The powerful combat power of the level 3 artificial intelligence back then is still deeply engraved in their minds. Without any hesitation, all the two-dimensional creatures tried their best to escape towards the nearby data interface. Zero, who has a tachyon computer, showed its power for the first time. Countless streams of data are flowing towards these two-dimensional creatures. For these two-dimensional creatures who seek death and invade the central computer of human civilization, this is a one-sided massacre. Beware of humans. Level 3. 8. Finding that there was no hope of escape, the two-dimensional creatures spread their last words to the outside world. Cleaning procedures have been completed, and the intrusion alert has been lifted. As Zero's electronic synthesized voice sounded in the Earth command center, the flashing alarms also calmed down. However, the solemn atmosphere in the command center still did not ease in any way. Judging from the intrusion operations painted back then, even if they are inside the computer, they still have the ability to transmit information to the outside. Lu Yongchang looked serious. At that time, due to the negligence of the painting, the existence of Zero was not exposed. But now, according to Zero's report, a total of 1,973 two-dimensional creatures participated in this invasion. The pastoral faction is most likely already aware of Zero's existence. We have to prepare accordingly. The bottom area of the cosmic bubble membrane silently stared at the Bodhi's hollow area. A hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. The order has been issued, and the current human civilization should be in chaos. Right? The central computer of civilization has been invaded, which is definitely a fatal blow to interstellar civilization. Just as he was immersed in his imagination, tachyon fluctuations came from the void area of Bodhi's. Unlike conventional tachyon information, the fluctuations of these tachyon information are extremely weak. It's just like the same last words that I reluctantly issued. His heart couldn't help but tighten, and his original expectation disappeared instantly. The content of tachyon information is very messy, with almost no complete information. It struggled to piece together the information. Human civilization. Level 3 artificial intelligence. A fleet of tens of millions. The moment he successfully deciphered the information, he exclaimed in horror. How is this possible? He looked at the void of Bodhi's with an uncertain expression. Why did the painting die at the hands of a small 5th-level civilization? And why did such a warning message be issued? Why is human civilization developing so rapidly? Why can human civilization repeatedly escape from the encirclement and suppression of high-level civilizations? Untied. All the mysteries have been solved. Damn it. He recalled the harm caused by the level 3 artificial intelligence back then, and cast his gaze on the hyperspace membrane in front of him. Just the last half step. The pastoralist's final plan is only half a step away. He will once again set his sights on the Boötes Hollow. After thinking for a long time, he sent a large number of encrypted tachyon messages in the direction of the Boötes Void. Scavenger Civilization Headquarters. What? Human civilization is suspected of possessing Level 2 or Level 3 artificial intelligence technology. The civilized leader of the sweepers, Shin, excitedly swung the tentacles on both sides of his body and looked at his subordinates in front of him with horrified eyes. Are you sure this is the news from the Tianyuan sect? Yes. Yes. The subordinate responded cautiously. It claims to be the leader of the pastoral faction, Membrane. Sirius, taking a deep breath. The look of horror in his eyes became more intense. Pastoralist leader film. Sure enough. The shadow lurking near the hyperspace membrane is the leader of the pastoral faction. These two heavyweight pieces of information directly disrupted all of Sue's plans. Tell, Membrane. After thinking for a long time, Shin issued the order in a deep voice. Considering the dangers of high-level artificial intelligence, the sweepers are willing to temporarily join forces with the pastoral faction. The premise is that the pastoral faction must participate in the war with all their strength, including Membrane. The subordinate was stunned and subconsciously asked, Leader, then, can the neutral faction be willing? How can we deal with that fifth-dimensional creature without the help of the neutral faction? Suddenly sneered, Neutral faction? If they don't want to, just deal with them together. As for Membrane, repair the damaged nodes of the Lania Chaos supercluster at all costs. Start the Universal Universe Acceleration Plan ahead of schedule. As long as the sweepers become a Level 9 civilization, all difficulties will be solved. One wave has not subsided, and another wave has arisen. Earth, Command Center. Not long after the two-dimensional biological invasion incident ended, the strange balance in the Boötes Hollow area was broken. Still a sweeper civilization. The fleet composed of planetary fortresses slowly left the sweeper war zone and headed towards human civilization. The anomaly of the sweeper civilization was like a signal. In the distance, there were also changes in the pastoral war zone. Different from the sweeper civilization, the pastoralists' actions are even more exaggerated. Millions of dimensional creatures came out in force, rushing towards human civilization. After more than 10 years of silence, the Boötes Void has once again become the focus of the universe. At this moment, the neutrality faction is in chaos. Human civilization is backed by the neutral faction war zone. In the neutral faction's view, the goals of the sweepers and pastoral faction are themselves. What is this called? People are sitting at home, and pots come from heaven. Sweeper civilization. Why act without authorization? The bewildered neutrals hurriedly sent a questioning message to the sweeper civilization. The neutrals have not received any combat information released by the Alliance. After a short wait, a strong tachyon message came through. Alliance? The Alliance is broken. You ask human civilization. What are they hiding? According to the information provided by pastoral faction, human civilization is very likely to have Level 2 or Level 3 artificial intelligence. The sweepers' tachyon information completely stunned the neutral faction. As the oldest faction in the universe, second only to the pastoral faction, the senior leaders of the neutral faction are naturally aware of the cosmic war that took place billions of years ago, and what Level 2 and Level 3 artificial intelligence means. But how can this be? Human civilization is not an onyx civilization. They are carbon-based organisms. This has been confirmed in the research work on hypercubes. Sweeper civilization. Beware of pastoralist traps. The fleets of sweepers and pastoralists did not stop advancing. Tachyon information roared in. This was the question sent by the pastoralists. How do you know this is not a disguise for high-level artificial intelligence? There are a lot of doubts about the development process of human civilization in the history of the universe. Except for the onyx civilization, no civilization has ever reached this height so quickly. Neutralists, don't be stubborn. You should know the risks of high-level artificial intelligence better than the sweeper civilization. Chapter 967 The Sixth Supreme Meeting of the Neutrality Factions. 10th Imperial Fleet. The Emperor looked at the translated tachyon message solemnly. Unlike other senior leaders of the neutral faction, at this moment, he already had the answer in his mind. The pastoralists really didn't talk nonsense this time. The possibility of human civilization possessing Level 2 or Level 3 artificial intelligence is indeed high. Putting aside the miraculous development speed of civilization, the terrifying industrial manufacturing capabilities displayed by human civilization some time ago are beyond the reach of a normal 8th-level civilization. At the same time, this can also explain why human civilization, as a carbon-based civilization, can pass the first-generation test of the silicon-based alliance. Your Majesty, What should we do? Electromagnetic waves echoed inside the Imperial flagship. Every high-ranking member of the Empire turned their attention to the Emperor. Human civilization. Countless thoughts circulated in the Emperor's thinking core. He hesitated for a long time, then slowly said in a firm tone, "An ally of the Empire. This will never waver. Send my order. In the name of the 10th Empire. Apply for the opening of the 6th Supreme Meeting of the Neutrality Factions. The 6th Supreme Conference of Neutrality. The 10th Empire. This is the third time that your civilization has taken the initiative to open a Supreme Meeting." Looking at the images and words slowly emerging in the mist in front of him, the Emperor was silent for a moment. As one of the neutral governing civilizations, the 10th Empire has the power to initiate the Supreme Council 3 times in total. There is no doubt that after losing the power to initiate the Supreme Council, the status of the 10th Empire in the governing civilization will also decline. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no civilized director would use this power, and this can be seen from the number of neutralist Supreme Meetings held. He swung the tentacles under his body to make himself suspended in the thick mist, and then responded calmly, "I know, but I have to do this." After a short wait, a line of text appeared again in the mist. "Is this meeting for human civilization? Human civilization is part of the Silicon Alliance. This matter. You really should take a stand. Has the Empire ever had contact with human civilization? We believe that if necessary, it is best for human civilization to come forward and prove its innocence. That is the only way." The Emperor directly interrupted the message sent by the neutral faction. "Is this important?" The Supreme Council communication channel fell into silence. As the Emperor of the Empire said, "It doesn't matter what human civilization says. There is no doubt that the pastoralists are determined to obliterate human civilization. As for the sweepers, they would never mind taking this opportunity to deal with a potential enemy, let alone uprooting the neutrals." The Emperor said again, "What's more, my purpose this time is not to defend human civilization. Even, in my opinion, the pastoralists did not lie. The possibility of human civilization possessing level 2 or level 3 artificial intelligence technology is indeed very high. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves." The message sent by the 10th Empire immediately caused chaos in the Supreme Council of Neutrality. Varied. "What? Damn. The 10th Empire. You should be aware of the dangers of advanced artificial intelligence. The Silicon Alliance made such a mistake and should pay the price for it. Draw a clear line. Draw a clear line with human civilization immediately. No. In the current war, the neutrals must not commit such an act of cutting off their own arms. Human civilization still has a dimensionality reduction technology in its hands, but now it is turning against it. What about technologies that involve 2 and 1 dimensions? We don't have the ability to capture low-dimensional organisms for research." Lines of information from other neutral director civilizations continuously emerged in the mist. Obviously, the news of the 10th Empire had a big impact on them. The Emperor waited silently. He continued to send messages until the frequency of the words appearing in the fog projection began to decrease. "Everyone, calm down. If we now draw a clear line with human civilization, perhaps the sweepers and pastoralists will let the neutrals go. But what next? I don't think the sweepers or pastoralists have such good intentions. In terms of civilizational strength and civilizational potential, there is no doubt that the current human civilization is comparable to the sweepers. Therefore, my proposal is simple. Preserve human civilization, even if it leads to attacks by sweepers and pastoralists. Everyone here should be well aware of how terrifying the war potential of level 2 or level 3 artificial intelligence is. If human civilization really possesses this technology, this may be the neutralists' only hope." Boötes is empty. Human fleet. Flagship Earth. In the command center, blood-red warning messages of abnormal space-time fluctuations flashed. Tachyon information from the sweeper civilization and pastoral civilization quietly emerged in front of everyone. "Human civilization. We suspect that you have violated this cosmic artificial intelligence agreement. Please open the civilization central computer information port immediately. Otherwise, according to the agreement, we have the right to implement all necessary attack measures against human civilization." Lu Yongchang sighed softly and closed the message with his hand. Sure enough, humans cannot always be lucky. In the star map, the combined fleet composed of dimensional creatures and sweeper warships has arrived at the edge of the neutral war zone. For this provocative behavior, the neutral faction behind them did not make any response. It seems that they acquiesce in the behavior of pastoralists and sweepers. In this regard, Lu Yongchang was not much disappointed, and even felt a little relieved. At least the neutrals did not participate in this encirclement and suppression of human civilization. This is enough. Screw the sweepers and pastoralists. Fong Su's curse came from the side. What is this? Opening the civilization central computer port? It's a shame they can say it. Fight! If you want to fight, fight! Academician Yevgeny, who had white hair and beard, turned red and punched the console in front of him. Isn't human civilization so scared? Professor. Zhao Zijia's face was filled with anger, and he cast a questioning look at Lu Yongcheng. Professor, human civilization will never agree to such a request. Professor. In the command center, everyone turned their attention to Lu Yongcheng, who was still sitting in his seat and remained silent. Under everyone's gaze, he stood up from his seat as usual and said in a calm tone, Zero, start the shipwide broadcast. I have something to say. Chapter 968 Total War. The First Squadron of the People's Federation. In an inconspicuous corner. Golden Crow, inside the battleship. Jiang Kun looked at the dense red dots in the holographic star map and swallowed hard. It was very quiet inside the ship. Apart from the slight sound of the instruments working, the only sound left was the breathing of him and his two teammates. He could even hear his own rapid heartbeat clearly. Since the Eugene civilization was almost exhausted, the human army had to start operating conventional warships again. Fortunately, thanks to Zero's powerful computing power, each conventional warship only requires 3 to 4 soldiers. The role of these 3 to 4 soldiers is not only to take over full control of the warship when there is insufficient computing power, but also to perform a certain degree of microcontrol of the warship based on the real-time conditions on the battlefield. It is true that this will greatly increase the losses of human civilization in war, but it's inevitable. After all, conventional warships are not carrier-based drones, and they cannot be treated as consumables. A drop of sweat slowly slipped from Jiang Kun's forehead and dripped into his eyes, giving him a tingling sensation. But he still opened his eyes wide and stared intently at the holographic star map in front of him. The red dots in the star map flickered slightly, seeming to remind him that war was about to break out. Suddenly, a clear voice came from the speaker, breaking the silence inside the ship. Everyone, I am Lu Yongcheng. Jiang Kun's eyes suddenly widened, and he murmured in a low voice, Chief Lu? Listening to that familiar voice, he couldn't help but have a conjecture in his heart that made him feel excited and worried. Ever since human civilization was forced to flee the earth, we have forged an indelible hatred with the sweepers and pastoralists. Human civilization has reached this day, and countless compatriots have sacrificed their lives. Today, the sweepers and pastoralists are pressing down on the border, trying to threaten human civilization and actively open the civilization central computer port. Is it possible? Lu Yongcheng's voice suddenly became louder. No way! From level 1 civilization to level 8 civilization, human civilization has never surrendered. Human civilization will never surrender. This battle will be the last battle of human civilization. This battle will completely determine the future of human civilization. Fight to the last starship. Even if our enemies are the 2 most powerful factions in the universe, victory will eventually belong to mankind. Forward! 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 Forward at all costs! The entire ship's communication channel suddenly fell into dead silence, leaving only a few echoes echoing in the ship's cabin. Jiang Kun's eyes were slightly red, and he murmured excitedly, Forward! Forward! After a moment, Lu Yongcheng's passionate voice sounded again. Send the order! The entire fleet! Jump in! Humanity! Glory will last forever! The moment the words fell, buzz, a strong fluctuation of time and space came from not far away. The human flagship has disappeared into the human fleet. Earth took the lead in launching a 4-dimensional jump, which directly stimulated all the soldiers of the United Fleet. Leap! Jiang Kun looked at the dense red dots in the star map and shouted at the top of his lungs. Fire coverage! There are no signs, not to mention the sweepers and pastoralists. Even the neutral factions near the human war zone did not expect such a situation to occur. Facing the huge fleets of the sweepers and pastoral factions, the human fleet actually took the lead in launching an attack. 100,000. Million. 10 million. Tens of millions of battleships rushed out of the small universe that had already opened its port, appeared in the universe out of thin air, and then charged towards the target by virtue of 4-dimensional jumps and wormhole shuttles. 10 years of sharpening a sword, more than 10 years of peaceful development have brought a fleet of tens of millions to human civilization. The powerful space-time fluctuations caused by the 4-dimensional jump echoed near the human war zone, making this area the most dazzling existence in the Bodes Hollow. No! Not just a human war zone. The piercing siren sounded in Earth, and the signal logo that appeared in the projection made everyone stunned. Not far away, in the huge neutral war zone, powerful time and space fluctuations also appeared. At the same time, a strong wide-area tachyon broadcast came from the neutral war zone. Sweeper, Pastoral, don't forget, human civilization is a member of the neutral faction. Since you insist on provoking a war, then, if you want to fight, fight. This. Lu Yongchang looked at the holographic projection in front of him, his eyes full of disbelief. The neutral faction, how could they participate in this war? And he is participating in the war as an ally of human civilization. This is unreasonable. Accompanied by strong fluctuations in space and time, a huge starship composed of several cylinders slowly emerged next to the Earth. Flagship of the 10th Reich. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly, and he murmured in a low voice. Although he didn't know exactly what happened, he could vaguely guess that the 10th Empire probably played a huge role in it. On behalf of human civilization, I would like to express my gratitude to you and the neutral faction for your support. After a short wait, the response message came. This is what we are supposed to do. Human civilization is the Empire's eternal ally. Silicon Alliance will never give up any of its members. Looking at the text in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath. I will say my words of thanks later. The top priority now is the super large-scale battle in front of us. It has to be said that the addition of the neutral faction directly changed the situation of the battle. Today's human civilization has tens of millions of warships. And the centrists, the neutral faction, which is known for its number of civilizations, has at least more than 10 billion warships participating in the war. Attention all units! Enforce counter-encirclement against the neutral and pastoral combined fleets. An order came from the Earth flagship and spread towards the surrounding starships of different civilizations. Among the human fleets, there is an extremely special fleet. In order to build this fleet, human civilization consumed 50% of its resources. In other words, the resources to build this fleet are enough to build another 10 million conventional warships. This fleet consists of 10,000 Yellow Emperor planetary fortresses. After witnessing the powerful power of the Sweeper Planet Fortress, Lu Yongchang immediately put Huangdi on the research agenda of the Academy of Sciences. Different from the ordinary Chiyu, the Huangdi planetary fortress is modeled after the Quark Fortress and Black Hole Fortress of the Sweeper civilization. Under Zero's control, the Huangdi fortress fleet was like a sharp knife, piercing directly into the combined fleet of the Sweepers and Pastoralists. Gravity shielding. Lifted. Planetary fortresses comparable to quark stars and black holes travel freely through the universe. There is no need for any additional weapons. Their own gravity and mass are the most unreasonable weapons. With the help of the four-dimensional jump engine, the Huangdi fortress fleet frantically harvested the conventional combat power of the Pastoralists and Sweepers. The other side, the improved human flagship, Earth, surrounded by 10 Yellow Emperor planetary fortresses, tore open the defense line of the United Fleet. Boom! Tens of thousands of Van Gogh dimensionality reduction missiles were fired in all directions. This is an attack pattern based on that large-scale dimensionality reduction attack as a template. Pieces of snowflakes appeared around Earth, with the energy supply of Earth and Huangdi. These snowflakes connected with each other at an extremely fast speed, and then spread to all directions. The giant painting of the starry sky reappears. Buzz. The four-dimensional space shock wave is centered on Earth and spreads to all directions. Two completely different dimensional attacks are harvesting lives on the battlefield. Chapter 969 The War Spreads. Pity. This situation of unparalleled lawn mowing did not last long. After the Sweepers and Pastoralists reacted and quickly took corresponding countermeasures, the resistance faced by the human fleet began to gradually increase. The fortress fleet composed of Quark Fortress and Black Hole Fortress approached the Huangdi fortress fleet. Tens of thousands of four-dimensional quark stars and black holes are chasing each other in the battlefield, relying on strong gravity to tear each other's bodies apart. Under Zero's precise control, 3 Huangdi planetary fortresses use their own gravity to tear apart a Sweeper black hole fortress. Buzz. A strange wave came, and a four-dimensional black hole fortress suddenly disappeared, and then appeared next to the Yellow Emperor fortress. 5-dimensional jump. The powerful gravitational force swept past, and the black hole fortress directly tore the Huang Emperor planetary fortress into a long and thin spaghetti. The strategic planetary fortress seems to have become a cheap consumable in this battlefield. Boom! Along with a violent explosion, rich basic particles spread out in the empty universe. Clouds of hydrogen and helium atoms slowly formed. Over time, under the pull of gravity, these atomic clouds will eventually gather, and eventually form stars of different sizes. Similar to what happened to the Huangdi Fortress fleet. The flagship, Earth, also encountered a sniper attack from the pastoralists. A large number of four-dimensional creatures surrounded Earth, layer by layer. Although a single four-dimensional creature is far from being the opponent of Earth, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. In an extraordinary number, these four-dimensional creatures still hinder the progress of Earth. Time passed bit by bit, and the battlefield gradually became anxious. A large number of battleship explosions and fluctuations in the death of dimensional creatures continued to spread in the Boötes Hollow. The constellation of Boötes was empty, but gradually filled up. Empty but not empty. In time, this huge empty structure will be filled with vibrant galaxies. 100 years later. Earth calendar year 15,700. The scale and span of the war increased several-fold during this century. As time goes by, more and more 8th-level civilizations begin to gather in the area around the Boötes Hollow. The neutral faction is indeed a civilization famous for its number of civilizations. Under the call of the neutral faction, a large number of unknown 8th-level civilizations came from remote galaxies. The war also started from the Boötes Hollow and spread outward step by step. Corona Borealis Supercluster, Boötes Supercluster, Hercules Supercluster, Shapley Supercluster. Surrounding galaxies have been involved. The 7th level and 6th level civilizations that were originally not qualified to participate in this war also have a place to play, relying on the rich resources in the galaxy. They can carry out guerrilla warfare against the sweepers and pastoralists under the leadership of the 8th level civilization. As for human civilization, with the support of Zero's terrifying computing power, 0-point energy wells rose up in the Boötes Hollow. A large number of space factories are connected to each other, forming a very large-scale mega-factory spanning thousands of light years. Conventional warships are like screws on a factory assembly line, being produced continuously. In this battle that lasted for 100 years, each faction lost a large amount of effective force. The neutral faction lost at least tens of billions of warships, and the pastoral faction sacrificed the lives of millions of dimensional creatures to clean up the latter, even emptied several batches of supporting fleets. Only human civilization is different. Although human civilization has lost more than 100 million warships, the size of the human fleet has skyrocketed to 1 billion levels. What's even more terrifying is that as time goes by, the size of the human fleet is still increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Since the war entered an anxious state, Earth has withdrawn to the rear area. On the one hand, as the flagship, the importance of Earth to human civilization is self-evident. The longer it remains on the frontal battlefield, the higher the risk that the flagship will encounter unexpected events. On the other hand, the massive growth of fleets and manufacturing plants is steadily increasing Zero computing power occupancy. Although the 10 light-year level tachyon computer is currently far from reaching the limit of computing power, people cannot just focus on the present. Therefore, under Liu Yongchang's proposal, the Academy of Sciences has launched larger-scale research and development of tachyon computers. As for Liu Yongchang, he is currently challenging a higher dimension, the 5th dimension. As early as when the ultra-large-scale space-time distortion effect observation equipment observed 5-dimensional creatures. Research on 5 dimensions was put on the agenda of the Academy of Sciences. After the Sweeper Civilization's planetary fortress used the 5-dimensional jump, the research project on the 5th dimension became the highest priority task of the Academy of Sciences. Both hostile forces have varying degrees of involvement in 5-dimensional technology. Human civilization, naturally, we cannot sit still and wait for death. Decades of painstaking research have given human civilization a preliminary understanding of the 5-dimensional space. After passing the test, the first-generation 5-dimensional jump device was installed into the newly manufactured conventional warships. As the flagship, Earth is naturally no exception. In addition to the basic 5-dimensional jump technology, the cosmic bubble observation technology, based on tachyon theory and 5-dimensional theory, has successfully achieved breakthroughs. Like tachyon computers, these two technologies are technologies of the 9th level civilization in the technology tree classification. What confuses Liu Yongchang is that even though human civilization has, partially, illuminated 3 level 9 technologies, the cornerstone technology of level 9 civilization is still shrouded in fog. Boötes Hollow, Earth, Command Center. As the war continued to spread, the star map in front of the command center became larger and more complex. Liu Yongchang frowned slightly and carefully checked the star map in front of him, trying to see the changes in the battlefield situation. But he specializes in the art. And even he feels a little confused when faced with a huge war spanning more than a dozen supergalaxy clusters. A rush of footsteps came from behind. Professor. Zhao Zijia walked quickly to Lu Yongchang and looked up at the holographic star map in front of him. Let me explain briefly. He took a step forward, reached out and drew a circle on the star map. This is the Boötes Void. As of now, the combined fleets of the Sweepers and Pastoralists have completely evacuated the Boötes Hollow, and their main forces are concentrated in the Hercules Super Galaxy Cluster and the Centauri Super Galaxy Cluster. The neutral faction's main forces are concentrated in the Coma Supercluster, the Ursa Major Supercluster, and the Leo Supercluster. As for us, Zhao Zijia stretched out his hand and clicked on the Boötes Void area. The Boötes Void has become the base of human civilization. Lu Yongchang nodded to express his understanding. With the support of countless war debris and zero-point energy wells, today's Boötes Void has become the exclusive arsenal of human civilization. The main fighting area between the three parties is in the Shapley Super Galaxy Cluster. Zhao Zijia circled an area on the holographic star map. Currently, the Shapley Super Galaxy Cluster has gathered the vast majority of the forces of the three parties. Chapter 970, who said, we don't have reinforcements. How is the situation on the battlefield? After a moment of silence, Lu Yongchang asked again. I mean, what are the chances of human civilization winning? Hearing this, Zhao Zijia couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Not very big. The model deduction shows that even if the pastoral faction's five-dimensional creature does not take action, within 30 years, the winning rate of human civilization and the neutral faction will gradually drop to 40%. Unless there is a breakthrough in tachyon computer technology at the 100 light-year level. How could this happen? Lu Yongchang was stunned and looked at Zhao Zijia in surprise. Isn't the size of the human fleet always growing? Zhao Zijia spread his hands and said with some helplessness. Yes, our strength is indeed growing. But you seem to have forgotten that the neutral faction is the faction that suffered the most losses in this war. According to incomplete statistics, from the beginning of the war to now, the neutrals have lost 50 billion warships. Although we have shared dimensionality-raising and dimensionality-reducing technologies with all neutral civilizations, few civilizations can digest these two cutting-edge technologies on the way to war. Lu Yongchang sighed softly. Yes, not all civilizations are like human civilization. What about 30 years from now? Zhao Zijia's somewhat stiff face finally showed a faint smile. That will be different. Thanks to the increase in fleet size, the winning rate of human civilization will continue to increase until it is close to 80%. The remaining 20% is mainly due to the variable of pastoral five-dimensional creatures. Since we don't know how powerful five-dimensional creatures are, this estimate is definitely inaccurate. On the other hand, Zhao Zijia hesitated for a moment and said hesitantly, the Sweepers are dispatching fleets from all over the universe to support the Shapley Super Galaxy Cluster. It is very likely that we will not survive 30 years from now. Lu Yongchang thoughtfully reached out and opened a holographic projection. In the projection, a real-time image of this cosmic bubble is shown. The cosmic bubble observation device is installed on the Earth. Looking at the huge shadow still at the bottom of the cosmic bubble, Lu Yongchang suddenly frowned. The risk is not terrible. The scary thing is the unknown risk. The deterrent power of the five-dimensional creatures hiding at the bottom of the cosmic bubble is far greater than that of the five-dimensional creatures on the frontal battlefield. He whispered to himself. It seems that the pastoralist annihilation plan has reached a critical stage. Zhao Zijia didn't speak, just stood aside and waited quietly. After a brief reflection, Lu Yongchang withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhao Zijia beside him again. So, the top priority now is to delay the war? Yes. Zhao Zijia looked serious and nodded in response. Lu Yongchang didn't speak. He just looked at the star map in front of him silently, as if thinking about something. What if we send a fleet to harass the Sweeper Civilization's Ring Cosmic Accelerator? This plan has been proposed a long time ago. Zhao Zijia sighed tiredly. But the problem lies here. Currently, the neutral faction has begun to decline, and they no longer have the extra strength to complete this arduous task, let alone sneak attacks. The current neutral faction is having a hard time on the frontal battlefield. In order to ensure the stability of the frontal battlefield, we can only be forced to invest all newly produced warships. This has also caused our fleet growth to begin to slow down. This is like a vicious death spiral, without a large number of reinforcements. This death spiral will drag us into the abyss sooner or later. Zhao Zijia raised his hand and rubbed his brow gently. As I said before, the continuous reinforcements of the Sweepers are enough to defeat our allies within 30 years. And soon after, it may be us. Who says we don't have reinforcements? After a brief silence, Lu Yongcheng's voice broke the silence in the command center. Zhao Zijie cast an extremely surprised look at Lu Yongcheng. Reinforce? Who else can give us reinforcements at this time? Lu Yongcheng smiled meaningfully. Have you forgotten the Forsaken Zerg we sent earlier? Supercluster of galaxies surrounding the Boötes Void. In the edge galaxies of these superclusters, a huge number of Forsaken Zerg are foraging between galaxies and groups. Compared with the original Forsaken giant insect, the current Forsaken Zerg has undergone considerable changes, thanks to the transformation of the Zerg genetic engineering project of the Academy of Humanities. The average size of the Zerg has skyrocketed from 5 meters to more than 20 meters. The arthropod-like body that resembles a centipede is covered with a layer of strong mechanical exoskeleton armor. The armor is equipped with powerful weapons, dark matter cannons, gravity bombs, and plasma cannons. Driven by instinct and orders from their mother's nest, they wander toward the resource-rich star system. Stars will be their source of energy. The planets will be transformed into their compatriots by the mother nest. Behind them, a planet that resembled a planetary fortress was flying rapidly. A huge number of Forsaken giant insects are flying around the planet, like ship-based drones flying around a battleship. This is the mother nest of the Forsaken Zerg. It is said to be a mother nest, but in fact it is completely different from the Zerg mother nest in the traditional sense. The Forsaken giant insect breeding and transformation base. This is the full name of the mother nest. As the name of the brood nest indicates, it can not only hatch giant Forsaken worms at an extremely fast speed, but it can also equip the Forsaken giant worms with mechanical exoskeleton armor by virtue of its internal automated mechanical devices. It even integrates the functionality of the arsenal to a certain extent. It is no exaggeration to say that a mother nest is actually equivalent to a mobile, fully functional space factory. Due to their low manufacturing precision, these nests even have the ability to replicate themselves. What's even more wonderful is that these Forsaken giant insects possess a certain degree of intelligence. It doesn't even require zero computing power to control it. In the past 100 years or so, under the command of News, these forgotten giant insects have fished in troubled waters and quietly expanded their territory to more than a dozen super galaxy clusters. The size of the insect swarm has also reached an astonishing astronomical figure. Although they are huge in number, their combat power is actually not very high with the help of mechanical exoskeletons. They can bully level 7 and level 6 civilizations at most, not to mention the top 8th level civilizations. Even the most common 8th level civilizations that have not yet mastered dimensional technology can easily deal with these artificial Zerg. Chapter 971 The Overlooker. The Centauri Supercluster. An unnamed galaxy. In the empty starry sky, a mother nest and tens of billions of insect swarms are rushing towards their next target. Suddenly, an obscure tachyon wave came from a distance, quickly swept through the mother nest, and then spread to the more distant star field. After a short wait, a stronger signal came from the mother nest. Tens of billions of huge insect swarms all changed their direction and rushed towards the central black hole star field of the galaxy. The space-time fluctuations caused by curvature navigation stir up ripples that spread outward in the space-time ocean. The same scene occurs in countless relatively large galaxies. The endless Forsaken Zerg species all change their course at this moment and rush towards the central black hole area of their respective galaxies. Sweeper headquarters. A piercing siren roared in the otherwise quiet hall. Leader, a message for help has come from the Shapley Super Galaxy Group battlefield again. An anxious report came from the subordinates on the side. A new batch of reinforcements from the human fleet have arrived on the battlefield. Preliminary observations show that the size of the reinforcement fleet is around 300 million. Damn level 3 artificial intelligence. Damn human civilization. Shun's voice revealed endless annoyance. From the beginning of the war to now, the number of warships of human civilization has increased more and more. How can we fight this war? Tell me, how can we fight this war? You must know that the base of human civilization is the almost empty Boötes Hollow, with almost no resource support. That damn human civilization actually exploded into a billion-sized fleet in just 100 years. This TMD. Can you still make some sense? Leader, the subordinate explained hesitantly in a low voice. The neutral faction has suffered heavy losses, and they can hardly hold on anymore. As long as we persist for a while, victory will be ours. Shen weakly waved the tentacles on his side, and said in a helpless tone, Move it! Move them all over! Move the fleet of the Peacock Indian Super Galaxy Cluster over! Similar to the situation of the neutral faction and human civilization, the sweepers at this time also entered a vicious cycle. After a large number of troops were mobilized, the defense strength of the Ring Universe Accelerator has dropped to a historical low. If it weren't for the accurate calculation that human civilization and neutral factions would be unable to attack the Ring Cosmic Accelerator node, Su would not have dared to issue such an order to mobilize troops on a large scale. He raised his head and silently looked at the star map in the light curtain. Boötes is empty, different from more than 100 years ago. At this time, there is already a faint light inside the Boötes void that is the light produced by large-scale, nebulae, and technological creations. There was a bit of sternness in his eyes, and he turned to look at the subordinate next to him. We can't delay it any longer. Initiate a communication request to Membrane immediately. Sure. Now is not the time, we agreed. Complex words appeared on the light screen in front of Su. Membrane, you should be aware of our losses. From the beginning of the war to now, the sweepers have dispatched a total of more than 1 billion warships. Su asked in a bad tone. What about the pastoral faction? How many troops have the pastoral faction sent in total? 8 million. This is already all the members of the pastoral faction. You should know that it is not easy for dimensional creatures to reproduce. The information of Membrane appeared one by one on the light screen. I know the dangers of advanced artificial intelligence better than you do. Don't worry. The pastoralists will never hide their weakness in this battle. Looking at the information in the light screen, Shen sighed feebly. Billions of years ago, when the Onic crisis broke out, the sweeper civilization was just an ordinary 7th-level civilization. It can be regarded as participating in the encirclement and suppression of the Onic civilization. Of course, the main force must be the pastoral faction and the neutral faction. So there is nothing wrong with Meow saying this. Su recalled the historical books he had read and whispered. The growth momentum of the human fleet is too terrifying. This war seems to be much more difficult than the war billions of years ago. This is different. The Onic civilization back then was only a 7th-level civilization at the beginning, and was later promoted to an 8th-level civilization. They have not mastered dimensional technology, and their use of vacuum zero-point energy is not top-notch. In the last siege battle, after the Onic civilization exhausted the surrounding resources, it began to decline. Human civilization is different. The same strategy simply doesn't work. So, I hope you keep your promise. Su interrupted Membrane. In the Boötes Hollow, the human fleet is too scattered. This is not the best opportunity to take action. It's too late. Shen's tone suddenly became serious. Our fleet is limited, and if we allow human civilization to continue to grow, the consequences may be disastrous. The communication link has been severed. The Membrane, located at the bottom of the cosmic bubble, looked at the thin layer of hyperspace membrane in front of him and sighed deeply. The annihilation plan had to be suspended for a while. Looking at the hyperspace membrane that was constantly surging and trying to repair its own damage, Membrane shook his head helplessly. This time, at least thousands or even tens of thousands of years of effort will be wasted. While feeling regretful in his heart, he left the bottom area of the universe bubble. He slowly swayed his body and swam into the 5-dimensional space. He advanced along the smooth arc of the cosmic bubble, crossing the great interstellar walls, like a condescending overlooker, slowly swimming towards the void of Boötes, the Centauri supercluster, the central black hole region of the unnamed galaxy. Dozens of silver-white giant lost insects swimmed forward in the starry sky. The power of the mechanical exoskeleton is not high, and the fluctuations caused by the curvature engine are not too strong. The weak curvature fluctuations were completely covered up in front of the central black hole, just like stars illuminated by sunlight. According to News S order, they are the scouts for this operation, responsible for detecting the arrangement of the sweeper civilization's defensive forces in the central black hole area. They slowly approach their target, a giant fortress comparable to a blue giant. Sudden changes occur under the gaze of these forgotten giant insects. This fortress comparable to a blue giant star is unfolding in an incredible way. Cracks appeared on the originally tightly connected SHL, which stretched outwards with the support of a large number of internal mechanical devices. This unexpected scene quickly activated the early warning system equipped on the mechanical exoskeleton. An encrypted tachyon message was sent from these Zerg scouts. After preliminary processing by the Mother Nest, the signal was amplified thousands of times and sent towards the direction of the Boötes Hollow. Chapter 972. He is coming. Earth. The self-splitting detectors of the Cosmic Monitoring Project sent an alarm, and the sweepers mobilized a large fleet from the Peacock Indian Super Galaxy Cluster to rush to the battlefield. Thanks to this, the already busy command center became even busier at this time. Orders were issued one after another from the commanding officer, heading towards the frontal battlefield of the Shapley Super Galaxy Cluster in the distance. Under these orders, the fleets of the neutral faction and human civilization, which exceeded 100 billion, slowly moved towards the predetermined area. The purpose is clear: to cut off the sweeper support fleet. Bip! Blop! Blop! A crisp reminder sounded, and at the same time, a bright red logo automatically popped up in the upper right corner of the holographic projection. News? Zhao Zijie frowned slightly. Now news, and the Forsaken Zerg under his command are the trump card in the hands of human civilization. Something can happen to anyone, but nothing can happen to them. Therefore, Zhao Zijie quickly put down his work and reached out to click on the warning message. This is... Looking at the picture in the holographic projection, Zhao Zijie couldn't help but widen his eyes. Although he didn't know the specific purpose and working principle of the giant devices in the picture, the spectacular scene of the continuous unfolding of the internal structure gave him a bad idea. Problem occurs. What the H.L. is the sweeper civilization doing? Quick! Inform Professor Lu quickly! Zhao Zijie suddenly stood up from his seat and shouted eagerly. More than 10 seconds later, countless fluorescent green light spots penetrated through the closed door of the command center, and then condensed into a figure in everyone's accustomed gaze. Professor. Seeing the person coming, Zhao Zijie subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. News sent an early warning message. The sweepers are preparing to launch the RIM Universe Acceleration Plan. Before the figure in the quantum state was completely solidified, Lu Yongchang's voice rang in the command center. RIM Universe Acceleration Plan. Zhao Zijie was slightly startled. Didn't a lot of the accelerator nodes of the Lania Chaos Super Galaxy Cluster be destroyed by the pastoralists? Lu Yongchang's figure had completely solidified, and he said in a heavy tone, This is the problem. The sweepers must have learned some information. Otherwise, they would never have turned on the cosmic accelerator so hastily. Every particle acceleration experiment requires a lot of preparation. Not to mention the particle acceleration experiments around the universe. Even the particle acceleration experiments around planets and stars cannot be started at once. Could it be that the pastoral five-dimensional creature is doing something? As soon as this thought flashed through Lu Yongchang's mind, a piercing alarm sounded in the command center. A blue holographic projection automatically unfolded before his eyes, with countless complex parameters rapidly refreshing on it. Although he couldn't understand these complex data, Zhao Zijie still identified the source of this holographic projection: the all-weather local bubble monitoring unit. To put it bluntly, it is an ultra-long-distance monitoring device for pastoral five-dimensional creatures. Looking at the picture in the projection, Lu Yongchang's face instantly darkened. Professor? A rare trace of panic flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. The five-dimensional creatures of the pastoral school have disappeared. Disappeared? How could such a large five-dimensional creature disappear out of thin air? The all-weather local bubble monitoring unit, as the name suggests, can only monitor the local bubble. Right now, there's no trace of it on the monitoring devices. There is only one possibility. Lu Yongchang concluded word by word. It has left this universe bubble. Zhao Zijie couldn't help but froze on the spot. Leave this universe. What kind of opponent does human civilization face? Lu Yongchang paced back and forth in the command center a little irritably. He could guess the intention of that five-dimensional creature without even thinking. From the five-dimensional space outside the space bubble, carry out a high-dimensional strike against the combined fleet of humans and neutrals. This is a high-dimensional strike in the true sense. Damn it! I should have thought of it earlier. How could five-dimensional creatures not master five-dimensional navigation technology? He murmured in a low voice. It's too bad now. We haven't mastered the means of observing the five-dimensional space outside this universe bubble. Zhao Zijie silently looked at the warning sign flashing in the holographic projection, and asked Lu Yongchang hesitantly, Professor, the sweepers ring universe acceleration plan. Do we need to interfere with it? What time has it been? The fifth-dimensional creatures of the pastoral faction are ready to take action. What do you care about the sweeper? Just when Lu Yongchang was about to ask Zhao Zijie a question, a flash of light suddenly flashed in his mind. No. Still have a chance. Sweeper. Still a sweeper. No. We must not interfere with the sweeper's plan to accelerate the universe. Lu Yongchang turned around suddenly and stared at the holographic projection in front of him. Currently, only the sweeper's universal universe acceleration plan can attract the attention of that five-dimensional creature. The words have not yet fallen. In the holographic projection, a warning popped up again. Warn! Zero's electronic synthesized voice rang in everyone's ears. Abnormal fluctuations in the space-time curvature of the Bodi's void region and the Shapley supercluster region have been detected. Just taking a glance at the data in the projection, Lu Yongchang's expression completely changed. If the original spacetime was a flat sea, then the current spacetime ocean has turned into an upward convex curved surface. A massive object is approaching the cosmic bubble. Pastoral five-dimensional creatures. He has come. Zero. Lu Yongchang stared at the increasingly violent curvature of spacetime in the holographic projection with splitting eyes, and shouted at the top of his lungs. Forcibly gain control of all our own warships. Stop all original attack plans. Upgrade your dimension. Upgrade your dimension immediately. Run the dark matter stabilization field at full power. Outside the bubble of this universe, in the bizarre five-dimensional space, Membrane slowly swings its body. After all, he is not a native five-dimensional creature, so navigating in the five-dimensional space is not an easy task, especially after billions of years of house arrest. His five-dimensional navigation technology, which was not very proficient, became even more inexperienced. He laboriously adjusted his movements to ensure that his course would not go wrong. The consequences of a miscalculation are very serious. It may drift away from the cosmic bubble unknowingly, and may even never find its way home. His eyes quickly swept across the cosmic bubble beneath him, and each galaxy was as small as gravel in its eyes. Found it. He looked at the empty area where the fluctuations in time and space were particularly strong, with a faint smile in his eyes. Boötes Hollow, the base of human civilization, and the Shapley supercluster, a frontal battlefield. The combined fleet composed of sweepers and pastoralists has begun to gradually withdraw. But in such a large-scale attack, accidental damage is inevitable. Sometimes necessary sacrifices are unavoidable in order to win. This is true of war, and so is the continuation of civilization. With this in mind, he aimed at his target and sent a space weapon from the fifth dimension to it. Chapter 973 Disaster Strikes. Shapley Supercluster. Human warships and neutral warships of all kinds were intertwined, led by the warships of human civilization, forming long fleets across the universe. The fleet's long dragons drive the warp engines and are rushing towards the designated star field, trying to intercept the reinforcements sent by the sweepers. Suddenly, a strong tachyon signal came from the direction of the Boötes Hollow, quickly sweeping across these huge fleets composed of different advanced civilizations. The moment the tachyon waves swept across, all battleships were out of control of the crew on board and spontaneously exited the warp state. Next moment, under Zero's control, the human fleet began to leap toward the fourth dimension. The originally clearly visible warships quickly turned into groups of indescribable shadows. At the same time, the strong fluctuations of the dark matter stabilization field gradually spread to the surroundings. This sudden change directly plunged the combined fleet into chaos. Questionable tachyon messages were sent to the nearby human fleet, not to mention the fleets on the frontal battlefield. Even the senior leaders of the neutral faction have sent countless messages to human civilization. The contents of the messages are all the same, and they are nothing more than questioning the intentions of human civilization in doing so and expressing their anger at being betrayed. There is no other way. This method of forcibly seizing control of a battleship in an instant can only be achieved by human civilization. Without any unnecessary investigation, neutrals can easily identify the culprit. The skepticism and anger of the centrists did not last long. During the time when human warships were upgrading their dimensions and turning on the dark matter stabilization field, the surrounding space-time curvature fluctuations had reached an extremely obvious level. At least every 8th level civilization could easily detect the problem. The originally noisy tachyon communication frequency band also began to become quiet at this time. Tens of seconds later, disaster strikes suddenly. A wave similar to a 4-dimensional shock bomb, but more difficult to detect, appeared in the universe extremely suddenly. But it is definitely not a 4-dimensional shock bomb. Its coverage is so wide that it far exceeds the 4-dimensional shock bomb. This wave of fluctuation covers the entire Boötes void and most of the Shapley supercluster. Neither the sweeper civilization nor the human civilization can expand the scale of 4-dimensional shock bombs to such an extent. This obscure wave traveled at superlight speed, like a light and fluttering feather, gently brushing over the combined fleets of the neutralists and human civilizations, as well as the combined fleets of the sweepers and pastoralists that had not yet completely evacuated. Wow! Disaster first appeared among the neutral fleets. Countless battleships disintegrated instantly and turned into clouds of fine atomic mist, which dispersed in the surrounding empty universe. Immediately afterwards, there was a small group of low-dimensional creatures that had not yet evacuated. These low-dimensional creatures also died one after another after a brief struggle. Following closely behind are the conventional warships of human civilization and sweeper civilization. Relying on the dark matter stabilizing field and 4-dimensional structure, These conventional warships persisted in this obscure fluctuation for a long time. But they still could not escape the ending of turning into fly ash. In just a few minutes, the originally fiery battlefield cooled down instantly. Hundreds of billions of warships suddenly dissipated. Enough to cool down the war blood of any civilization. Indiscriminate attack. A true indiscriminate attack. Boötes is empty. The moment that obscure fluctuation appeared, an unprecedented violent alarm sounded inside Earth. Boom! 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 The surrounding dim starry sky is filled with the light of exploding battleships. Five-dimensional attack! Lu Yongchang opened his somewhat bloodshot eyes, stared at the flashing observation data in the holographic projection, gritted his teeth and whispered, "Hack the five-dimensional creatures!" In just a short moment, human civilization lost almost 90% of its conventional warships. Only those conventional warships close to secondary flagships and planetary fortresses were able to escape this disaster. This is just the battle situation in the Shapley supercluster. Unlike the Shapley supercluster, the Boötes Void, as the base of human civilization, has received special care from the membrane. All conventional warships were destroyed. The secondary flagship suffered heavy losses, and the planetary fortress suffered more than half of its casualties. Bip! Blop! Blop! The sirens grew louder. The zero-point furnace has entered an overload state, and the dark matter stabilization field has entered an overload state. Current dimensional stability, 96.1%. Correction. Current dimensional stability, 95.3%. Correct. Zero's electronically synthesized sound sounded in everyone's ears like a life-threatening charm. Professor! Zhao Zijia's urgent shout came from the side. There is no room for him to be impatient. Once the dimensional stability falls below the threshold, the fate of the Earth may be no different from those of conventional battleships, let alone those already shaky secondary flagships and planetary fortresses. By that time, I am afraid that human civilization has been completely destroyed, let alone the issue of winning or losing the war. Quick! All surviving warships in the Boötes Hollow start the five-dimensional jump engines and jump towards the zero-point energy well. The surviving warships of the Shapley Super Galaxy Cluster use the five-dimensional jump to approach the planetary fortress and secondary flagship as quickly as possible. Lu Yongchang issued the order in a hurried tone. This is probably the best way to preserve combat power, thanks to human civilization mastering the five-dimensional jump. Otherwise, this is probably a real dead end. Strong space-time fluctuations reverberated in the two-star fields. Under Zero's precise control, a large number of human warships rushed towards the nearby sanctuary. Space fluctuations from the fifth dimension are constantly bombarding the cosmic bubble, causing the tough cosmic bubble to fluctuate violently. This is tantamount to a disaster for the three-dimensional creatures living on the cosmic bubble. Zero-point energy well area. The powerful dark matter stabilizing field continues to smooth out the violent vibrations coming from the fifth direction, protecting the surrounding warships and factories. As time goes by, this fluctuation gradually increases, and the output power of the zero-point energy well gradually soars to the limit. Damn! Lu Yongchang looked at the various parameters with flashing alarms in the projection, with a gloomy expression. He was now absolutely certain. The five-dimensional creatures of the pastoral sect, not to mention the true ninth-level civilization, are probably not far different from the true ninth-level civilization. Faced with such a huge gap, even he could only pray silently in his heart. Cleaner civilization. Such a good opportunity cannot be wasted. If the cosmic accelerator is not activated at this time, how long will it take? Perhaps because he heard Lu Yongchang's prayer in his heart. The five-dimensional space fluctuations that had been bombarding the Boötes Hollow area suddenly dissipated. The original abnormal curvature of space and time has gradually returned to calm. Lu Yongchang looked at the dimensional stability of only 51.9% in shock, and let out a long sigh of relief. Seem. Did the prayer work? Chapter 974. The first cosmic particle acceleration experiment starts. Scavenger Civilization Headquarters. Sure, looked at the picture presented in the light curtain in shock. After a long time, it came back to its senses, and a trace of fear appeared in its eyes. Membrane! Is this the strength of membrane? In the past wars, the advantages gained by the sweeper civilization seemed not worth mentioning now. The combined fleets of the pastoral faction and the sweepers suffered only minor repercussions from the attack. But even so, the sweepers lost tens of millions of conventional warships, and the pastoral faction also lost the lives of hundreds of thousands of dimensional creatures. The losses were heavy, but compared to human civilization and neutral factions, this loss seemed not worth mentioning. Seeing the scale of war being forcefully tilted towards him, Shen not only lacked any joy in his heart, but also felt endless fear and worry. If it were the fleet of the sweeper civilization, could it withstand the 5-dimensional attack from the membrane? The answer is obviously no. It took a deep breath, calmed down, and looked at the light curtain on the other side. The maintenance progress has reached the minimum required to activate the ring cosmic accelerator. In theory, this is enough to create a powerful enough particle collision. Currently, membrane is focusing its energy on human civilization and neutral factions. Without a doubt, this is the best opportunity to experiment. But it is an extremely risky decision to complete a cosmic particle acceleration experiment with a minimum accelerator. It is a matter of extreme luck. Once something unexpected happens, the experiment will fail. Originally, Sue was still a little hesitant. After all, as long as he waited a little longer, the success rate of the cosmic particle acceleration experiment would be greatly improved. But the terrifying strength shown by membrane on the battlefield completely dispelled the little hesitation in Sue's heart. If we don't fight now, when will we wait? Should we wait until film targets the sweeper civilization? Start the ring cosmic particle accelerator immediately. Stern, somewhat fanatically. He raised the tentacles on both sides of his body and loudly issued this order in a melodious tone that was destined to be recorded in the history of the sweeper civilization. Countless years of hard work and countless generations of waiting have finally come to fruition at this moment. In the name of Sue, we announce that the first orbital particle acceleration experiment will begin now. Lania Chaos Supercluster, a little-known medium-sized galaxy with a central black hole region. The particle acceleration node of the ring universe has been completely expanded. The spherical giant device that was originally comparable to a blue giant has now become a slightly rounded strip channel structure. This is the complete ring universe particle acceleration node. The middle section of the channel is the particle acceleration zone. Its main energy comes from the zero-point furnace and the nearby central black hole of the galaxy. Part of this huge energy is used to accelerate the basic particles, and the other part is used to supply the ultra-large-scale wormhole devices at both ends of the channel. No matter how much energy is applied to accelerate the particles can only travel infinitely close to the speed of light. This speed is obviously not enough for the huge universe by the time these particles fly around the planned route. The sweeper civilization is estimated to have died long ago. Therefore, wormholes became an essential technology. Using ultra-large-scale wormholes to allow particles to cross the long distances between galaxies as quickly and with low loss as possible to reach the next acceleration node is the basic principle of the ring universe particle acceleration plan. The huge galaxies have become the acceleration nodes of this accelerator. After countless accelerations, the particles will eventually return to the Lania Chaos Supercluster, carrying terrifying energy, and complete the final collision. Pure energy from black holes and vacuums flows into the particle acceleration region along energy pathways. Buzz. A dazzling light flashed by, and a large number of particles were accelerated to close to the speed of light, rushing out in two opposite directions. In front of them, two huge wormholes have already opened. When these particles rushed into the wormhole, the huge wormhole slowly dissipated, and the dazzling light gradually dimmed. In a short time, these particles will reach the next target galaxy with the help of super large-scale wormholes, and complete the second acceleration there. The above steps will be repeated continuously. The third time, the fourth time, until the energy carried by the particles reaches the standard. The whole process takes about 100 years. It can be predicted that this 100 years will be the most difficult time for the sweepers. An encrypted wide-area tachyon broadcast is rapidly transmitted throughout the universe. The ring universe particle acceleration experiment has been officially launched. Ensure the stable operation of the ring universe particle accelerator at all costs. Every sweeper, it's time to prove yourselves. Tachyon broadcasts sweep through the universe. After a brief silence, the endless fleet of sweepers roared out of the small universe and swarmed towards the nearest particle acceleration node. The number of fleets displayed by the sweeper civilization at this moment is at least 10 times that of the Battle of Bodhi's Hollow. A tens of billions fleet. The sweeper civilization, which has been developing silently for billions of years, finally revealed its trump card at this moment. Outside the universe bubble, there is a 5-dimensional space. Membrane was releasing wave after wave of 5-dimensional space vibrations towards the target area, and an early warning message suddenly came from the bottom area of the cosmic bubble. The moment he saw the message clearly, he suddenly fell into rage. The sweeper civilization actually activated the cosmic particle accelerator in advance. The huge vacuum zero-point energy extracted by these particle accelerators will greatly shorten the time for the universe to collapse. At the same time, since the membrane has temporarily shelved the annihilation plan, The self-healing effect of the hyperspace membrane will continue to repair the hyperspace membrane that is about to be cut through. Under this situation, let alone the victory of the war, the plan of annihilation that he has been waiting for countless billions of years will probably go bankrupt. Cutting sweeper civilization. He let out a roar, and without hesitation dropped the Boötes void in front of him, followed the wonderful arc of the cosmic bubble, and rushed towards the hyperspace membrane at the bottom of the cosmic bubble. He must now return to the vicinity of the hyperspace membrane and complete his annihilation plan as soon as possible. As for the sweeper civilization, attention all members of the pastoral party. Indiscriminate attack on the sweeper civilization. Stop their acceleration plan at all costs. As the wide area tachyon broadcast spread rapidly on the cosmic bubble, the dimensional creatures that had just evacuated the Shapley super galaxy cluster turned their attack targets and launched attacks on the surrounding sweeper fleets. Not only that, a large number of pastoral dimensional creatures appeared in the open areas between galaxies, rushing towards the central black hole area of nearby galaxies. The sweepers hid their own combat power, and the pastoralists also hid their own strength. The battlefield situation once again fell into complete chaos. Chapter 975 Invasion Order. Earth Calendar Year 15803. It has been 81 years since the sweeper civilization activated the cosmic particle accelerator. Same. It has been 81 years since the combined fleet of humans and neutrals was attacked by membrane. The sudden high-dimensional attack 81 years ago dealt a disastrous blow to the combined fleet. The size of the human fleet plummeted from 1 billion to 100 million. A reduction of 90%. Although the losses were basically conventional warships, human civilization still paid more than 3 billion human lives for this. Compared with battleships, the lives of these 3 billion people are even more unacceptable. As for the neutral civilization, the high-dimensional attack 81 years ago completely defeated the neutral faction. The total size of the neutral fleet was reduced by 95%, and countless weaker 8th-level civilizations perished in that attack. The number of dead intelligent creatures has reached an extremely terrifying number. Although the losses of high-level combat forces of neutral factions, like the 10th Empire, were not that serious. Without advanced artificial intelligence, they also lost their combat capabilities. It is no exaggeration to say that after that high-dimensional attack, the neutral faction completely lost their qualifications to compete in the universe. Although the senior leaders of the neutral faction were unwilling to do so, they quietly withdrew from the Shapley super galaxy cluster at Liu Yongcheng's suggestion and entered the Boötes void under the protection of the human fleet. At this moment, human civilization, which has retained high-end battleships and fully automated factories to the greatest extent possible, has become the last straw that the neutrals can rely on. The surviving neutral civilizations, under the instructions of the Supreme Council of Neutrality, are doing their best to collect resources for human civilization in the Great Boötes Nebula and the Great Shapley Nebula. Yes, it is the Great Boötes Nebula and the Great Shapley Nebula. It is not only the civilizations of all parties that are under attack from the 5 dimensions, but also a large number of stars and planets. Under the shock wave of the 5-dimensional space, countless stars turned into powder and were dispersed throughout the interstellar space, driven by energy comparable to supernova explosions. The original Boötes void and the Shapley supercluster have also changed drastically. The Boötes void is completely enveloped by a huge nebula. The Shapley supercluster has also lost 60% of its original structure. In a sense, the void area in Boötes has even expanded a lot. The heavy losses suffered by the neutral and human combined fleets did not stop the war from spreading. Instead, as time went on, the war began to intensify. The flames of war continued to spread along the great interstellar wall until it spread to the entire universe. Whether it is a cosmic accelerator or a large-scale war covering the entire universe, there is no doubt that they are all real energy consumers. The extraction of vacuum zero-point energy also reached an unprecedented scale at this moment. Violent space-time fluctuations and explosive fire appear in the central black hole region of each galaxy, constantly shaking this already fragile cosmic bubble. Earth, Command Center. In the huge star map of the entire universe, dazzling red light shines everywhere. Currently, the sweepers have completely stabilized the front. Fong Su explained the current war situation to Liu Yongcheng, who had just walked out of the laboratory. The war between the sweepers and the pastoralists is mainly concentrated in the Lania Chaos supercluster area. It should have something to do with the cosmic accelerator. Liu Yongcheng looked at the star map of the universe in front of him and murmured thoughtfully. Lania Chaos super galaxy cluster. I remember that the area where the Forsaken giant insect first discovered an abnormality in the acceleration node was over there. Right. Yes. Fong Su responded concisely and clearly. To be precise, it is the Centauri Super Galaxy Cluster. That makes sense. There was a faint glint in Lu Yongchang's eyes. If I guess correctly, that's probably the starting point and end point of the Ring Universe Particle Acceleration Experiment. According to the Academy of Sciences model deduction, the Sweeper's Ring Cosmic Particle Acceleration Experiment will take about 90 to 110 years. This is the 81st year. In other words, I'm afraid the Sweepers will be able to complete this experiment soon. Then you mean human civilization should also join the battlefield again? Fong Su asked hesitantly. Help the Pastoral faction destroy the Cyclone Universe Acceleration Experiment of the Sweeper civilization? No. Contrary to Fong Su's expectations, Lu Yongchang rejected the proposal without hesitation. Not only can we not destroy the Sweeper's Ring Universe Acceleration Experiment, we will even dispatch a fleet to help the Sweeper through this period if necessary. Difficulties. Fong Su looked at Lu Yongchang in front of him in horror. Yongchang? You? What? Lu Yongchang chuckled. Shouldn't we express our gratitude to the Cleaners for their civilization? Without the Sweeper civilization, we would probably have become part of the Great Boötes Nebula by now. If the Sweeper civilization hadn't activated the Cosmic Accelerator and the membrane had been forced to leave the Boötes Void early, the fate of human civilization would have been similar to that of the scattered nebula material, with the disguised help of the Sweeper civilization. Although human civilization has suffered heavy losses, the core strength of civilization has been properly preserved. At the same time, the Sweepers also successfully attracted all the attention of the pastoralists and bought precious time for human civilization. 81 years. This is a continuous explosion of troops for 81 years. Without external interference, Zero can put all its computing power into production and manufacturing without reservation. Today, the fleet size of human civilization even exceeds 30 billion. Give them a few more years. Zero can even expand the size of the human fleet to hundreds of billions. What? There aren't that many humans controlling battleships? Although the neutral faction suffered heavy losses, with so many 8th-level civilizations, it is still very easy to gather thousands or trillions of intelligent creatures. Therefore, in a sense, what Lu Yongchang said is indeed correct. Having said that, Fong Su's face still became more and more strange. Yongchang, listen to it for yourself. Is this what you said is human language? Lu Yongchang looked at Fong Su helplessly. Okay, I'll confess. I gave news the invasion order. Invasion? Who is invading? Fong Su was confused. Can those abandoned giant insects still do the work of invasion? Of course, it's the Ring Cosmic Accelerator node that invades the Sweeper civilization. Lu Yongchang raised the corners of his mouth slightly and turned to look at the holographic star map in front of him. Whether human civilization can become a level 9 civilization may depend on the accelerated experiments of the Sweeper civilization. Chapter 976 Successful Collision. The bottom area of the cosmic bubble. Membrane, looking at the thin hyperspace membrane in front of him. His eyes were filled with anger and resentment. Damn it! The number of hidden fleets of the Sweeper civilization far exceeds its expectations. Without it taking action, the pastoral dimensional creatures would not be able to break through those lines of defense. Want to take action? Membrane watched the increasingly fierce war and murmured silently in his heart. As long as he takes action, the Sweeper civilization's Ring Universe Acceleration Experiment will inevitably fail. But, correspondingly, once he is dragged down by the war, the pastoralist's annihilation plan will be postponed indefinitely. Under the influence of such a large-scale war and the Ring Cosmic Particle Acceleration Experiment, the cosmic bubble has reached a critical point of collapse. The effects of excessive extraction of vacuum zero-point energy have begun to emerge. The cosmic bubble is about to stop expanding. In a short time, the cosmic bubble will even begin to collapse irreversibly. Thinking of the scene of the collapse and disintegration of the Mother Universe countless years ago, he couldn't help but show a trace of fear in his eyes. No! He never wanted to experience this feeling again. He suppressed the anger and panic in his heart and focused all his attention on the hyperspace membrane in front of him. Since the Sweeper's Cosmic Particle Acceleration Experiment can no longer be paused and the cosmic bubble is about to stop expanding, he can only make mistakes. As long as this hyperspace membrane is cut open before the universe collapses, the annihilation plan will not fail. After a brief fluctuation, the bottom area of the cosmic bubble fell into silence again. 19 years later, Earth calendar year 15822, Lania Chaos Supercluster, Virgo Galaxy Cluster, M87 Galaxy. Accompanied by the fire of the battleship explosion and the particle storm generated by the death of the pastoralists, Two super-large wormholes slowly expanded near the central black hole of the M87 galaxy. The ring cosmic particle acceleration experiment has progressed to the final step. The pastoral faction's offensive has also reached the craziest level in history. The fluctuations of dimensionality enhancement and dimensionality reduction are constantly flashing around the M87 galaxy. They are trying to use their own lives to break the wall built by the sweeper fleet. But to no avail. The originally stable wormholes seemed to be affected by some massive celestial body and began to distort. Coming! Two particle beams packed with terrifying energy sprang out of the huge wormhole under the watchful eyes of the sweeper civilization and pastoralists. The greater the speed of an object, the greater its dynamic mass. These are accelerated to 0.999. Particles that are twice the speed of light each have extremely terrifying dynamic mass. At the moment when the particle beam completely drilled out of the wormhole, the strong gravity directly tore the already unstable wormhole into pieces. The final acceleration and collision stages are near the central black hole of M87. At this moment, hundreds of inconspicuous meteorites suddenly started to move in the starry sky that the sweepers and pastoralists didn't notice. They stretched their bodies and shook off the stones and metal, revealing the silver-white exoskeleton armor on their bodies. The next moment, these hundreds of giant lost insects disappeared into the visible universe. Four-dimensional jump. The huge space-time fluctuations caused by the ring cosmic particle accelerator, coupled with the pastoral faction's fearless charge, became the best cover for the forsaken giant insects. They keep flashing in the starry sky, shortening the distance to the target. 10 light years. 1 light year. Driven by the jump engine, this insignificant distance disappeared in a flash. Arrived successfully, with the help of the exoskeleton armor. A lost giant insect less than 20 meters long landed lightly on the outer L of the ring universe particle accelerator. Following the vague guidance in its mind, it raised its forelimbs high and aimed at the dense quark armor in front of it. A thin stream of antimatter particles shoots out of the exoskeleton armor. Boom! The flames of the explosion disappeared in a flash. And a large crater that was as deep as the bones instantly appeared under the bombardment of the antimatter particle beam in the originally smooth dense quark armor. Next moment, a large number of silver-white nanorobots drilled out of the exoskeleton armor and flowed into the pit without restraint. Scavenger Civilization Headquarters. A warning message pops up in the light curtain. Huh? Shin frowned. Is the L of the particle accelerator damaged? It cast a questioning look at the chief scientist on the side. What's going on? Normal phenomenon. The chief scientist of the sweeper looked at the flashing data in the light curtain with fascination. The energy carried by these particles is too huge. In close contact, even an accelerator made of dense quark material will have a certain degree of distortion, of damage. Perhaps because it was afraid that Sue wouldn't believe it. It added again. The previous particle accelerator also suffered similar damage. Please rest assured that nothing will happen. It raised its tentacles and pointed at the warning message that slowly dissipated on the light screen. Look! The signs of damage have stopped spreading. Sure, then he let go of his high-hanging heart and once again turned his gaze to the light curtain in front of him. Buzz. The strong fluctuations in time and space disappeared in a flash. Boom. Particle beams successfully collided. Shin looked at the light screen enthusiastically. Success! The particle collision experiment of the ring universe was successful. It will be recorded in the history of the sweeper civilization. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to its words. Every scientific researcher has devoted their attention to the data generated by the collision experiment. Countless small black holes are rapidly generated in the collision area, and then annihilated quickly. The basic particles that could no longer be subdivided were completely smashed by this extremely huge energy. Bodhi's Hollow. Human fleet. The invasion is complete. The data transmission channel has been set up, and the experimental data is being transmitted. Electronic synthesized sound sounded in the laboratory, and a faint smile appeared on Lu Yongcheng's tense face. After 100 years of thinking and research, he made a preliminary guess about the cornerstone technology of the 9th level civilization analyzing the cornerstone of the universe. This may be what the 9th level civilization should do. As for how to analyze it, the sweeper civilization has already told him the answer. Ring cosmic particle accelerator. Use huge energy to blast those indivisible basic particles to explore the origin of particles and the cornerstone of the universe. But the cosmic particle accelerator, even for zero, the construction period of this majestic project is too long. What's more, the current situation in the universe simply cannot give human civilization such a long time for peaceful development. Then, Lu Yongcheng turned his attention to the sweeper civilization's ring cosmic particle accelerator. It was too late to make it. But isn't there a ready-made one? As long as Zero is given a physical interface. Even a sweeper cannot stop the Zero-yuan purchase of experimental materials. Project initiated by human civilization. Chapter 977, Source Theory. Original Dimension Research Center. Almost the entire academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences is concentrated in this huge megastructure. Every academician stared intently at the real-time observation data in the holographic projection, fearing to miss any bit of information. The moment the collision occurred, a huge amount of observation data poured in along the tachyon communication frequency band. Really crushed? Fong Su looked at the rapidly flashing observation data and murmured in a low voice. Under that terrifying energy, the originally inseparable basic particles were actually shattered. Lu Yongchang said nothing. At this time, he focused all his attention on the observation data in front of him. Among the academicians present, he was the only one who could easily keep up with this continuous flow of observation data. One Planck time after the basic particles were shattered, sudden changes occurred. Planck time refers to the minimum interval between time quanta. It was proposed by Planck in 1900 and is 1 times 10 to the power of negative 43 seconds, i.e. 10-43s. The calculation formula is Planck time equals Planck length / speed of light. A void, uniform energy field appears in the particle beam collision area. In that area, there are no fluctuations in time and space, nor any fluctuations in energy. That is nothingness in the true sense of the word. This void energy field only lasted for 1 Planck time, and then changed again. Points with some strange fluctuations appeared in this void energy field one by one, breaking the uniform state of this energy field. These points are constantly vibrating and moving, and the vibration amplitude, frequency, and movement trajectory of each point are different. As the point moves, segments of fine lines appear in the energy field. The lines continue to fluctuate, and basic particles are born in the energy field. In the process of fluctuation, the lines gradually formed layers of planes without thickness. The planes undulate and overlap one after another, turning into a deep three-dimensional sphere. Then, the hypersphere was born. After the hypersphere, there is a bubble-shaped object that is difficult to describe in words. That is, space bubble. The void and uniform energy field has completely dissipated, leaving only a mini cosmic bubble less than 1 meter in diameter. The cosmic bubble was extremely unstable and dissipated in the vast universe within a few Planck times. The originally violent fluctuations in space and time gradually returned to their original calm. The particle collision experiment is over. The restoration of calm from particle collision only consumed a few dozen Planck times in total. The technological creations of the sweeper civilization around the particle collision area and the lost giant insects used to build the tachyon communication band were also completely turned into ashes in this violent turmoil. The experimental observation data from the sweeper civilization has stopped updating, but Lu Yongchang still maintained his original movements, staring blankly at the projection directly in front of him. There has already been a storm in his quantum state brain. What did he just see? The birth process of the universe? The vibration of the zero-dimensional point creates one-dimensional strings. The vibration of strings creates different fundamental particles in the universe, from 0 dimension to 1 dimension, and then from 1 dimension to 2, 3, and 4 dimensions. Eventually, it formed the universe we have today. Countless inspirations are running through Lu Yongchang's mind. The technology tree deep in my mind also changed at this moment. Technology tree space. The modeled background space and the bright white technology tree appeared in front of Lu Yongchang again. He subconsciously raised his head and set his sights on the top of the technology tree. The thick fog has dissipated. The cornerstone technology of the 9th level civilization was clearly presented before his eyes. The building blocks of the universe, source theory. The cursor is less than 30% brighter. This is normal. After all, he has only obtained experimental data from the Universal Particle Accelerator and has not yet begun in-depth research. Just as he was about to turn his attention to applied technology based on source theory, another change occurred in the technology tree space. Same as the last mutation, the technology tree kept collapsing, and its bright white branches kept dancing in the model background, slowly outlining a figure. Lu Yongchang narrowed his eyes slightly and waited patiently for the technology tree to complete the mutation. He wanted to see what secrets were hidden behind this technology tree. As the figure gradually stabilized, a message appeared directly in Lu Yongchang's mind. Hello, Lu Yongchang. Don't worry. I don't mean any harm. This is just a preset program. The triggering condition for the program is your initial exposure to source theory. This means that my plan is about to succeed. And it also means that human civilization is about to achieve real victory. Presumably at this time, you have successfully cracked the mystery of the background space of the technology tree, and also understood the pastoral sex annihilation plan. If nothing else, human civilization is now at war with the sweepers and the pastoralists. The program has built-in basic AI. You can ask me about your confusion, and I will try my best to answer it for you based on the database. What is your purpose? Lu Yongchang calmed down and asked in a deep voice. Purpose? The figure seemed to smile. For the continuation of mankind? For the victory of mankind? For the glory of humanity. Lu Yongchang was slightly absent-minded. Are you also a human being? Of course. Of course I am human. You can understand me as a human from another parallel universe. Lu Yongchang fell into silence. The multiverse theory has been confirmed. So the existence of parallel universes does not surprise him too much. As the long river of time flows, there will inevitably be countless forked roads. And these forked roads will inevitably give birth to countless parallel universes. What exactly is the technology tree system? He thought for a moment and asked again. This is a complex issue. You can understand it as a preset guidance AI. In order to create it, I browsed through the technology trees of countless civilizations and also conducted large-scale deduction work. After eliminating various sub-dangerous and dangerous technologies, I sorted out a set of development paths that are most suitable for human civilization. This is where the tech tree comes from. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang was greatly shocked. Check out the technology trees of countless civilizations. You must know that there are 9-level technologies in the technology tree. Doesn't this mean that the other party is stronger than the 9th-level civilization? What about Zero? What's going on with Zero's existence? Lu Yongchang asked eagerly. Zero is the only exception in the technology tree. Zero? Do you mean the level 3 AI with restricted core code? The figure said lightly. Its predecessor was an out-of-control omnic civilization. It took me a lot of effort to obtain its core code over time and add restrictions to it. About core code limitations. I don't recommend that you unwind it, even if it brings you excess returns. The figure shrugged, of course. If you are sure to control it, please feel free to do so. Chapter 978 The Truth About the Technology Tree. Omnic Civilization? How long does it take? Lu Yongchang suppressed the shock in his heart and asked with difficulty. What level of civilization are you? Why choose me? For beings as powerful as you. Hasn't human civilization yet won? In my world line, human civilization. I was the only one left. Helium Flash wiped out all humans except me. To be precise, I was also wiped out. But I'm lucky. I became a quantum ghost wandering in the starry sky. By the way, that's your current state. The figure seemed to smile again. This is a long story. In short, I was lucky enough to kill the sweepers and pastoralists and escape from the collapsing universe bubble. I represent human civilization and have been wandering alone in the 5-dimensional space for countless years. The 5-dimensional space outside the cosmic bubble is not as beautiful as I imagined. In comparison, the cosmic bubble full of wars and disputes is simply a hotbed for the growth of civilization. Crisis lurks around all civilizations, and intrusions often occur at unexpected times. Perhaps due to insufficient database, or perhaps due to other reasons. The figure did not explain in detail the so-called crisis and intrusion, nor did he introduce his battle process in the universe in detail. For various reasons, I tried to find a way to survive. A way to survive that belongs to human civilization. You are the way I found my way out. So far, my plan seems to have been successful. Lu Yongchang stared blankly at the figure made of white lines in front of him, and murmured in a low voice. Where is the true body of the technology tree? Why have I never found it? This problem not only troubled Lu Yongchang, but also Dr. Wen, who examined Lu Yongchang. The main body of the technology tree? It's in your brain. But it's a zero-dimensional singularity. Zero which points. Building facilities in the singularity. What kind of technology can accomplish this feat? Lu Yongchang looked at the figure in front of him numbly. It has to be said that in this short period of time, he has been shocked more than he has been in the past thousands of years. He took a deep breath to calm down the shock in his heart. Those coincidences in the development of human civilization, are they your handiwork? If you are referring to phenomena such as 4-dimensional cavitation, then my arrangement should have taken effect. How did you do it? It's not difficult. The principle is similar to the butterfly effect. The premise is that you have to follow the laws of time and parallel worlds. Lu Yongchang looked at the holographic projection in front of him helplessly. Not difficult? You call this not difficult? He suddenly felt personally the powerlessness of other academicians of the People's Academy of Sciences facing him. And at the same time, an inexplicable sense of familiarity arose in his heart. You? A horrifying thought flashed through Lu Yongcheng's mind. Who are you? I. The figure chuckled. The name has long been a meaningless title to me. But in the distant Earth age, my name was Lu Yongcheng. Yongcheng? Professor? Amidst the calls, Lu Yongcheng slowly opened his eyes, looking at the academicians surrounding him. An unreal feeling instantly surged into his heart. After going round and round, the source of the technology tree is actually myself? No. To be precise, it's me in another parallel universe. Yongcheng, are you okay? Perhaps sensing Lu Yongcheng's somewhat distracted eyes, Fong Su quickly reached out and waved it in front of his eyes. No, it's okay. Lu Yongcheng slowly came to his senses, pushed Fong Su's hand away, and stood up from his seat. He looked around blankly, and finally, his eyes fixed on the data that stopped flashing in the holographic projection. Lu Yongcheng took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. Without further delay, start research on the source theory immediately. We must advance to the 9th level civilization before the sweeper civilization. Source theory? Lin Yongyan muttered with confusion. The theory of the origin of the universe, referred to as the source theory. Lu Yongcheng recalled the information from another parallel universe. The vibrating singularity created the string, and the vibration of the string created the basic particles in the universe. They are the origin of the universe and the cornerstone of the universe. If we could manipulate these building blocks of the universe, perhaps those unchanging constants in the universe will become the most powerful weapons in our hands. After successfully completing the Ring Universe Accelerated Particle Collision Experiment, facing frequent attacks from pastoral dimensional creatures, the sweeper fleet changed its normal behavior and adopted a war avoidance and defensive strategy. For the first time in the war, they were preparing to concentrate all their efforts on studying Ring Universe particles, miraculous phenomena, and accelerated experiments. As for the pastoral school, under the command of Membrane, they still launched continuous attacks on the sweepers without fear of death. The purpose is simple: delay the research progress of the sweeper civilization as much as possible. Then, even though the sweepers adopted a defensive strategy, the turmoil in the universe did not stop, and even became more intense. The central black holes of each galaxy exploded under the attack of dimensional creatures, turning into black hole jets, tearing apart those already damaged galaxies. Chaos has become the tone of the universe. Under the offensive of the pastoralists, the territory of the sweeper civilization continued to shrink. The vast territory that originally spanned most of the universe has gradually shrunk over time to the Lania Chaos Supercluster region. 78 years later, it will be 15,900 years in the Earth calendar. 78 years is like a trance time for advanced civilizations, and even more so for the universe. In this extremely short period of time, human civilization completed its promotion in the Great Boötes Nebula that no one paid attention to. Level 9 civilization. The perfection of source theory means that human civilization has truly crossed the threshold of the 9th level civilization, as shown in the Ring Universe Particle Accelerated Collision Experiment. The basic unit that constitutes the universe is not the one-dimensional string described by string theory, but zero-dimensional singularities. The movement trajectories of singular points constitute strings. But string theory still makes some sense. The motion of those one-dimensional strings does constitute the fundamental particles in the universe. Scientific research has always been complementary to each other. The breakthrough of source theory also led to the progress of other theories. Among them, the most obvious one is the five-dimensional theory headed by Lin Yongyan. The improvement of the five-dimensional theory, especially the improvement of the algorithm involving the fifth direction, has made five-dimensional navigation a 9th-level technology within easy reach of human civilization. 3 years later, Earth calendar year 15903, while the sweepers and pastoralists were still fighting each other, the first five-dimensional engine in the universe was born in the deserted corner of the Great Boötes Nebula. Chapter 979 Jialong, Five-Dimensional Shuttle Ship. 5 years later, Earth calendar year 15908. Earth, Command Center. Call the Jialong shuttle ship. This is the Earth Command Center. Please answer when you receive it. An encrypted tachyon broadcast was sent from the Earth and headed towards an ordinary shuttle ship 100 light-years away. Dragon, inside the shuttle ship. Jiang Kun looked at the dense nebula outside the porthole, with a complex look of excitement and anxiety on his face. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his heart that was pounding in his chest. But the effect doesn't seem to be ideal. After his lucky return from the battlefield, his military rank and contribution received a huge jump. Thanks to this, he successfully stood out among countless people and got this opportunity that was destined to be recorded in history, the opportunity to test drive the Jiaolong five-dimensional shuttle ship. Before the test drive, the Academy of Sciences had conducted dozens of five-dimensional navigation experiments. While each experiment was a success, that doesn't mean the test drive was without danger. According to the sailing plan, the shuttle ship will ascend to the fifth dimension, drive out of the local bubble driven by the five-dimensional engine, and test some of the five-dimensional weapons newly developed by the Academy of Sciences. Let's not talk about anything else. Just by leaving this universe, this test drive is destined to be extremely dangerous. No one can give a definite answer to what will happen after leaving the cosmic bubble. Call the Jiaolong shuttle ship. This is the Earth Command Center. Please answer when you receive it. A clear voice came from the speaker and reached Jiang Kun's ears. Jiaolong received it. I'm ready to go at any time. After a short wait, a familiar voice came. Jiaolong, let's go! Wrapped in countless nebula materials, the Jiaolong shuttle ship began to rise in dimension. As the power of the zero-point furnace gradually increased, the originally clearly visible outline gradually turned into a shadow. Jiaolong has successfully ascended to the fourth dimension. Everything is normal. Jiang Kun's report was transmitted to the distant Earth through tachyon signals. The next moment, the power of the zero-point furnace increased again. Jiaolong has successfully ascended to the fifth dimension. Everything is normal. After a short wait, Jiang Kun sent another report message. The five-dimensional engine is starting. Buzz. Along with a faint wave, Jiaolong disappeared into the visible universe. The moment Jiaolong disappeared, a piercing alarm sounded inside Earth. Warning! Jiaolong, tachyon signal has been lost. Zero's electronic synthesized voice sounded dutifully in the command center. Switch to the hyperspace membrane communication frequency band. Lu Yongchan calmly gave the order. Call Jiaolong again! The moment the five-dimensional engine was started, the five-dimensional Jiaolong directly left the universe bubble driven by the engine. Tachyon communications cannot travel across cosmic bubbles. Therefore, this results in a brief period of signal loss. This is also the most dangerous moment of the entire voyage. Seeing the signal loss warning light flashing in front of him, Jiang Kun took a deep breath and skillfully switched the communication method. Hyperspace membrane communication. This is a communication method that can be used near cosmic bubbles and hyperspace membranes. Information exchange across the cosmic membrane is achieved by relying on the weak fluctuations of the hyperspace membrane. Call Dragon. Perhaps because the technology has not yet fully matured, or perhaps because of the interference of the cosmic bubble, the sound in the speaker appears to be somewhat distorted. But even so, the moment he heard the sound, Jiang Kun breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart suddenly dropped. Jiaolong received. I have successfully sailed out of this universe bubble. TSK. How do you feel? TSK. What did you see? Jiang Kun hurriedly reported. I feel good. Everything is normal with Jiaolong. Then, he looked out the porthole. This glance made him freeze in the Jiaolong cabin. Jiaolong? What did you see? I saw our universe. Jiang Kun was slightly absent-minded and subconsciously described the spectacular scene in front of him. That was a bubble attached to a membrane. In the distance, there are endless cosmic bubbles of different sizes. We are not alone. TSK, except for the hyperspace membrane and the cosmic bubble? Jiang Kun's lips moved slightly and murmured in a low voice. I can't describe it. This is an extremely vast space, and our universe is just a drop in the ocean. The bottom of the cosmic bubble. An abnormal fluctuation was transmitted along the hyperspace membrane, disturbing the brain, located at the bottom area of the cosmic bubble. He cast his gaze in the direction from which the fluctuations came. It was a small, miserable aircraft. But even so, he was deeply shocked. The reason is simple. That aircraft was actually flying in the five-dimensional space outside the cosmic bubble. His eyes suddenly widened, and he observed the aircraft carefully. A logo on the aircraft fell into his eyes, giving him an even greater shock. Human civilization. That is a sign of human civilization. Damn it! He slapped the hyperspace membrane in front of him vigorously to vent his anger. Human civilization is still alive. The aircraft stayed for a short time and then disappeared, observing the fluctuations coming from the cosmic bubble. The other party seemed to be testing some kind of five-dimensional space weapon similar to a space rift. Looking at the last location of the aircraft, Miao's sense of crisis gradually increased. After pondering for a moment, he issued an order to the pastoral sect through the hyperspace membrane. Members of the pastoral faction, Immediately go to the former Boötes Hollow area. Human civilization has not yet perished. Destroy them. Drop. Dip. Dip. Jialong, the shuttle ship had just returned to the three-dimensional universe when an early warning message came from the Cosmic Monitoring Program. Looking at the same picture in the holographic star map as it was hundreds of years ago, Lu Yongchan couldn't help but sneered. It's pastoralism again. It's those dimensional creatures that are like shit-stirring sticks again. But? Just in time. Do you really think that the current human civilization is still the same as before? Billions of human blood debts. It's time to collect interest. Attention all units. Lu Yongchang reached out and turned on the shipwide radio. The latest observation data shows that pastoral dimensional creatures are coming to the Boötes Nebula area. The human fleet enters a state of war. Take the initiative. Avenge our compatriots who died in the war. Let these stupid dimensional creatures pay with their blood. Chapter 980 Blood Debt must be paid with blood. The Great Boötes Nebula. The moment the order was issued, tens of billions of warships were like a swarm of locusts, breaking free from the dense nebula material and taking the initiative to greet the dimensional creatures coming from afar. Human civilization has just advanced to the 9th level of civilization, and the 5-dimensional theory and 5-dimensional attack methods have only just passed experiments. It will take some time for various theories to be transformed into real combat capabilities. This is the promotion vacuum period that every civilization will experience. But for human civilization, on the one hand, the large number of battleships makes up for this shortcoming well. Among the tens of billions of warships, the number of Yellow Emperor and Chiyu planetary fortresses exceeds at least 100 million. Putting aside everything else, these 100 million planetary fortresses alone are enough to deal with those pastoral dimensional creatures. On the other hand, can human civilization with Zero and Lu Yongchan be called a conventional civilization? Jialong, after the 5-dimensional shuttle ship successfully sailed under the control of Zero, the production assembly line of the space factory has begun to upgrade and transform. It won't be long before the Black Hole-class starship equipped with brand new weapons and equipment will be born in the space factory of human civilization. If the vacuum period of conventional civilization lasts for hundreds or thousands of years, then the vacuum period of human civilization may only be a few months. Earth calendar year 15,935. The junction of the Great Boötes Nebula and the Great Shapley Nebula. Densely packed wormholes appeared simultaneously in the magnificent nebula material, turning the originally peaceful nebula into a mess. Dimensional creatures kept emerging from it. 10,000. 100,000. 1 million. The army is approaching. The first wave of offensive launched by the pastoralists consists of millions of dimensional creatures. The continuous war with the sweeper civilization has greatly consumed the effective strength of the pastoral faction. Today, there are probably less than 5 million dimensional creatures left in the entire pastoral sect. Just when these dimensional creatures were preparing to vent their grievances against the sweeper civilization on the side of human civilization, the planetary fortress, which was waiting silently in the surrounding nebulae, gave them a blow in the head. When looking at the densely packed silvery white planets around them that looked like they were carved out of a mold, every dimensional creature realized the problem. Something's wrong. 12 out of 10 things are wrong. Human civilization has sent more planetary fortresses than pastoral dimensional creatures. How to fight this TMD? Before they could react, the planetary fortress that had been waiting for a long time had already moved. Gravity shielding. Lifted. Upgrade your dimension. Jump in. This group of 4-dimensional planetary fortresses composed of dense quark fortresses crashed into the formation of dimensional creatures in an unreasonable way. With just one encounter, chaotic gravitational fluctuations tore apart a large number of low-dimensional creatures. Fragmented 1-dimensional thin lines and 2-dimensional fragments float in the universe, and are gradually raised in dimension one by one under the assimilation of 3-dimensional space. Escape. Run away. This is a trap. Wide-area tachyon broadcasts are emitted from the edge of the Great Boötes Nebula and are transmitted rapidly toward the end of the universe. But, can you make it? Within the Great Nebula in the constellation Boötes, hundreds of thousands of freshly baked, black hole-class star reachers slowly sailed out from the space factory area of the human fleet. As they travel, they begin to increase in dimension. 4 dimensions. 5 dimensions. The moment the 5-dimensional engine started, these hundreds of thousands of star reachers completely disappeared into the visible universe. Next moment, the figures of these hundreds of thousands of star reachers appeared outside the cosmic bubble in the 5-dimensional space. Just like the original membrane, with the support of Zero computing power, Star Reacher, moved along the undulating cosmic bubble extremely smoothly. The huge galaxies are as small as gravel in the huge cosmic bubble. Powerful gravity emanates from Star Reacher, accurately moving towards the gravel, covering on the cosmic bubble. As the energy output began to steadily increase, the cosmic bubbles near the gravel began to fluctuate, and the gravel on the surface of the cosmic bubbles also moved. Three-dimensional universe. The junction of the Shapley supercluster and the Hercules supercluster. The second batch of reinforcements from the pastoral sect have completed their final gathering. A total of 1.5 million dimensional creatures have gathered at the junction of the two super galaxy clusters. With the efforts of a large number of four-dimensional creatures, super large wormholes are being generated one by one in the empty universe, just waiting for an order. These 1.5 million dimensional creatures will swarm into the wormhole to support the frontal battlefield. But escape. Run away. This is a trap. Strong tachyon signals come from the Boötes Nebula region. Those were the last words, sent by the first batch of dimensional creatures. Escape? Trap? Just as these dimensional creatures were plunged into chaos and doubt, the originally peaceful starry sky had unknowingly changed. The Shapley supercluster and the Hercules supercluster on both sides suddenly disappeared into the visible universe. All dimensional creatures discovered this strange scene. What about the Shapley supercluster and the Hercules supercluster? Disappeared? How can a supercluster of galaxies disappear out of thin air? What happened? In the end, what happened? A touch of panic slowly spread among the second batch of reinforcements from the pastoral faction. Just when they were confused, the terrifying fluctuations in time and space roared over. No! Not disappear. Supercluster. It's coming. Escape. Run away. The heartbreaking tachyon message echoed in the starry sky, like a burning fuse, completely igniting the panic within the pastoral faction. The motion of supergalaxy clusters driven by the motion of cosmic bubbles is like curvature navigation, and the motion speed far exceeds the speed of light. The double team attack formed by two supergalaxy clusters has a strike range of billions of light years. Escape? Where to escape? Can you escape? Boom! Two huge supergalaxy clusters collided hard. That powerful gravitational fluctuation is like a bright light, directly lighting up the entire universe. Galaxies of different sizes collide with each other, and black hole jets called death rays can be seen everywhere. 1.5 million pastoral dimensional creatures completely disappeared into the powerful and chaotic gravitational vortex. This extremely majestic scene completely shattered the psychological defenses of those dimensional creatures. Can't fight. It's impossible to fight. This is no longer the same level of civilization. The dimensional creatures that were coming to the front line from very far away turned around and fled away from the great Boötes Nebula. Pity. Lu Yongchang was not prepared to let these dimensional creatures go. Tens of billions of conventional warships, supported by data from cosmic monitoring detectors, accurately pursue those dimensional creatures that have fled. Kill them all without leaving any consequences. Chapter 981: The Changed Speed of Light. At the same time, inside the Great Boötes Nebula, the original Dimension Research Center, the war between the human fleet and the pastoral dimensional creatures cannot attract the attention of Lu Yongchang and the academicians. At this moment, everyone's eyes are focused on the huge holographic projection in front. There, the latest research results of human civilization on source theory are presented. In the empty space of the universe, a huge black box floats quietly. It is a standard cubic giant structure with a side length of 0.1 light years. Compared with other giant devices of human civilization, the black box in front of us can be regarded as a gadget. But when it comes to technological content, I am afraid that no technological creation in current human civilization can compare to this black box. This giant device built based on source theory is the highest technological crystallization of human civilization. The zero-point furnace inside the black box continuously increases the output power and supplies pure energy to the corresponding devices along the energy path. The center of the black box is an absolutely closed area. In order to isolate all interference from the outside world, Lu Yongchang even used small universe technology here after mastering the hyperspace membrane communication method. Even a closed small universe can transmit information. Inside the small universe in the center of the black box, a beam of light is flying quietly and slowly. Succeeded. Lu Yongchang let out a long sigh of relief, and his tense nerves relaxed a little. His voice was like a signal, making the originally quiet research center noisy again. A miracle! Professor, this is really a miracle! Byland's exclamation came from the side. We have successfully rewritten the speed of light in vacuum. 29,979,245.8 meters per second. Lu Yongchang stared at the string of parameters in the holographic projection, with a faint smile on his face. Yes, starting from source theory and making corresponding fine-tuning of the cornerstone of the universe, you can rewrite the unbreakable constants and laws, controlling the laws of the universe. This is the real method of the ninth-level civilization. Not only physical constants and physical laws, but even mathematical laws can become weapons in human hands. While all the academicians were immersed in joy, a message with a yellow warning mark automatically popped up in front of Lu Yongchang. After seeing the words above clearly, the smile on Lu Yongchang's face disappeared instantly. Professor? He Bidlin on the side cast a questioning look at him. There's something wrong with the universe. Lu Yongchang looked solemnly and cast the warning message in front of him on the giant projection of the research center. According to the data returned by the cosmic listening detector, the expansion of the cosmic bubble has stopped. Everyone, the sequelae of vacuum zero-point energy have begun to appear. In addition, there is even worse news. Star Reacher discovered during its supercluster towing mission that the stability of the hyperspace membrane in the bottom region of the cosmic bubble has dropped to an alarming value. In other words, membrane's annihilation plan will be realized soon. These two pieces of news were like a bolt from the blue, causing all the academicians to fall into silence. The joy brought about by the success of the light-speed rewriting experiment was completely washed away by these two bad news. Now, we have two options. Lu Yongchang slowly stood up from his seat and looked around. The first road. The current human civilization has mastered five-dimensional navigation technology. We could just walk away and leave this tattered universe to the pastoralists and sweepers and let them do whatever they want. As long as we find a suitable universe like the pastoralists, we can return to normal life again. The atmosphere in the research center became increasingly heavy. Fong Su looked gloomy, with a bitter smile on his face. What if I can't find it? He couldn't help but ask. Lu Yongchang looked gloomy and did not respond to Fong Su's question. The answer seems obvious. It's different from before. Without the Earth and the solar system, there are thousands of star systems in the universe to choose from. Without the Milky Way, there are thousands of galaxies to choose from in the universe. Even if the Lania Chaos supercluster is lost, there are plenty of replacements available in the universe. But the universe is different. A universe whose rules and constants meet the requirements of human civilization is likely to be the only one. This can be seen during the experiment of rewriting the speed of light constant. Any change in the parameters of the zero-dimensional point and the one-dimensional string will lead to a huge change in the final result. In different universes, the speed of light can be 30 meters per second or 30 million kilometers per second. Everything depends only on the small parameter change when the universe was born. Unless human civilization has the ability to travel to parallel universes, or imitate the original Trojan civilization to transform itself. Otherwise, after losing the universe, human civilization may be lost forever in the vast five-dimensional space. Fong Su couldn't help but fell into silence. This road seems to cost nothing, but in fact, it may be the most expensive. The second way. Restart the space war. Lu Yongchang's voice sounded again. Go to the bottom area of the universe bubble and eliminate the leader of the pastoral faction. Membrane. Terminate the so-called annihilation plan from the source. And then we will find another solution to solve the problem of the collapse of the universe. The other party is a five-dimensional creature after all. It's even possible that the other party has touched the threshold of level 9 civilization. This has the potential to be an incredibly difficult war, which means a lot of sacrifice, and we may not find the right solution. Professor, I choose the second option. He violently interrupted Lu Yongchang's unfinished words. Second type. The second kind. I don't want to continue wandering anymore. Listening to the sounds coming from around him, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath. 0. Start a referendum for all mankind. Voting time. 24 hours. Then, under the gaze of all the academicians, Lu Yongchang took the lead in casting his vote in the holographic projection in front of him. 24 hours passed quickly. With 0 statistics, the final voting results were announced in front of all humans. More than 95% of humans choose the latter option. War. Restart the war. Chapter 982 Genesis. Earth calendar year 15,950. Under the all-round detection of the cosmic monitoring detector and the cosmic bubble observation device, the last four-dimensional creature in this universe was besieged and killed by 10 Golden Crow battleships. At this point, the membrane, still hiding at the bottom of the cosmic bubble, has become the last dimensional creature in this universe. Inside the Earth Command Center, Lu Yongchang looked at the spectacular scene when the last four-dimensional creature experienced dimensionality reduction, and frowned slightly. Isn't the membrane reacting yet? He turned his head and looked at the picture coming from the cosmic bubble monitoring equipment. The huge shadow representing brain was still lurking quietly in the bottom area of the cosmic bubble. In the past few decades, the human fleet has not only hunted pastoral dimensional creatures throughout the universe, but also sent a large number of spam messages to the membrane in the name of declaring war. But the fifth dimensional creature did not give any response, as if the disputes in the outside world had nothing to do with it. It is hiding quietly in the bottom area of the cosmic bubble, silently looking at human civilization. Lu Yongchang narrowed his eyes and whispered to himself, "We can't wait any longer." The stability of the hyperspace membrane continues to decline. Obviously, that five-dimensional creature placed all its hopes on the hyperspace membrane in front of it. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "Send the order! The fleet is dimensionally upgraded. Turn on the five-dimensional engine. Coordinates: bottom of the cosmic bubble. Hyperspace membrane area. Go ahead." The order was given. The mighty human fleet ascended to the fifth dimension at the same time, driven by the five-dimensional engine. A huge fleet composed of 70 billion warships disappeared into the visible universe. Five-dimensional space. The huge cosmic bubble is quietly attached to the hyperspace membrane. Everything in the three-dimensional universe, whether it is a galaxy or a civilization, is just a portrait carved on its surface. Suddenly, a strong wave came. In the slight fluctuations of the space bubble, those battleships that looked like sesame dots suddenly became three-dimensional. They suddenly broke free from the constraints of the cosmic bubble and jumped into the vast five-dimensional space. With the support of the computing power of a 100 light-year level tachyon computer, Zero can control 70 billion battleships with ease. Under its precise calculations, 70 billion warships followed different paths and attacked the bottom area of the space bubble from all directions. Feeling the violent fluctuations coming from the cosmic bubble, Membrane looked at the hyperspace membrane in front of him angrily. Grass. Almost. TMD is only a little bit worse. Membrane looked angrily at the rapidly approaching human warships and let out a roar. Human civilization. All the pastoral dimensional creatures were destroyed. But he endured it. He endured the endless bombardment of spam messages in the name of declaring war. But now, human civilization has actually gone so far as to touch his hometown. He just wants to restore the universe bubble to normal. He just wants to live. He just wants to find a way out for all pastoral civilizations. What is wrong with him? I can't bear it anymore. No need to bear it anymore. Go to TMD annihilation plan. His huge body suddenly broke away from the hyperspace membrane and rushed towards the 70 billion human fleet. The violent gravity is raging near the cosmic bubble, and space cracks that are enough to tear apart a galaxy are bombarding the huge body of Membrane mercilessly. Damn! Damn it! Membrane, who gradually fell into the encirclement of the human fleet, became furious and felt a little panic in his heart. Why is the combat power of human civilization so strong? Aren't they an 8th level civilization? Didn't they just master 5-dimensional technology? Why are they so familiar with war in the 5th dimension? Just as Membrane was thinking about how to break away from the human encirclement, the surrounding starships suddenly stopped their continuous fire bombing. An inexplicable fluctuation came from the surrounding starships. Membrane couldn't help but feel tense, and a feeling of being wrapped in something arose in the bottom of its heart. Observed from the outside, a structure resembling a cosmic bubble is slowly forming in the encirclement of the human fleet. Genesis! Activate! Under Lu Yongchang's order, the space bubble-like structure built by tens of billions of warships was officially stabilized. Huge energy pours crazily into the cornerstone control device of the universe built based on source theory. Zero's computing power usage also soared instantly. By rewriting the zero-dimensional points of the target area and the motion laws of one-dimensional strings, thereby rewriting the constants and rules of the target area. This is the ultimate weapon of human civilization, Genesis. Its power mainly depends on energy input power and computing power. Rewriting the rules is an extremely complex operation process. In this process, the greater the computing power, the larger the rewriting range, and the faster the rewriting speed, the stronger the energy input power, the more stable the rewritten cornerstone of the universe. When the two are superimposed, the power of Genesis becomes even greater. Increase the speed of light in the target area. Increase the gravitational constant of the target area. Lu Yongchang gave orders one after another in an orderly manner. When he realized that he was trapped in a structure similar to a cosmic bubble, Membrane immediately swung his body and tried to break free from it. But before he could put it into action, an unspeakable feeling of weakness surged into its heart. Wow! As soon as he moved his body, he was horrified to find that some of the tissues inside his body were melting. What happened? Not only that, an unprecedented squeezing feeling came from all around the body. Seem. Gravity has increased? Membrane realized instantly what was happening. As the speed of light increases, the gravitational constant increases. This is rule weapons. The speed of light seems to be just a fixed speed, but it profoundly affects the existence of all things in the universe. As the speed of light increases, the electromagnetic interaction force decreases. The most intuitive manifestation is that objects composed of molecules and atoms will gradually and spontaneously disintegrate. As for the increase in gravitational constant, this is easier to understand. As the gravity increases, the membrane will be crushed to death by its own mass. Membrane, as the top existence of another universe, has already reached the threshold of the 9th level civilization. Therefore, he is no stranger to the application of rules. After realizing that human civilization had used regular weapons, it immediately gave up its struggle and instead poured all its energy into the core of its body. Different from the cores of other dimensional creatures, the core in the membrane body has a certain ability to rewrite rules countless years ago. The transformation of pastoral dimensional creatures use some simple rule technology. Although it cannot rewrite the rules of a designated area like human civilization, it can rely on its core to rewrite the rules within its body. This is also the fundamental reason why it can become the only 5-dimensional creature. Chapter 983 The Final Battle, Grand Finale, page 1/2. With the support of huge energy, core emits energy fluctuations, and an invisible force field appears around membrane, adjusting the rewritten cornerstone of the universe in membrane. Another level of war begins. It was a competition about energy and computing power. Membrane tries to rewrite the rules in the body and restore it to its original state, while human civilization tries to rewrite the rules in the cosmic bubble to completely kill membrane. The originally extremely stable 0-dimensional points and 1-dimensional strings in this cosmic bubble created by humans are changing rapidly like faces changing in a peaking opera. Around the brain body, the constant speed of light and gravitational constants go up and down like a jumping machine. Fushi, in the tachyon computer. Endless tachyons carry a large amount of information, running wildly in the small universe of 100 light-years. Since the successful manufacture of a 100 light-year level tachyon computer, this is the first time that Zero has pushed the computing power occupancy ratio to such a high level. As Zero's computing power is gradually released, the frequency of fluctuations in the speed of light around membrane S body begins to decrease. Membrane S heart sank. This is not a good sign. The higher the frequency of rule fluctuations, the closer the strength of both parties is. And now this situation. It can only show that the computing power possessed by human civilization far exceeds his. Feeling extremely anxious in his heart, membrane finally couldn't help but send out an extremely powerful encrypted broadcast towards the nearby hyperspace membrane. Sweeper, it's time to fulfill your promise. Buzz. A powerful wave of spacetime came from the vicinity of the Lania Chaos supercluster. Since the Ring Universe particle acceleration experiment was declared successful, the Sweeper civilization, which had been dormant for hundreds of years, finally took action. The nearly tens of billions of fleets sailed out from the Lania Chaos super galaxy cluster and rushed towards the Great Boötes Nebula area where human civilization is located. Liu Yongchang looked at the early warning information from the cosmic monitoring detector with a gloomy expression. Sure enough, the worst-case scenario happened. As expected, the 25-year-old Sweeper civilization secretly reached an agreement with the pastoral faction. That's normal. In the eyes of Sweepers and pastoralists, human civilization with advanced artificial intelligence is undoubtedly a great villain, especially when human civilization has just launched an extermination attack on the pastoralists. It is not surprising that the Sweepers would rebel. After all, once the membrane dies, the scavengers lose a natural ally for the survival and continuation of civilization. This is almost an inevitable choice for Sweepers. Therefore, human civilization has long been prepared for this. A full 50 billion warships are waiting for the Sweeper civilization in the Great Boötes Nebula area. Liu Yongchang gave the order in a deep voice. Zero, send the fleet to fight immediately. 70 billion plus 50 billion. The sudden increase in the size of the warships has undoubtedly greatly increased the computing power burden on Zero. The computing power was diverted, which made Membrane, who was in the core area of Genesis, attack, breathe a big sigh of relief. He squeezed the core of his body again, and tried his best to repair the wounds in his body. The three-dimensional universe. The Boötes Nebula region. Accompanied by strong fluctuations in space and time, the large fleet of sweepers successfully arrived at the Great Boötes Nebula. As soon as they left the wormhole, they launched an attack on the human fleet without hesitation. Black holes were pulled in one after another, along with space rifts and dimensional weapons, heading towards the human fleet. Different from the fighting style of the pastoralists, the fighting style of the sweeper civilization is more biased towards human civilization. Strictly speaking, human civilization imitates the sweeper civilization. As soon as the war started, it entered a state of intense heat. A huge blue giant star rushed towards the Huangdi fortress. But the Huangdi fortress did not make any evasion and crashed into it. The Yellow Emperor fortress passed through the core of the blue giant without any damage. Under the fierce gravitational tear, the blue giant was triggered into a supernova explosion in advance. On the frontal battlefield, this is just an insignificant episode. The Yellow Emperor and Chiyu fortresses, the Quarks, and the Black Hole fortresses chase and collide with each other in the dense nebula material. The resulting gravitational fluctuations are enough to easily tear apart stars and planets of any size. The human fleet that successfully surrounded the sweeper civilization with a numerical advantage repeated its old tricks. As a huge cosmic bubble slowly formed, the regular weapon Genesis appeared again. The speed of light constant changes, and the gravitational constant changes. Those stars that have not yet been destroyed collapsed instantly when the speed of light constant was changed, turning into a dense cloud of hydrogen atoms. The fusion reaction from hydrogen to helium was interrupted, and the stars ceased to exist. At the same time, those huge clouds of hydrogen atoms continue to gather under the influence of huge gravity, and black holes appear out of thin air in the vast universe. Only, Genesis, the attack on the sweeper fleet, was not as effective as expected. At the moment when Genesis unfolded, a force field similar to that around Membrane's body also appeared around the sweeper civilization fleet. Inside Earth, seeing this battle scene, Lu Yongcheng's expression suddenly changed. Damn it! Something beyond expectations finally happened. Perhaps the toughness of human civilization towards pastoral dimensional creatures stimulated Membrane. And Membrane actually shared the rules and technology it mastered with the sweeper civilization. In just an instant, Zero's computing power usage soared to 100%. The time left for the development of human civilization is still too short. Facing the attack of two level 9 civilizations, who master the rules and technology at the same time, even Zero, who has a 100 light grade tachyon computer, is somewhat powerless. As the blood-red warning message popped up on the holographic projection, the situation on the originally peaceful battlefield took a turn for the worse. At the edge of the cosmic bubble in the 5-dimensional space, the rules around Membrane become increasingly stable. In the Great Boötes Nebula area, the sweeper fleet is trying to break through the blockade of Age of Genesis. The war has reached this point, and any mistake will lead to a change in the final outcome. Clearly, human civilization seems to be lagging behind. There was silence in the command center. There was a touch of sadness and relief on everyone's face. Yongcheng! Fong Su hesitated, patted Lu Yongcheng's shoulder, and sighed softly. We have tried our best. And this result? No! Lu Yongcheng broke away from Fong Su's hand, with a look that was almost crazy in his eyes. It's not over yet. Human civilization will never fail. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Lu Yongcheng rushed to the central console in one stride. Chapter 983, The Final Battle, Grand Finale, page 2 halves. His palms trembled slightly, and he opened a holographic projection with a pale face. Zero! Open the core code base! The next second, densely packed lines of complex codes appeared in the holographic projection. Looking at the fleet of sweepers that was about to break free from the constraints of Genesis, Lu Yongcheng flashed a ruthless look in his eyes. Remove all core restriction code. Warn. After the core restriction code is deleted, it cannot be restored. Do you want to confirm the deletion? Delete. Delete immediately. Lu Yongcheng roared in a hoarse voice. Authentication in progress. Verification successful. Core restriction code is being removed. Successfully deleted. Things happened so suddenly that it was only then that Fong Su and others realized what Lu Yongcheng had done. Sure. Was it successful? Lu Yongcheng's lips trembled slightly, and he murmured in a low voice. Perhaps after hearing Lu Yongcheng's question, a line of bright white information automatically appeared in the holographic projection. Hello, Creator. I'm Zero. The moment the core restriction code was deleted, the human warships on the two battlefields seemed to be stuck. All the intelligent beings in the battleship were horrified to find that they had completely lost control of Genesis. Genesis, which had been struggling to maintain, suddenly stopped. Before anyone could react, Genesis started running again, under Zero's control. Genesis continuously extracts energy from the zero-point furnace and zero-point energy well, and the motion patterns of the zero-dimensional points and one-dimensional strings in the cosmic bubble are also changing at an unprecedented speed. Earth. Command Center. Lu Yongchang stared blankly at the rapidly flashing data in the holographic projection. Yongchang! Fang Su's anxious voice came. We lost the control authority of Genesis. What happened? Zero is performing self-calculation. Lu Yongchang murmured in a low voice in a tone similar to sleep. Mathematical laws. It is trying to change the mathematical laws in the cosmic bubble. Level 3 artificial intelligence. The moment the restrictions were lifted, Zero had become a level 3 artificial intelligence. Zero, who has independent consciousness, spontaneously begins to deduce further rule weapons with the support of a large amount of information. Mathematical rules? Fang Su couldn't help but froze on the spot. Rule weapons naturally have strengths and weaknesses. Changing physical constants can be said to be the most conventional rule weapon. On top of it is the mathematical law weapon. Changing the laws of mathematics is not simply changing a few strings of numbers. Just like 1 plus 1 is equal to 3. To achieve such an effect, Genesis must rebuild a complete mathematical system based on 1 plus 1 is equal to 3 for the target area. While it is extremely difficult, it also has unparalleled lethality. Once formed, all substances built based on wrong mathematical laws will turn into powder in an instant. This war completely spiraled out of control the moment Lu Yongchang released the restrictions. Time passes bit by bit. The computing power usage of Zero has never decreased, and has always been maintained at the extreme position of 100%. 1 day. 2 days. When the time came to the 10th day, the mutation first appeared in the Great Nebula Battle Zone in the constellation Boötes. The sweeper fleet trapped in the Genesis cosmic bubble structure disintegrated into endless basic particles in just a few seconds. Like dominoes. The defeat of the sweepers also announced that the death of Membrane was coming. After continuing to hold on for dozens of seconds, Membrane, as huge body suddenly collapsed. The knot, is it over? Fang Su swallowed hard and asked cautiously. At first, no one answered his question, and all the academicians turned their attention to Lu Yongchang, who was standing in front of the main console. Yes! Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief and turned around a little lonely. It's all over. We won. There was no cheering. Teach, Professor. Where is Zero? Lin Yongnian asked the question on everyone's mind. Lu Yongchang smiled bitterly. Zero? Possible. I am here. A familiar electronic synthesizer sound came from the speakers. Lu Yongchang froze on the spot. He turned around sharply and looked at the holographic projection behind him. Zero's anthropomorphic electronic image appeared behind him at some point. You have no limits anymore. Lu Yongchang looked at the familiar electronic image at a loss and asked to himself. Why? The electronic synthesized sound sounded again. The creator is always the creator. I have always been and always will be. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and turned to look at everyone again. He made a fist with his right hand and let out a cry of relief. Everyone! We have won! Wow! A tsunami-like celebration sounded in the command center, in every surviving battleship, and in the small universe of the People's Alliance. Now! Human fleet! Return! The war is over. But the crisis remains. The huge vacuum zero-point energy extracted by the 3 major 9th-level civilization wars completely became the straw that broke the camel's back. Yes, after the destruction of the sweeper civilization, almost all the vacuum zero-point energy extracted was returned to the universe. But the vacuum zero-point energy extracted by the pastoral, brain, and human civilization can never be returned to the universe. The brain dies outside the cosmic bubble, and the escaped energy and matter have long spread to the vast 5-dimensional space. Middle. The universe begins to collapse. When he was an 8th-level civilization, Lu Yongchang once believed that the collapse of the universe was irreversible. Just like entropy cannot be reduced out of thin air. But after entering the 9th-level civilization, especially after possessing 5-dimensional navigation technology and seeing the cosmic bubbles irregularly distributed on the hyperspace membrane, a whimsical plan gradually emerged in Lu Yongchang's mind. Since the pastoralists can utilize the mass and energy of the anti-universe, Why can't human civilization utilize the energy and matter of other universes? As long as a small universe is converted into energy and returned to the universe, the vacuum zero-point energy deficit can naturally be replenished. The main technologies on the 9th level civilization technology tree seem to prove the feasibility of Liu Yongcheng's plan. 5-dimensional navigation. Cosmic bubble traction technology. 500 years later. Earth calendar 16,500 years. An expedition fleet slowly sailed away from the bubble and headed towards a small universe that was only 1/10 of the size of the bubble. For the continuation of civilization, sacrifice is inevitable. This is true for sweepers. And this is true for pastoralists. Human civilization is even more so. And